All right, friends, I think we are set up and ready to rock and roll. Sorry for the delay. Apologies. I was having trouble signing into TikTok. TikTok was just being weird today. I don't fully know why. They added a new feature, one that I've been asking for a long time, namely that you can switch between accounts rather than logging out and logging back in. They finally added that option. They've got it on Windows already. They had it on Windows for like a year and a half. They finally added to the one for Mac, and guess what? It doesn't work. The update that they forced on me this week says couldn't go live. Check your network and try again. Fantastic. Thanks, TikTok. I appreciate that, TikTok. Okay. Well, let me. Now I got to see why TikTok won't go live, y'all. These are the things we have to deal with over here. If you're streaming to TikTok, because your video settings are too high. Well, I didn't fucking set them there. We'll run a test here. Unable network connection. Check your network and try again. Well, I'm live on YouTube. I don't know how I'm live on YouTube. But then TikTok can't find my network connection. What a mess. I mean, I could restart it, I suppose. Let me try a different hardware codec. See if that's gonna fix it. My goodness, TikTok Studio is a mess, y'all. It's really bad. I mean, it used to work. You know, I mean, it wasn't good, but it used to at least work. I'm gonna close it all the way out. Close it all the way out. We'll get it started back up again. I mean, we're still gonna have a live stream, y'all, and it should be fun. We just might have to do. We may or may not have to do it on TikTok today. Who knows? We will find out. It's sad because I mean, while TikTok is a garbage platform, it used to be a decent platform. It used to be fun to stream on, and unfortunately, like it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. It doesn't get better. So, but you kind of need it. So nowadays, like most of the debate space has moved over. TikTok is like the place for debates, and the reason why is because the interface is so damn good. When it comes to just wanting to pick up your phone and like being able to communicate with other people and join a discussion or a debate, TikTok does really well. When it comes to, like trying to do like real streaming, like from a computer or something like that, it's messy. It's not good. Not good at all. All right, well, we'll give this another shot. I got TikTok Studio back open, although I'm not even live on TikTok Studio and it's already freezing and lagging. I think the newest update broke TikTok Studio. Holy shit. Oh no. TikTok Studio is completely broken. Oh goodness. Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe today we're not going to use TikTok. Who knows? We'll have to wait and find out. I do have the streaming resolution set low, so it's like it shouldn't be a problem. But we'll try this again. There we go. Freezing and unfreezing the camera on TikTok seemed to have been good enough of a fix that we're ready to rock and roll. Good old TikTok Studio. They never really will like get their shit together, will they? But what are you gonna do? I'm gonna adjust though the vertical stream ever so slightly here. So there we go. And then we're gonna move the prompt just a pinch for the TikTok audience so they can see most of it. There we go. And now we'll hit live on TikTok and see what we get. Is it gonna connect? We'll see. It might it might not. It might not. Let's see. We'll find out. I hit go live and we'll see if it actually does go live. It's glitching. It is glitching. Give me a second to see if it'll unglitch. It might not unglitch. Well, we'll have to wait and see. It it's kind of working right now. We'll work with it. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna get my phone out and see if everything works. Over here on YouTube land, y'all should be able to hear me, right? All the audio looks like it's working. It should all be working. I used this setup on Sunday with Unapologetic, and I see all the sound meters moving. So it's usually a sign that the audio is working, that everything is the way the way you would expect it to be if it was working at least. So let me get on my backup account and I'll double check the vertical stream here. and make sure that it is in fact, live and working. All right. So, hey, Bentley's live too. It looks like. Yep, looks like we are live. Looks like we're good on TikTok. All right, we should be good to go. I'll open up the TikTok guest box, and we should be ready to rock and roll. The YouTube guest box is open. The link is on the screen. I might have to make the link maybe a little more readable. It's tinyurl.com/DZ chats. At least it's going to be that until until I get like a whitelisted until I get my new website address whitelisted. There we go. That's the right word for it. For some reason, actually, give me 1 second. The website that I put up to do this the streaming the streaming work for us. They have to like you have to get a tiny URL. You can do that, but to get a tiny.cc, it's a little more complicated. To get a tiny.cc, you have to whitelist your address and all. It's a whole thing, but I don't have that yet. So currently, it's going to be tiny URL until I can get a tiny CC for my website whitelisting. But if it's unreadable, let me know. I'm looking at the screen right now, and it looks like it is mostly readable, but maybe needs maneuvered into a better position, and maybe have the text bigger on the top and the bottom for the address and for the prove me wrong. But we'll get there. Nevertheless, everything should be working. Let me make sure the TikTok guest box is open. There we go. TikTok guest box is open. It looks like we got one guest already. It looks like Bear Lawyer. Didn't know bears required lawyers. Yet here we are. I do have some super chats, friends. So let me grab some super chats, and we'll take care of those first. Hey, Roy Williams, it's great to see you today. Hope you are doing well. Actually, did I turn my super chat overlay on? Give me a second. Let me make sure it's turned on. I was set up for unapologetic, and I wasn't sure if I had changed my setup here so that I can add the super chats. And I don't have, let's see, I don't have the super chats on my setup yet. So give me 1 second, and I'll add the super chats to my setup, and we should be ready to rock and roll. My apologies. I thought it was in here already, but apparently it is not. So we'll do DZ chats, and we'll add the super chat source to the screens, and we should be ready to rock and roll. All right, we got some super chats started. There we go. Let me get it added to the other screen. I probably should have thought of this before the stream started, but we streamed on Sunday, and I was like, oh, yeah, we're ready to go, right? And then I forgot that actually I have to do a slightly different setup for the vertical stream. Okay, we should be good now. Now, let's grab our super chat from our friend Roy with the super sticker, although the super sticker didn't come through. I want to address that API permission. Thank you, Roy. And from Ordinary Skeptic, thank you for gifting a DZ membership. Super appreciated. And the Knights Who Say Knee, thank you for the $2 super chat. Ian must be doing the, oh, it's Justin, rock hard for Doug. Wait, why would Ian be doing that? Well, Ian is live right now, if I'm correct. I'm pretty sure I'm correct. So I'm not sure why he'd be talking about me during his live stream, but hopefully y'all are bouncing back and forth. When I'm like online and people are debating, sometimes I kind of bounce back and forth through the streams to find who's got a good guest on. But then, that it's like going to like a round robin tournament. You just kind of go see who's doing what until they Oh, Ian just ended. Oh, okay, cool. Well, hey, listen, thank you for the super chat. Ordinary Skeptic says Odin stabbed himself with his own spear. Jesus had to get someone else to do it. Jesus is weak sauce. Rock hard for Doug and get for Justin. Well, you're not wrong. Like the thing of it is, like Jesus, he could have went out with a bang, most likely. Like he could have done some really cool shit. But like, he chose to get hung up. It's not a glorious death, but I mean, to be fair, that was like, according to the story, that was the point, right? The point was to kind of, have that humiliation and degradation, and because he loves you, obviously, he loves you so much that, like, he wants to get like horribly crucified to purify your sins because he wasn't capable of, just like forgiving you. Like that would have been a bridge too far. We can't have that. We can't have people just out here fucking forgiving people. That'd be some crazy shit, wouldn't it? Could you imagine what would happen in society if people were just out here forgiving each other? Holy shit. We don't want none of that. Nevertheless, yeah, I mean, you're spot on. Jesus, not only was he a fraud, he was a weak punk. You know what I mean? Just didn't have what it takes. And also from if it loads here, there we go. From Yoda St. Cloud, great to see you, Yoda. I, the Pope of Whores, decree in the holy name of Doug, the nightly crusade against the Verts begins anew. Stand firm in the glorious landscape. Whores shall prevail. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, simple wet for Sharon, and hard for life. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Hey, good to see you, Yoda. And Yoda is perhaps single-handedly attempting to keep the schism alive. It does seem to be the case. So we'll have to see how that pans out. But it's great to see you, Yoda. Hope you're having a good evening. I'm going to change the text size, the font size on these supers one more time, real quick. Give me a second. Only because I want the graphics. Here we go, right here, like the name and the profile picture to be a little bit bigger in comparison to the text. Let's see if I can make that a reality. Okay, save. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I just hit the wrong button. Let's try it. Let's see, font weight. Yeah, we don't care about font weight. Yeah, we should be all right. Okay, we'll see. We'll see if that's better. If it doesn't, make it easier, we'll go back to the drawing board and look at the CSS for this page. Not a big deal. Not a big deal, friends. Yeah, that might be as small as it gets. Okay, not a big deal. I'll work on that later. Hey, Akram, good to see you. I flock with the PLAGNIBTX community. Plant Planet X. I'm never gonna get this right. I don't. There we go. Planet X. You're right. Planet X is for lesbian. Can you guess the rest? I understand now. I yes, it does make sense. I can't say that for if you're me that it would be so super intuitive, but it does make sense when it's explained at least. I gotcha. You know what I mean? So we got that going. Appreciate that. And from Simeon Urchin, good to see you, Simeon. Says, not to be that guy, but should it say God is a pervert or is perverted? Oh, interesting. Bible God is, oh, I missed a letter in there. Thank you. I appreciate that. And the good news is the prompt is automated now, so I can just change it in real time, which should be good. So appreciate the heads up. That was really helpful. God is a pervert and a degenerate. There we go. So now we got that corrected. And James, good to see you, buddy. Says I just laughed my ass off. Notice BMF in the background. Love you. Simple but for sure. Yes, I was sent a BMF replica back here. And he's been sucking back on the Kraken on the shelf, so he's having a good time. And also from James says you forgot a word in the title. Rock hard for Doug, boner for Baphomet. We did get the letter A added. I appreciate your guys' attention to detail. It is critical because sometimes you fucking miss stuff, and it's the way things go. But nevertheless, we get there eventually. So appreciate y'all's patience. Let's get our first guest in here. It looks like we had, I don't know, Matthew popped in on the YouTube queue because I guess he wants to get another spanking. I don't know why he does that. But nevertheless, Matthew dropped, so that means Matthew is not going to be our first guest. But we do have, I think, Douglas in our YouTube queue, so we can pull Douglas from the YouTube queue, and we'll get our next conversation going here real quick. 1 second. There we go. We should see Doug on the screen any moment. 1 second. Let me make sure I've actually added. Oh, and Doug's gone. Guess we won't see Doug on the screen. Guess Doug didn't want to chat. All right. Well, I guess that is what it is. All right. Well, we had 3 guests loaded up, and all 3 of them left. Although Doug looks like he might be partially connected now. I see he's like on the screen, but he's not in my guest box anymore. Oh, there he goes. I don't know. He's having connection problems apparently. Doug, I don't know what's going on with you, buddy. You're kind of connected, kind of not connected. Can you hear me? Anything? I think he's having trouble with his stuff. We'll give him another chance here. I'll make sure phones are actually turned on properly too. That'd be helpful. Looks like my headphones are connected though. Y'all didn't hear him, right? It was just I couldn't hear him. Huh. Well, fucking guess who is here though? M's in the house. Welcome in, M.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay. I stopped by to say hi. How are you doing?
Oh, you know what? I'm doing well, man. It's good to hear from you.
Good to see.
What's
And
going
also the
on?
parrots.
Are you working? Yeah, you
In
know
a
what?
few hours.
They'll probably be in here in a little bit. Right now, they're just kind of chilling. We were.
What was the name again?
Which one?
You have more? You have.
I got
I thought
two
you
of
had
them.
one. There's a green one and a blue one, right?
Yeah, there's a green one and a blue one, and
Yeah.
possibly.
I remember that.
Yeah, possibly they'll make baby burbs. We don't know yet.
I
Find
had
out.
30 birds at one point.
Fuck, 30 birds?
There were 2, and then they just started fucking each other.
Well, that's how nature works. But 30's a fucking lot of birds. Holy shit! What kind of birds did you? What kind of birds were
I'll
they?
send you a picture actually.
Jesus,
this was like 10 years ago. So
30, that's a lot of birds. What were you doing with them?
I wasn't doing anything with them. There were just 2, and we thought there were 2 males. And then one disappeared, and it was inside the house, the little house they had. And then they started like laying eggs when we thought they were 2 males. So,
well, guess what?
surprise.
They're not. Oops. Well, you know what? It's the gift that keeps on giving. So you got that going for you. Yeah.
And then the siblings started fucking each other and having kids. So.
Well, yeah. The thing it is in the animal world, they don't have those kind of hang-ups quite as much. So, is what it is. But I think we got maybe a guest on the YouTube queue. Let me bring him in, and we can perhaps have a chat if his hardware is working. Welcome back, Doug. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, 1 second though. You're super, super loud. All right, try it again.
How about now?
I can hear you very loud. Holy shit, I gotta turn it way down. Also, I'm hearing them twice. Anyone else hearing them twice? 1 second. All right, say something for us here, bud.
Yes.
Oh, that's better. There we go. So, Doug, are you at least 18? Because we don't talk to children. And then also, do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
I am 36.
Okay.
And I was curious if I could potentially debate a different prompt.
Why?
One that's on theism generally, just debating theism generally. Like,
okay.
I believe in, I'm theistic minded, but that prompt, I'm not convinced with the Bible, so that doesn't really have much relevance to me.
Okay, so it sounds like you disagree with the prompt, but you'd like to argue a different thing.
Yes, correct. I would like to argue for theism.
You want to argue for theism. So you just want to debate our typical prompt. Our typical prompt is usually like God isn't real, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I mean that's fine if you want to debate that particular prompt. I mean we're game. We try to stay on the topic if we can, but as it turns out, you're the first guest. So have at it. I got a notepad open. I've got the whole thing ready to rock and roll. What is your bulletproof argument for some kind of a theistic entity?
I wouldn't call it bulletproof, but I would call it convincing to me.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. Have you heard of mentalism, aka hermeticism?
I know about mentalism. I don't know much about hermeticism.
The principle behind it is it goes with the universal principles of like polarity and correspondence and gender and stuff like that.
I don't know what you mean by polarity and correspondence.
Sorry, I'm getting an echo on my side now.
Oh, you're getting an echo. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, but if it's not bothering you, I can kind of work through it.
Yeah, I'm actually give me 1 second. I wanna make sure alright, that's why you're getting echo. It should be better now.
All right, let me check. Okay, we're good.
Sorry about that. That's on me.
Oh no,
So
you're good.
when you say like correspondence and polarity, I don't really know what you mean. I know what the words mean. I don't know how you are attempting to use them.
Okay, fair. Polarity means basically it's a synonym for opposites,
Okay.
like positive, negative, up, down, hot, cold.
Okay. I'm familiar with these definitions. I'm not sure what that has to do with God yet. I do agree that there are things that we would consider opposites.
And
Okay.
Hermeticism leads to theism being its base.
Well, hermeticism is opposites then. Is that what you're trying to say? I guess I'm confused
No,
about
no,
what
no,
you
no, no.
mean.
Hermeticism's base idea is that mind is all, and God is mind.
I don't know what that means. Are you suggesting that there's some sort of collective consciousness and that consciousness is God and we're all a part of it?
Correct, something along those lines. It'd be very hard to hash it out really, really thoroughly, but that's what I'm attempting to do by a debate.
Okay, so I guess I mean you can try it. I mean, we are a little bit familiar with like the collective consciousness types of ideas. They're not really convincing, but maybe you got a different one.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm working towards. I'm doing the best I can to express why it's convincing to me.
Okay. And yeah,
Okay, yeah, we'll go ahead, and you can take priority of anybody that has a better debate topic than this. I'm just here, kind of just shooting the shit with you a little bit.
sure.
Okay, so the theory of mind is all is I don't find any convincing way to disprove that theory. Like it's kind of almost a non-falsifiable statement, depending on your definition of mind. Is
What do
that
you
fair? Is that a fair?
when you say mind is all, I need to know what you mean because when I say
Yeah, yeah.
mind, I'm referring to the thing that my brain is.
Okay, yeah, that's totally fair. I believe that whatever the thing is that powers the brain is also responsible for conception of everything in existence and also is interconnected. Like an example of an experience that I've had that would suggest this is uh, like the aspect of communicating with God in some sense, like saying a prayer and having the prayer be answered, you know?
Sure. What about when prayers are not answered? Because most, like the majority of prayers don't get answered. And like statistically speaking, the answering of prayers is the same as rolling a dice. It's the same as just random chance.
Okay, that's a fair assessment. My assessment is slightly different. I think there's a formula to prayer. I
A
think that you can
formula?
get your yeah, I think you can get your
Please give me
prayers
that.
answered 100% of the time.
100%.
Please.
Yes,
I need that.
based on a formula. Based on a
Please
math,
give it.
maybe you don't have to call it a mathematical formula, but everything's expressed in mathematical formulas. So
Could you please give it?
that's my opinion
Please.
anyway. I think everything is expressible and explainable in mathematics because mathematics is unlimited due to the concept of infinity.
And what is the
Hmm.
formula?
Is this
Douglas,
tracking? Does this kind of have a little bit of a track to it?
I mean,
can you hear me?
I hear what you're saying. I'd love to get the formula.
By the way, Justin,
Okay,
can you hear me?
I can hear you,
I'm
bud.
not
Can he hear me?
precise on the
Oh,
formula.
give me a second. I can tell you. M, say something for me.
Can you hear me, Douglas?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, he can hear you.
Can
He
you
just
please
wasn't
give us the
responding.
formula? Like, we need it. I think everybody does.
Okay, I can. Okay, let me correct. I can kind of hear you.
Oh,
I mean, I can turn them up.
Yeah, that would help a little bit.
Okay,
can you hear me
try it
now?
That's a little bit better.
Okay, I'll
I
turn
was
them all the
saying,
way
can you
up.
please give us the formula? Because we need it.
Okay, Yes,
Uh-huh.
very fair, very fair. Okay, now to be fair, I said I believe that there is a formula that can prove it 100% of the time, not that I know the formula. I'm
Ah,
thinking,
so how do you know
okay,
that there's one?
because the fact that or the seemingly fact that I've experienced a prayer being answered and can almost effectively repeat the process via the methodology of the prayer suggests that there is a formula that can be developed.
Okay,
So,
can you tell us how you effectively replicate it?
okay, yes, this is totally fair. I'll do
Uh,
my best to do it because I haven't really thought about it. I'm trying to hash it out right now as we go, so I might have
it's
to come
okay.
back
We
with a
have
better
like
thesis.
we have 1,000 people on. I think at least one of them should have like a wish come true in the first like few minutes of the life.
Yes,
So if
correct. I'm going to
everybody
do my
just
very best to be
use,
as quick as I
yeah,
can.
just everybody use the like the what he says to try to wish for maybe like $10 billion or something.
Yes, correct. It's not that. It's a formula. It's kind of like the law of attraction, except for a very particular formula as to how it works, because it does require
Uh-huh.
patience and it does require
It's okay.
certain
It's okay.
procedures.
We have 1,000 people wishing for $1 billion in the next 24
Mhm.
hours. So one of us should become a billionaire soon.
Oh yes, that like I said, that's a fair assessment. It should work if the formula is correct. But the thing is, I haven't perfected the formula. I have a suspicion that there is a formula that can be perfected. Is that
Now, what
fair?
is your success rate then?
Okay. It has to do with the law of attraction and manifestation and stuff like that. And it has to do with resonance and like you can't make something happen that you don't truly believe will happen, and that's the hardest part of the formula is you have
Ah,
to
okay. Mhm.
preemptively experience the feeling of having it, experience the sensation, the imagery of having it, and all of
Okay.
these things
Mhm.
at the same time. And that's really hard to do uh, without being like a perfect sense of delusional, if that's a fair way to say it.
Okay. I think we can. I think at least a few of us would be delusional enough to do that. So just tell us what to do and we'll do it.
Okay, that's the point. Is the most difficult aspect of it is that most people aren't that delusional,
Sure, most
and
people, but we have 1,000 plus people.
and
At least one or
like
two would be. So
yes,
give us the
yes.
formula.
So the 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 theory behind it would be if you are delusional enough to make yourself believe something that doesn't
Uh-huh.
appear to be true and sensate and get the feeling of it and the imagery of it and all of that in accordance to where it
Uh-huh.
literally you have the sensation of it not being different from reality, then it will not be different from reality. Something will happen that
So
will manifest the thing to for you to exactly experience it in reality as you're experiencing it
okay.
delusionally.
So okay. Let's say we have the imagery and we're delusional enough to do it. What is the next step?
The next step is the
Uh-huh.
like I'll give you an example of how it worked for me because I don't know if
Yes,
I can
yes.
explain that it works when you apply the formula. So
Uh-huh.
I have I had an instance where I had rent due and I did
Uh-huh.
not have enough money to pay for rent.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't have any foreseeable way to get the money aside from asking for it from my family. I could have, if I was desperate enough, asked for it from my family. So I did have a way to pay
Uh-huh.
it if the urgency was there, but I did not need to do that because strangely enough, I let it go. I let the stress, I let the worry go, and I imagined myself automatically having enough money to pay rent at the time
Okay.
that it was due,
Mhm.
before the time that it was due, and I experienced an instance that was now it could be coincidence. It could be coincidence. I'm not beyond explaining it off as coincidence, but I experienced an incident that I was totally unaware of that seemed to be unusually occurring, like it was attracted to me just to solve the exact problem that I
Uh-huh.
had, where I got a bonus at my job for something that I had never heard of before, that they said that they just recently started doing at the exact time that I needed it to pay my rent.
Cool. So what's the formula?
That's very hard to explain off as something more
Actually,
than as a coincidence, you know?
Well, I actually think it's really easy to explain as a coincidence, but I want to know what the formula is so we can replicate this. Because last I checked, there are like 3 million children every year that die of starvation, and if we can put a crack in that number, that'd be really great. So
Yeah,
And
that's
also,
totally fair.
how
And I completely
and
agree with
Douglas,
that.
how would
Like,
it work
if
if
Yoda spends like he talks about stuff like this, and it's like, well, I mean, if you can do it, then why is it not repeatable enough to actually have the effect that we need?
But
But
you said there's a formula that gives you 100% success, right?
yes, that's my thing. Like
So
I said,
what would
there
happen if
potentially is.
what would happen
I didn't
if
say there is a formula. I said, what if?
what if?
And
So,
this is yeah, exactly. But I'm doing my, like I said, with the resonance and the imagination and the feeling and all that stuff. That's part of the formula. I don't know how you would describe that mathematically, but you can turn it into a formula.
What's resonance
Or
to you?
scientifically, I don't know how you would scientifically describe it, but like it does require a sense of faith or delusion, whichever term you would prefer to use. Like, to win a game that seems unwinnable, you have to have a sense of faith and an unwavering confidence in your ability, even if there's no evidence to suggest that your ability is better than the other opponents. And that's part of the formula, and that's the hardest part, and that's why it's like it's not easy to replicate. Just because it can work 100% of the time doesn't mean that everyone can access the capacity to do it.
So, do you think you can replicate it? Because I mean, maybe you're the guy. Maybe you're the conduit. You're the gatekeeper.
That's what I'm working on, and like I've had these coincidental explanations, like the
Did
like
Zool
the rent
send
thing.
you?
Go ahead and give me your explanation of how that could be coincidence, just so that it kind of gives me a mindset of what you mean by that.
You can't just explain if something. You can't explain how something is a coincidence. A coincidence is just something that happens alongside a different event in which both are unrelated. You cannot just explain how it is a coincidence.
Okay,
it just
so
is.
that's fair. So well,
the problem is that what you said is not going to convince us. If I, for example, come to you,
did Justin say that he could he says he could qualify it? No, you said you could qualify it as a coincidence. You didn't say you could explain it. Excuse me.
Yeah, there's lots of coincidences in the world. Like an improbable thing happening doesn't mean that it's a miracle.
It's bound to happen to you.
What if it starts to become consistent beyond coincidence?
I don't
you
know
would have
what
to
you mean by
demonstrate
consistent. Yeah, you'd have to demonstrate it.
Like, for example, if there's a event that happens 1% of the time for a normal human being and it happens to you 50% of the time, then yes, that would be less likely of a coincidence, but you'd have to demonstrate that.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
But what you said has nothing to, like, it cannot.
More examples that could
your examples are not going to do.
Yeah,
Douglas,
exactly.
your examples are not going to do anything.
That can be considered coincidences, but the fact that they're so unlikely to occur, like rent happening, like it was incredibly unlikely that something would just happen exactly the way I needed it to take care of the exact problem that I had without any information that was going to happen.
This happens all the time.
Yes,
this is part of being a human being. This is a part of
repeated. Then there's a formula for manifesting that.
It happens repeatedly for people,
and that's
all the time. But people only remember the time in which it has been resolved, randomly, as it seems. Like Justin, I'm sure you've had problems that have resolved themselves randomly during your life.
All the time, yeah.
It happens all the time.
Yes.
You don't have to expect it.
I mean, you can call that random, but if there is a formula,
he's an atheist. He didn't pray.
Yes, exactly. I understand it's an if question, and that it may require some kind of variable, or not variable, but some kind of methodology that's in a formula that is very hard to repeat for certain people, because faith for some people is almost impossible.
I don't know what that has to do with anything, but What
Well,
does
that's
faith has
part
to
of
do with
if
anything?
faith is part of the formula and it's almost impossible, then that means that it's unrepeatable for a lot of people or
Oh,
people that don't have faith.
you
Mhm.
mean what you mean to say is that faith um, is like the main ingredient, and so the reason why people don't get
Uh-huh.
their prayers answered is because they don't have faith.
Something
He said you
similar
had
to
to be
that.
delusional,
Something
so
similar to that. Yeah, exactly.
did his sound cut off?
I mean, I I yeah, I feel like the cognitive dissonance is happening. I just don't know if it's on the end that you think it's on.
Oh no, I think that I'm being cognitively dissident. Yes. I think
Dissident.
I'm dissident. Yeah, however you say the word. I apologize. My grammar is not that great, or my
Yeah,
vocabulary is not that great.
yeah. Don't worry about it. Hey, listen, bud.
Justin, we cannot hear you.
I know. What, you can't hear me? Oh, you
I
know,
can hear you.
weirdly enough, the TikTok audio just stopped working. YouTube works fine. I can see the audio in YouTube. Let me just turn it on, turn it off again, or turn it off, turn it on. All right. What about now? No. All right. 1 second.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, I know. I had to I'm re-upping the audio real quick. I apologize.
It would be funny if he actually prayed for the sound to be cut off, and it did.
It would be funny. Yeah, give me 1
I
second
can't
to
hear you.
recycle. I know, you just 1 second. I don't know why TikTok's doing this. It's just a TikTok thing right now. I don't know why TikTok's acting a fool. All right. You should be able to hear me now, right?
Right now, yes. Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry about that. I had to go into
Was that a
TikTok and
coincidence?
delete. Did he pray for that, you think? If he prayed for that, I suspect that this
I would
that the argument's true. It might be evidence. This might be the proof we needed, actually. Huh, okay.
What's that?
Did you just pray that the audio would drop?
That's hilarious.
Yes, yes,
No, actually,
yes.
I had no effect in that that I'm aware
Yeah.
of.
You missed an
That's a
opportunity.
shame. We almost got our proof.
Yeah, that's fair. That's pretty funny.
Oh well. Well, listen, buddy. I think your connection might be a little poor, or my connection might be a little bit poor. I'm having your connection is a little bit crackly. Ems, does his connection sound crackly when he talks for you, or just for me?
It does, yes, for everyone. Everyone was
Okay,
talking
that's
Okay,
what I
about it
thought.
I don't
in
think
the
it's my
comments.
connection. I actually think it's my phone because
Oh.
I have some issues with my speaker on my phone.
Oh, well, that could be it. All right. Well, anyways, Douglas, thanks for stopping by. It was really interesting. I wrote down your formula. It was really interesting, and maybe when you get it ready to go into real time, let us know. We'll put it into practice. Okay.
Very good. Thank you very much. I
All right.
appreciate you for at least humoring me.
Sure thing. Have a good one, bud.
You too.
Well, that was something. Um, I'm not entirely sure what, but it was something. Nevertheless, hey, we got we got one down. Hopefully, some more to go. Oh my goodness. Hopefully TikTok studio. Well, actually, we had a guest on TikTok ready to come in, and they just dropped. But we've got two waiting on YouTube to get in, so we've got some guests waiting. Give me a second. I'm going to read a couple super chats, and we'll get our next conversation rolling here, friends. MK Ultra. Oh, you know what? I've got to. There's a setting. By the way, if you're streaming with TikTok Studio, there's a setting that y'all need to know about, and I keep forgetting to turn it off. It is the worst setting ever. I don't even know how it got turned on, and I'm trying to figure out how to get this thing turned off. But when you're live, it'll like take auto snapshots of your live stream, and it will literally post it for you. They're auto post live.
I saw
No,
that. I was so
absolutely
confused.
don't want that one.
I thought it was you, and I was like,
Okay,
no
all right,
way.
I'm going to turn that off. It's not. No, it's a really ridiculous
It was so
setting
weird.
that they've got. I probably got a couple more that I need to go in and delete now. But yeah, I just noticed it the other day. I was like, what the fuck what's all this on my page? I didn't put that there.
Who hacked me?
What the heck? That's ridiculous. Exactly. Yeah, who hacked me? I don't like this at all. Oh well. I mean, you're gonna have a little bit of that. Yeah, you're gonna have a little bit of that. Anyways, no big deal, friends. No big deal. I'm gonna grab a couple super chats, as I said, and we'll get our next guest loaded up here. MK Ultra says, "Does Douglas have the formula for generating 100% bullshit?" And I gotta be honest, it does. If I was gonna put money on it, it does kind of seem that would be the case. I think that's the ticket to the understanding
At
of the
least he was
formula,
sweet.
and yeah, you know what, he was kind, and he didn't affirm slavery or baby killing. So, he's got something going for him. And also from Cohodo, good to see you, Cohodo. Says, Justin, help. There's a lot lizard in my bunk, and she doesn't believe Doug. How am I supposed to get my rocks off? I think I might be in a shale mate. I'll never take Doug for granted. Never do. And you know what, friend? That's quite a problem. I'm sorry that you're stuck in a shale mate right now, and that seemingly your partner is not rock hard, doesn't have any understanding of our Lord and Savior Doug. But we will pray to Doug, and you don't need a special formula for Doug to answer your prayer. And also from Cahodo, I think this might be the same one. We get a double super chat. Justin, help. And we got it in there twice. Fantastic, twice as good. And Bacon and Bush, thank you for the super chat, friend. I am delusional as fuck. I'll give you, Justin and M's, 1 billion each out of my 10 billion. I gave God a week to come up with the cash. 7.9 billion is earmarked to help the kids. God isn't. See, that's what we needed. This is the type of delusional generosity that we've been waiting for. It's the delusional generosity like this that's going to really make a difference in all of these starving children's lives, when we just assume now you should be able to hear me. I had to change the super chat setting because the text was like really unreadable. So why is the text so small?
It's the audio and the video are unsynced.
Oh really?
Yeah, the video is a little late. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Well, I know why. I've got a delay in there. The reason why I have the delay is because previously my audio was I don't know, like 30 milliseconds behind. So I did a little tweaking on the soundboard to get it to run faster, and it runs faster, but it might be ahead of the video now. Shit. So let me take a look at that real quick. See what that delay is set to. There's like a latency delay. I don't know. Anyway, hopefully it's not too much of an issue for y'all. You're saying the audio comes before the video is what you're saying?
Yes, I think it's like a quarter to half a second. No, maybe a quarter second faster.
Huh, no way. Interesting. What are you gonna do? All right, now the audio should come. Oh, actually, yeah, it should come slower. Is it slower or faster? I don't know. You have to. I moved the latency somewhere. Hopefully it's better. By 20 milliseconds. Game Guy, thank you for the super chat. I have a formula. 60% of the time, it works every time. Hell yeah! Fantastic quote. Fantastic quote. Although the text is a little bit bigger, but it looks a little bit small on the. On the vertical stream. Give me a second, and I'll refresh the browser cache over there, and the next super chat hopefully will be a little bit more readable over there. I can make it bigger too. Anyways, we'll get it all set up here, just like the unapologetic stream. Taking a Bush also says, I meant you. Yeah, it's well, okay. So
I'm
I've
super
been
curious.
replacing all of my streaming software with like one package that I've been making. And it's web based, which means anyone can get access to it. Although I've got it locked down. Oh, someone on
Mhm.
TikTok says there's an echo with me.
Oh,
What? There's an echo with me or with M's?
I don't hear it, so it might be from me. Let me mute.
Oh, what about now? For some reason, when I went in there to change my my delay, it turned on an extra speaker that usually causes an echo. I never turn it on, but you can't get rid of it. TikTok Studio automatically forces you to use it. So sometimes it'll automatically turn it on. You just have to go back in and turn it off. I'm telling you, TikTok Studio, y'all, is an absolute fucking train wreck. It's a nightmare. Um, but it is what it is. You just kind of have to work around it. It's even worse on Windows. I don't know if who's all here in the streaming community, but if you're streaming in Windows, it's actually just worse. Kurt, hey, thank you for the super
Uh-huh.
chat, friend. Kurt says Dr. M's is making Douglas believe even more. I mean, I, we could have pushed him a little bit, maybe doing some, I don't know, trolling. Would that have been wrong? Would it be wrong for doing that?
I mean, he knows he's being
I don't
delusional,
know.
so.
Yeah, he
And by the
he did
way, I
say
think there's a
that. He did say
there seem
he knew.
there there seems to be a delay. Can you tell me when you hear me say 3? 1, 2, 3?
Wow.
Yeah, there's like a 2 to 3 second delay.
Oh, coming into TikTok.
Uh-huh.
Oh, interesting. Huh. I maybe I'll get rid of the delay then. How about that? It should be is that better or worse? What
Can
we're
you
gonna
hear
have
me
to
now?
work on the syncing up. Yeah, I can hear you
1, 2, 3.
now.
Yeah, there's like 2 to 3 seconds delay, and the chat is also saying it's out of sync.
It's interesting. It's interesting because when you talk, I hear it right away. Now I saw this earlier when I first started the stream. The video and the audio was like really laggy. I turned the camera off and turned it back on again, and it seemed okay. But all right, we'll try that. See if that does any better. But I don't know why there's a delay. My when I talk, my audio goes right into TikTok right away. I can see the volume bar moving right away. It might be a TikTok problem right now.
Some are saying they
Oh,
can
some
see a
people are
delay.
saying there's
Some.
no delay. I think TikTok's just having a fucking rough day today, y'all. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Uh,
We'll work through it. We'll work through it. Carl Grimes says, "I
mhm.
hope Doug heals my heart with some good cooking today. The idiots are out in full force today with their PhDs in common sense." You know what? That is the case. I do love it though when people like want to call into question like your education, and then you're like, okay, well, that's
Uh-huh.
fine. What's your
Yeah,
education?
that is a
Like, oh,
reference
I've got
to
a
that's a reference to Ian's live before him.
oh
There was a guy who was saying that he had a
oh
PhD in common
no
sense, and he was challenging
yes.
Dr. Blitz's PhD because Dr. Blitz didn't know what a hypothalamus was.
Oh boy, why would he know what a hypothalamus?
Exactly.
I can't even say it. Why would he know that? He didn't go to school for the medical sciences.
Uh-huh.
What a ridiculous thing to expect someone to know. That's crazy. People are wild with what they.
They
This is
are.
the problem with being like in the atheist space. They just expect you to literally know every fact about everything, and it's such a weird uh, such a weird position to be in. But they don't know anything, right? They haven't studied anything typically. They just know that they're right. The Knights Who Say Knee, thank you for the super chat. Tell Ems about the Catholic Muslim from Unapologetic. Okay, so we
Oh,
had a really
uh-huh.
weird Muslim
I
yesterday
texted you during
who
it.
claimed, "Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry,
I was
I don't
letting you
get
know that it's okay. I was telling you that he was following children for some reason.
on his account.
Yes.
Oh no, oh no, I didn't. I wish I had gotten that. I mean, I wish
On
I'd seen it
brand.
rather. I mean, we could have asked him
I love
about
when they're
Aisha.
like, Yeah.
So
I love when they're like telling you, you don't speak Arabic, and then they themselves don't speak Arabic. And he's telling you to go to the beginning of the
it's
chapter,
true.
which is talking about marrying children.
Yeah. It's a wild situation with these people. I'll never understand why there are people that would be like, you can't tell me, no one can tell you what this passage means unless you read the entire chapter. Like what? Like, are you telling me that you can't decipher a phrase unless you have read the entire like 3 or 4 paragraphs before and after? I get it. There are occasions, especially when you're reading ancient texts, where it can be a little bit difficult, to decipher a phrase. But like, holy shit,
I
when you
mean,
just have like
the
blanket statements,
the problem with the Quran
it's
is
not
that
hard.
the chapters have nothing to do with like they want the same chapter is talking about a billion different things. It could be talking about marriage, then it talks about Jesus, then it talks about uh, a random angel, then it talks about death, then it talks about burial, and then it talks about the sky, then it talks about the God's chair, and then so it's random. It has nothing to do with each other. And also you can have verses that
Yeah.
like the first verse could have been revealed after the fifth verse, and then the first verse, the ruling of which remains, and the fifth verse is abrogated. So it has nothing to do with the chronological order.
It's a wild book. It is a wild book. I think we got a guest loading up. I'm sorry, we got 2 guests loading up. We'll grab a guest here, and we'll get back to some of these super chats here in just a minute. Let's grab, I think, Lincoln from the queue, and then Fatima was trying to join on the YouTube queue, but Fatima joined and then left, and then
Sounds like a
joined and
Muslim.
then left. So I'm not really sure if Fatima could be. I think I talked to Fatima recently. I'm not sure, but we'll bring Lincoln in and see what we can do.
Hello.
Welcome in, Lincoln. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in the Bible God?
I am above 18 and I'm a fundamentalist Christian.
Oh, you're fundamentalist. What type? Like independent Baptist, King James onlyist? What style are we going with here?
I believe the Bible for its literal interpretation. So I believe the Bible literally. I'm pretty conservatively Catholic.
You're a fundamentalist Catholic.
Yeah.
Sounds like a troll.
No, I'm not a troll.
It kind of it kind of feels that way.
Because he's coming
Anyways,
onto a line where he's talking about God being a pervert and a degenerate, and he's telling you, I believe every word in the Bible. So it does sound like a troll.
right.
No, I'm serious.
I mean,
Why?
to
What?
be fair, if he does believe in all the words of the Bible, he might actually agree with the prompt on the screen, right? So, I mean, if you think the Bible is completely literal,
Mhm.
and all of it's true, you would understand Genesis as being literal too, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Okay. So, when Genesis says that God created Adam and Eve naked and they were not ashamed, that really happened.
Yeah, obviously creationism. Like Eve was created from Adam, from a rib. It has to make.
Sure, yeah, but my question is, when the Bible in Genesis says that they were naked and not ashamed, you and I would probably agree then that what this it's not a metaphor. He actually did create in Adam and Eve to be naked.
Yeah, they were born naked and afraid. Yes,
Okay.
or
So
created naked
this
and
kind of
afraid.
goes into
Sorry.
like yeah. Yeah, this kind of goes into maybe my one of my first points, which is I think God is a pervert, and one of the reasons is because one, he says that it's shameful to be naked, and number two, I think, which is kind of problematic, is like he deliberately created Adam and Eve naked on purpose, knowing that he's just going to be chilling with them like 2 naked humans, knowing that it's shameful to do, but he's going to do it anyways without their knowledge.
I mean, Adam and Eve's will on earth was predetermined by God. So he knew before he created
I know.
them that he was gonna be they were gonna be naked and
Uh-huh.
afraid.
I know. That's the
Yeah.
problem. Yeah, he did it.
Yeah.
You, you see it?
Yeah, but God is all good, so it doesn't matter
Why would we think that?
because he's all perfect.
Why would we think that?
I'm telling you, he's a troll.
No,
I think you're
I'm not
right.
a troll.
It
What
does
do you
sound
mean? Do
that
you
way.
disagree? Do you
To be
disagree
fair,
that God is all good?
these are. He's laughing now as he's
You can hear the
talking.
grin.
The
I'm
problem
not
is, like, we
laughing.
do hear some of these bad arguments, but you're usually not this bad.
And also, they don't have this profile picture. So.
Like, yeah,
I'm
and the
kidding.
audience seems to agree. The audience thinks that you're trolling.
I'm pretty hardcore agnostic.
Exactly.
Okay, just yeah,
I'm just
pretty good read.
kidding.
Yeah,
You guys have a
it
good read.
happens.
Well, dude, there's some people who don't like pick up on the cues, but I can imagine there's some, fortunately some.
I mean, you were being pretty obvious. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
Okay.
Anyways,
Well, Lincoln, thanks for watching. Have a good time, and hopefully we'll get some opposition up in here.
Called it.
There was a second there where I'm like, oh, he could be real, but when he started saying like nonsensical stuff like that at
They
the end, I was
wouldn't,
like, oh no,
if they're
he's
coming
definitely
up for this topic, they wouldn't tell you right off the bat that they believe every word to be literal. It wouldn't make sense.
right. Yeah.
Because they're literally just
Especially
coming up and telling you,
when he
yes,
said he
God
was a
creates people.
fundamentalist Catholic, I was like, what? What's a fundamentalist Catholic? That's not a real thing. That I mean, they do exist, but they're typically they wouldn't call themselves fundamentalists. You know what I mean? Like they'd be like, I'm a real Catholic or some shit like that, but not going to say I'm a fundamentalist Catholic. It's pretty strange. Oh well. Fatima dropped out the guest box. I don't know why. If you are watching on something other than TikTok, you can join the guest queue by going to tinyurl.com/DZ chats. If you're watching on TikTok, and I saw a couple Christians in the chat already, including our good friend Matthew. Hey, hit the guest request button. We'll get you into the conversation. We'll get you in the queue at least. If as long as our queue doesn't fill up for the whole night, we'll probably get you into the conversation. But yeah, we'll get you into the queue and hopefully get you into the conversation. Certainly be interested. I think this is a fun topic, to be honest. I don't. Maybe the reason. If I was a Christian, I probably would. When I was a Christian, I wouldn't have wanted to debate this topic because it's kind of demonstrably true. Even if you are a Christian, you're like, I think it might be true. Like because when you're reading the Old Testament, there's so much stuff in there. Like, why would that be a thing? You know. But well, I won't say what I'm referring to because I don't want to give away. But when we get to some opposition in here, we'll have a good time with some of these talking points. But nevertheless, let me read some super chats then while we're waiting for some guests to load up, and we'll keep the live moving. Unashamed Apostate, good to see you, friend. Says he counted war brides as holy reserve, called captives a blessing that soldiers deserve. If that's called justice, you've got some nerve, and that's how we know that your God's a perv. Fucking A. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. I love it. Fantastic. Unashamed, that's our first rhyme for the evening. Huge W. And John Coleman, thank you for the super chat. Anodizer by Fu Manchu is the perfect theme song for your favorite topic ever, Justin. Give it a listen sometime. Rock music is pleasing to Doug. Rock hard for Doug. That is the case. Rock music is pleasing to Doug. Indeed, it's pleasing to Doug. Big W, John. Also, I see Fatima in the box this time. I don't know if Fatima is having trouble with her Wi-Fi connection or if they're having trouble. Then they're gone. Fatima, I don't know what to tell you with your connection. You might not have a good enough connection, like to actually fully connect. You might have to find some Wi-Fi, or if you're on Wi-Fi, maybe go to cellular, or maybe turn your camera off. You can go no camera. That should help.
And also, the topic might not be for her, so.
True. But we do get occasionally we'll get some Muslims that would be like, well, I believe in the Bible God, and then they don't realize that we're talking about really specifically the Bible God. You know what I mean? not like the Quranic version of the Bible God. But they want to participate. They feel left out. What are you gonna do? Herbie, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says the Matthew guy who phones regularly is the guy who laughed at Arwen's house fire. Oh fuck, are you serious? He's the one that laughed at her. Oh, Dalton sent a super chat on Sunday, but you didn't read it because of time. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't. Yeah, we got overloaded, inundated with super chats Sunday. I don't know what was in the water, but we got like 3 times as many super chats as we normally do, and by the time our last conversation ended, there just wasn't enough time to. We would have been here for the next 2 hours reading them. It was wild. But hey, everyone who was
It
there on
sounds
Sunday, hey, thanks so
Christian
much.
though.
Really appreciate it. Matt, yeah, I mean Matt, yeah, that's a.
The action.
Well, Christians
The
will be like,
action.
well, that's what they deserve, right? Because
Yeah.
well, you fuck with God, you get what's coming to you, right? And house fire is what's coming to you. Although they don't even know the all the people that live there. They're just assuming that they're dirty, rotten heathens, right? Hey, Double Donkey Surfer, good to see you. Thank you for the 666. W. Nero, is anyone else getting strong prosperity gospel vibes from Douglas? Joel Osteen Jr. over here. Well, at first I thought maybe until well, no, you mean the first guess. The first guess was named. Hold on, I wrote it down. First guess was named. Oh, it was Douglas. I apologize. I don't know why I was thinking of somebody else. Yeah, the guy that just came in was a troll. That's why I was thinking Douglas. Yeah, Douglas does kind of that is like the prosperity gospel thing. Like, here's the formula. Give me $1,000 check. God will answer your prayers. He'll make all your money problems go away. The Mike Murdoch type of situation, or the Joyce Meyer, Creflo Dollar. I'm trying to remember all the rest of them. There's a bunch of them that do that prosperity gospel bullshit. John Hagee. I thought was it Paula, not Paula White. Yeah, is it Paula White? I think is their name. I could be wrong. I think Beth Moore was in there for a while. There's another guy. Let's see. Let me get the list. I forget all of them. But there's so much of them. The biggest one is the one I can't think of. Oh, Kenneth Copeland. That's what I was like. Why the fuck can I remember Kenneth Copeland? Okay, yeah. Oof. Kenneth Copeland's hard to stomach. Like, make you want to like throw stuff across the room. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Hold on. So if you go to on YouTube, there is. Oop, wrong button. Try this again. Let's see. I think when he was talking about his plane, Kenneth Copeland is the type of guy that like, I bought a plane in cash, and then people start to get stuffy in the church, and then he'll yell at them like, "Don't get mad at me because of my blessings." In fact, Mike Murdoch did almost the identical same thing. That one might actually be saved somewhere. Let me see. Mike Murdoch plane cash. I bet it's out here on the internet. Not crash, cash, buddy. I don't know if it's on YouTube or not. But nevertheless, just look up Mike Murdoch sometime. It's oof. Although, you know what, Mike Murdoch, because he's been so disgraced for so long, is literally like doing like begging live streams now on like YouTube. At least he was like a year or two ago, begging people for money. Um, begging people for money because he's broke. The law got to him, right? See if I can find this video. The plane blessing. Is that what he called it? I don't see the video anymore. I know it exists. I just don't know where it is. Where the video might be. But nevertheless, if you look up enough Mike Murdoch content, you will find him saying all kinds of weird stuff. It's a wild ride with Murdoch. But anyways, Kurt, thank you so much for the super chat. Kurt says, please show the BMF up close. I got you. The BMF is a really good replica. Here is the BMF. Although getting a BMF doll can be hard to do. The facial expression might not be identical to our other Lord and Savior BMF. And then also the desk was replicated as well with tarot cards, laptop, twisted T, the whole thing. I mean, it was a fantastic replication. But I do have, for people who don't know about BMF, I do have the legendary BMF video up on, I think, both channels. You should be able to find it, figure out what's going on. If you don't know about BMF, you should be able to find out pretty easily. The model, the BMF room model, was from Sherry. You guys see Sherry in the super chats quite a bit. She's the one who had that made and sent to me. Naichi Sadie says, because you were late, choking on Ian's hog. You know what? I mean, if there was ever a reason to be late, that could be one of them. It's been a minute since that's our first COIH today. We'll probably get a couple more actually if we get some good guests. Also from David Action Figure. Okay, I'm pretty sure my dad said you need birds and bees to have babies or something like that. This is a fair point. My the goal here of getting maybe some bird babies and eggs going might be hindered by the fact that we didn't plan ahead for bees. The lack of bees could turn into a real problem. We'll see if that turns into a canary in a coal mine type of situation. Gargoyle, thank you for the super chat. Says secret formula: 1,000 aisles, ketchup, and mayonnaise. Well, Thousand Island is one of those dressings where I listen. I want to like it. I really do. I'm not mad at it. I don't dislike it, but like, I don't know. I can't get used to it. The thing that I do love, and all the Americans will be mad at me now. I apologize, my fellow Americans, but I'm not a huge fan of ranch, but I do enjoy like poppy seed dressing. That's really good. Or shit, some of that Indian peanut sauce on salad is like really really good. There's a lot of really good stuff out there actually. For like if you actually like flavor, I like some flavor. Nevertheless, we are waiting for some guests to load up. The link to load up, if you're not in TikTok, is tinyurl.com/DZChats. And if you're on TikTok, you can just hit the guest request button and we'll get you into the conversation. I'm going to double check real quick the link because Fatima was having so much trouble connecting. I was like, is the link giving her trouble or what? I'm going to just connect with my phone and no Wi-Fi. I was using it earlier this morning. It didn't seem to have any problems. So we'll see. Connected in on my phone. Seemed to connect just fine. Oh, and Fatima's back. Okay, cool. That reminds me though, I do need to open up my screen share. That's probably why they're leaving, because she's expecting to see someone's face right away, and I don't have my face being sent to her. Give me a second. I'll send the preview of the live over to Fatima. Maybe she's confused. She's expecting to see like a preview of the live stream. All right, I'll send this over. All right, Fatima, if you're coming back, you should see when you get here, you should see a preview of the live stream, and maybe that'll be enough to alleviate some of your connection problems. I don't know. Oh well. We do have some more super chats to go through though, so we'll grab some super chats. From Real Marcus Holloway says, "Nice ceiling. Are they trying to show us God? Well, maybe. Um, if you're just gonna turn on like your camera to show us the ceiling, I don't know why. What are we doing here, right? Like you can just not put your camera on, right? And then no harm done. Like you're good to go. But yeah, it is what it is, right? I think we've got a couple more super chats and maybe Fatima coming back. Singer Soul says, ravioli, give me the formuli. Formuli. Formuoli. There we go. I think we got that. I would love to hear the formula. Listen, if I found a reliable formula for like actually uh like getting some sort of entity, whether it's God or not, to answer my prayers, fuck man, you'd never hear the end of it. I'd spend all my time praying. I would have 21st. I would like go sleepless for a month, just fucking having praying live streams. Although to be fair, if there is a formula for prayer that will like get all your prayers answered, I suspect that you could like if you knew the formula, you can do one blanket prayer. Like I pray that everyone who has cancer is immediately healed. Oh, you get a lot of work done that way. Like this one fell swoop, right? I don't know if you need to like necessarily know the names of every single every single person who needs healing. That would be cumbersome. That would be really cumbersome actually. Um we'd have to entreat the help of our televangelist friends most likely to get that done. And Fatima is dropping in and dropping out. I have no idea what's going on with Fatima. Godless engineer, good to see you, buddy. Godless says I loathe TikTok Studio, and you know what, Godless, you're not alone. You're not alone. TikTok Studio is a nightmare. It's just it's such a bad piece of software that we're stuck with. We can't do much about it until I don't know the powers that be at TikTok USA figure out how to vibe code better software. They don't even have to write good software anymore. That's the problem, right? Like it used to be like in the old days, you had to write a lot of software from scratch. You had to know like a lot of languages. Fuck, they gotta do none of that anymore. They should, if they want to add a feature that's like, hey, Claude, read my code base and help me integrate a new, you know, a new feature. I need a new button here. That's not hard to do. You can get that done in a couple minutes. Or maybe they just don't want to pay anyone. Oh, my sound is muffled. The African gem. Is my sound muffled for y'all? I do have it going through a filter, so if it's muffled because of my filter, I can unfilter it if that's being a problem. I just do it to drown out some of the background noise. Like I've got an air conditioner running, so a little bit of noise filter typically will take care of that. You know. Dylan, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says I was reading Second Maccabees and found a cool metal band name in 334 involving Heliodorus flogged by heaven. Rock hard for Doug, and that is a fantastic translation of that passage. Actually, in fact, for those who don't, y'all, if you have not read the Maccabees, I don't know what you're waiting for. The Maccabees, just read at least Maccabees 1 and Maccabees 2. They can get lengthy, but they're fun. Like there's um, uh, intrigue and war and deception, people usurping powers and authorities. It's a pretty wild. It'd make for a good drama. It'd be a good movie. But the verse says, and see that you have. Oh, I'm sorry. Give me a second to put it on the screen. My apologies. We'll throw it up here. There we go. And see. Is it going to scroll? Oh, try this again. Guess it didn't want to scroll. Okay. Well, all right then. I'll have to adjust. I'll have to adjust this. It should say, and see that you who have been flogged by heaven report to all the people the majestic power of God. Having said this, they vanished. Actually, maybe what I need to do is on the overlay. Let me just clear the cache. See if that takes care of ours. Oh, it doesn't. That's interesting. I'm sending literally just a copy of my web browser over to the screen, and it wants to send something completely different to the screen. It's pretty wild. I haven't seen that one yet. That's a new problem to have. What a wild time. That is interesting. Hmm. It's funny when you're testing out new software and like everything works, and then like later you're like, okay, I think everything's good. Let's run a live stream, and then you run a live stream, and you're like, and then nothing's like working, and you're like, I don't know what broke y'all. It was working literally 30 minutes ago, and now it's doing some random stuff that I had like Matthew 4:24-35 is not the verse that I typed in to show you guys. Oh boy. Well, at least our notepad projector works. We'll take care of the web browser projector next. I'll have to go old school and put the old web browser function back in. William Rogers, actually, we got Midwest in the guest box. We'll grab Midwest here in a second. William Rogers, thank you for the super chat, friends. Is reading about Ahmadiyya. It's a continuation of Islam, like Christianity is to Judaism. Its founder is considered the second coming of Christ, who survived the crucifixion and traveled to India after. What? There's a cult
You've spoken
that
you've
thinks.
spoken to multiple people from it before.
Oh,
I came up.
maybe I didn't
I
hear
would
the
come up and be
name.
like, this is like Mormonism to Islam. Just look up Ahmadiyya. It's like an Indian sect or an Indian cult.
That's wild. Huh. I'm gonna put that in my browser for later. I gotta check that one out. Let's see. That's Ahmadiyya. Okay, I'll check them out. Started in 1889. Okay, I'll check it out. I do listen. Here's the deal. Jesus did it. Muhammad did it. A lot of people did it. They started new religions that were based on older religions, and then they deceived people, right? Christians, they can't get mad that Joseph Smith did it, and then the Mormons did it, the Jehovah Witnesses kind of did it, Islam did it. Christianity was the originator of, hey, let's take this religion and claim that like we're part of that religion, and we're just going to modify a couple things, take a little things out, take a few things, put some stuff in. Let's get Midwest up in here. I think I've spoken to Midwest before. I have to double check, but anyways, Midwest maybe is even from the Midwest. We'll see. How you
Can
doing,
you hear
Midwest?
me?
Are you driving? I can hear you,
I'm
but it
good.
sounds like you're
I'm a
driving.
fan. I didn't mean to come up. I was trying to tap the screen and share. I am. That's why I didn't mean to come
I
up.
appreciate that. I really appreciate it.
You know,
Thanks
sometimes
for
when you're trying
listening
to
and
tap
watching.
and I accidentally hit the request. I was trying to share.
It's true. It's true. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. I love the show, man.
Tapping.
You've really put me on and put me up on knowledge. And everybody listening.
Hey, man, appreciate that. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to. Oops. Sorry, I just unmuted somebody that needed muted. There we go. Sorry, I dropped you there in the middle of the sentence. We're having a little bit of lag, but thanks for watching. Really appreciate that. Remember, tapping is clapping though on YouTube and TikTok. The more likes, hearts, and shares you do during the stream, the more the stream gets pushed out to people that aren't watching, and the easier it is for us to get guests. Although TikTok's not really pushing the stream out like they normally do, because probably I got a million violations on my account last week. But you know how TikTok is. Sometimes you literally just like restart, just like restart your session, and it'll pump it out to some new people. So it's just one of those. It's one of those weird things where, like, I don't know, it's frustrating, but there's always a workaround. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can always find something to work around. Not a big deal. And we've got a super chat from Evil Banana Wind. Hey, good to see you, Evil Banana Wind. And Evil Banana says, y'all ever insert Christian holiday advertising materials in your mailbox? What's stopping all us atheists from doing the same, but with QR code to Justin's stream if we can coordinate it? Well, nothing's stopping y'all, by the way. Prevent you from doing it either. Oh, I refreshed my browser, and now I see Fatima in the guest queue. She might have been here the whole time. Maybe both of us needed to refresh our browsers. That happens sometimes when you're using some browser-based software. So let me grab Fatima here from the queue, and we'll get the thing going. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome in, Fatima. How you doing?
So I can't see you at all. My screen is just black. Is there any way I can like see your face?
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I refreshed the browser, the screen display that goes to you turned off. You should see it now.
Oh, my my gosh, I see myself in you.
Yeah,
Hello.
you should see both of us. Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
Yeah, I can't complain.
I feel that.
Yeah. So, are you at least 18? Because we can't talk to kids.
I am over 18, believe it or not.
You know what? I believe it. I believe it. You look right around that age though, so you have to check. You have to make sure.
Thank you.
And do
I'm
you
flattered.
do you believe in the Bible God?
I do.
Okay, very good. So we got a believer here. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt on the screen?
I disagree.
Okay. Um, have you read much of the Bible?
I have.
Okay. Have you read much of the Old Testament or what you would call the Old Testament?
Yeah, I've read it. I think I could always learn more and do more though, so I'm not like educated in the max capacity if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah, it does make sense. Also, for anyone listening, I can hear the guest really well. Let me know if y'all have trouble hearing her, and I'll make sure to turn it up
Okay,
on y'all's
sounds good.
streams. Um, sounds good on TikTok. Okay, you have to let me know y'all on YouTube if she sounds good. But sometimes I forget if just because I can hear you doesn't always mean the audience can hear you very clearly. So I think that the God of the Bible is kind of a degenerate pervert to me. Um, would you like to hear some of my reasons for why I think that's true?
Yeah, I'd appreciate if you vouched your claim.
Yeah, that's no problem. So I started to talk to a prior guest that turned out not to actually be a real guest about like the very beginning of the Bible. I think the Bible like literally opens up in Genesis chapter 2 with God like being like super cringy. Like so you've probably read in Genesis where it says they were naked and not ashamed at the end of the creation account, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be assumed based on the wording in the text that it is in fact shameful to be naked, right?
So you're saying they were naked and unashamed. So you're implying that the inverse of that would be that if they weren't naked, they would be ashamed. Is that what I'm understanding?
No. What I'm saying is, based on what we know from the Bible, it is shameful to be naked, and that's why the Bible says that they were naked but not ashamed. Meaning, it was shameful, but they just didn't know any better. They didn't know right from wrong yet, so they weren't ashamed of it. So it would seem to me that God created them in a shameful state without telling them, but was like also like hanging out with two naked, shameful people.
Yeah, I don't agree with that that interpretation of that scripture at all.
Sure.
And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'd be happy to expound. So when I read Genesis 2, well, not Genesis, just Genesis 2, but when he created man and woman and they were naked and unashamed. I think the point of that was to indicate life before sin, and that life before sin meant that we could be fully exposed and vulnerable with everything that we were without having the reality of shamefulness or a covering needed to hide parts of us. Does that make sense?
Maybe so. You're saying it's a metaphor.
No, I'm saying it literally happened, but I think there's also metaphorical power in it.
Well, I'm not as much if you think it literally happened, I'm not sure I'm as much interested in, like, the metaphorical secondary meaning. I would be interested in, like, the primary meaning of it.
I think the primary meaning of it is metaphorical in that it shows that God that before sin entered the world, we were naked and unashamed. I don't think nakedness was something shameful before sin came into play
So, why would it say that they were naked and unashamed?
because the emphasis is on the shame. There was no shame before sin entered the world. When sin entered the world, shame took on a different meaning.
Right, yeah, exactly. Shame is something that wasn't in the world yet because they didn't know right and wrong. If you have no right and wrong, you can't have shame, right?
No, I think they did know right and wrong. They were created with the capacity to make a choice, and that choice led to a fall in our humanity. So I
But
don't agree that they were unaware of right and wrong.
but they hadn't eaten from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right? The knowledge of good and evil would be akin to right and wrong, would it not?
I think eating the tree, um, well, Actually, I mean, let me think about that for a second. So when I considered that they ate the tree, they were able to eat from any of the trees, but God had to create a condition in which they were able to freely choose him. And so whether or not they were aware, I don't think the point is that they were aware of whether it was right or wrong. Like I don't know that that is as important as the fact that they still made a choice to trust something that wasn't God.
But I'm not actually concerned about the original sin part of this passage. I'm concerned that God put them in a state of shamefulness. They didn't know any better, and God was down there just being like doing voyeurism.
But you're assuming that they didn't know any better.
But it says they didn't.
What's your evidence for that?
They didn't know right from wrong,
According to what?
according to the text.
Well,
Genesis
according to
3.
when I look, yeah, so when I look at Genesis, I think 3, when the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some of it and ate it. The point wasn't that, so she looked at it and she thought that it had gave an opportunity to expound her wisdom, but that showed that she had a lacking of, oh, she had a lacking of just trust in that what she had was enough. There became this moment where there was a temptation that it looked greater than what she currently had, and so she chose to consume it. I don't
Yep.
think I think
Hmm.
I don't think it's the lack of knowledge that was the issue. I think it's the desire for more that was the issue.
But I'm not talking about the fruit. I don't care about the fruit. What I'm saying is they didn't know good and bad yet until they ate the
But
apple. It says after they ate the apple, God says, "See, the humans have become like us, knowing good and evil." So prior to eating, they did not know good and evil yet. That's something that came about after eating the fruit.
okay, I see what you're saying. I think I can understand why you argue that. But I think the problem I have with that is whether or not they did know good and evil, they still had a choice. And I mean, if you know that what God said to you is the right thing to do, then you do know good and evil because you
But,
at the very least know good, and by
but
implication you would know what the evil is.
well, no, you don't know what good is because they didn't know good until they ate from the tree. It's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So they don't have knowledge of good.
Yeah, but then that would indicate that they were inherently neutral. Is that what you believe?
It would indicate that they had no idea that what they were doing was bad. But again, my point is not actually about original sin. I think that's an entirely different topic. My point is that God purposely created them in a shameful state, a state that He deemed to be shameful, and then He was like wallowing in it. He was just down there hanging out with these naked humans. Why?
But why do you think it's shameful to be naked
Because
in
God
this
made it that way.
context? Huh?
Because God made it that way.
When?
He decided that it was going to be shameful. That's why he has all the laws in Leviticus chapter 18 and 20 about not looking at the nakedness of your sibling, the nakedness of your father, so on and so forth.
I see. So I think the original design argument or the original sin um concept is really important for this because I believe that nakedness and shame were not um correlatory before the fall, before they ate of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And so
Okay.
I think our basis for argumentation right now is just totally different because I don't think it was a shameful thing for them to be naked.
Okay. So after then they ate from the fruit, you would expect then that God would not cause human beings to be naked because after the fall it was shameful.
I think it was shameful on the basis of human beings. I don't think that God necessarily looked at it and said, "I'm ashamed of you for being naked." Like
But
my understanding of shame, I don't think God projects shame onto humanity is what I'm saying.
right, but what I'm saying is that at some point God decided that it's going to be shameful to be naked, right?
No, I think we decided that because God is not someone that God if God is not inherently sinful, how is he able to project shame onto humanity?
So I just want to be clear here. Humans didn't decide that like it would be shameful to be naked. God did
Why do you think that?
because the Bible said so. There's not a human in the Bible that created any of these laws. These laws were all created by God.
Okay, so I guess the thing I'm struggling to wrap my mind around is so I don't believe shame comes from God. I don't, because in Romans it says that we are no longer condemned by God. Like we don't, what's the verse? There is therefore no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. That's my belief. And so I have a hard time reconciling or connecting shame to God imposing the shame. Rules, laws, and shame are not necessarily correlatory. So can you explain why you would believe that?
Yeah, because when you disobey a law, you're guilty and you would have shame upon you. The problem isn't that God is like shaming people. The problem is that he decided that being naked was wrong. And when you do what's wrong, it's considered shameful.
Okay, so I'll give you some context. I'm Middle Eastern. I grew up in a very shame-based culture. Shame and guilt are two different things. Shame says I am bad, and guilt says what I did was bad. Shame produces an identity that is riddled with lies about who you are. Like if I were to go murder someone, I don't know, like take it to the nth degree, an extreme thing. If I were to say I did this terrible thing, it's different than saying I am this terrible thing as a result of what I did. You're attributing your identity to the shame or to the action as opposed to being someone who made a poor choice. And so
Right. But
I don't,
I
yeah,
don't think any of this semantic distinction has anything to do with my argument. My argument is actually pretty simple, which is
which
that
is,
God decides right and wrong, all of it. Humans have
I agree with that.
nowhere in the Bible do humans decide what right and wrong is, and then God later comes and says, "Yeah, I like that." So God decided that it was wrong to see each other naked.
Yeah, I don't see that being the case. I think what happened because the problem that we're running into here is one, it is a semantics issue because guilt and shame are totally different things. Um,
It's
I
not a
think you can stand.
semantic issue. The issue at hand here is, did God decide whether or not it's bad to see each other naked? And according to the Bible, yeah, he gives you direct laws about who you're allowed to see naked and who you're not allowed to see naked, and who he wants to see naked and who he doesn't want to see naked. So I have no
Okay,
idea what we're talking about when we say that human beings invented the idea of being naked around each other being bad, especially because all the surrounding cultures at this time period didn't think it was bad. They were they were doing all kinds of stuff. They had sacred prostitutes in Mesopotamia. I mean, the slaves in ancient Egypt were like worked naked half the time.
uh,
This is strictly something like the Bible says that this is a problem. The seeing the nakedness of others, and it's a problem because I'm telling you it's a problem.
okay, so it's a problem. Then what? I mean, what do we do as a result of that? Let's play it out. Like, if it's a problem, what then?
If it's a problem, then you got to follow the laws, which is why God gave them all the laws to follow in the desert and said, if you break the laws, then you're guilty of breaking the laws, which is in your faith is why Jesus was sent, because you're guilty of breaking the law. And Jesus' sacrifice makes you unguilty, essentially, because his blood covers your sin. It's a whole thing. But the idea is that God did decide what is right and what is wrong. I don't think that's a controversial take, right?
No, I don't know that it is. Um, I don't know that I disagree with you on that. But I don't think that the reason God created laws was out of or evil or malice perception. I
I
mean, what are your
that. I didn't say he created the laws out of malice.
No, I'm asking what your thoughts are on that.
On what?
I'm asking you, okay, so God created these laws. What is wrong about with the laws? Like what is your issue with having laws?
I mean, I got a lot of complaints with the laws, but that's not what I'm complaining about now. My point is, I'm trying to like draw a line in the sand, right? Because you said prior to the fall, it wasn't wrong to be naked around each other, but after the fall, it seems like it was wrong. That's all I'm trying to establish. Was it wrong after the fall, or even after the law of Moses, to be naked around each
Okay,
other?
let me try to answer it clearly so that we can both just get a basis of understanding for what we're trying to communicate. I think it was not wrong before the fall to be naked. I don't think shame was a thing before the fall. I think when sin entered the world, who we were was essentially stood condemned because we made poor choice. We made the choice to eat from the fruit of the tree. And so, yes, nakedness became something sinful given certain contexts outside of after the fall. Is that helpful?
I don't know how this does. All I need to know is after the fall, was it wrong or not wrong to be naked around each other? It's just a yes or no.
Well, it really isn't because it's not that simple.
That's what I need is a yes or no.
Let's say no. Or I mean, sorry, yes. Let's say yes, it is wrong.
Gotcha. Okay. So if it's wrong to be naked around each other after the fall, or even after the laws were given by God through Moses, we would expect that like God wants people to abide by those laws, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if God says that it's wrong to, I don't know, see the nakedness of so and so, or for others to see your nakedness, he said this would be an abomination, be wrong. We would expect then that God wouldn't force those occurrences to happen. Like he wouldn't force people to sin, right?
I can concur with that. Now, where are
Okay.
you going with this?
Well, the reason why I bring it up is like there's a really interesting thing that happens in Isaiah 20. It happens again in First Samuel, I think, chapter 19, and it's just a really strange thing. I don't think a lot of people know about these passages. They're not. I can't say that they're super common passages, but they nonetheless they're in the Bible. It says in Isaiah specifically in chapter 20. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it. In the year that the commander in chief, who was sent by King Sargon of Assyria, came to Ashdod and fought against it and took it. At that time, the Lord had spoken to Isaiah, the son of Amos, saying, "Go and loose the sackcloth from your loins and take your sandals off your feet." And he had done so, walking naked and barefoot. And then the Lord said, "Just as my servant Isaiah has walked naked and barefoot for 3 years as a sign and a portent against Egypt and Cush, so shall the king of Assyria lead away the Egyptians as captives and the Cushites as exiles." To me, this is like a really weird, perverted, performative prophecy that God is like having Isaiah walk around naked just to like prove a metaphorical point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what I think. Would you say the challenge you're kind of having with these scriptures is that it feels a little contradictory?
I mean, it obviously is, contradictory, but that's the whole point of what I'm trying to say with this particular prompt is that God in the Bible tells you there's some stuff that's wrong, you shouldn't do it, and then He does it. He causes it to happen.
Okay, so I don't think that this is an apples to apples scenario. I think Genesis 3 is much different than Isaiah 20. I don't think that they're parallel situations to
I,
compare.
I didn't say they were.
So I didn't imply that you said that they were either, but I'm suggesting that there might be a contextual misinterpretation of one of the two.
But did God ask Isaiah to go around naked?
Yes, but there is a metaphorical emphasis on this, and I think you're taking out of I think you're taking I think you have to understand that the culture during that time too was also heavily metaphorical, and so it made sense to them what was going on in terms of like like he was showing the people like this is what's going to happen and this is a visual of what's going to happen. Like I feel like I don't see an issue with that because it's just, I mean, you'd have to show the laws too. Like, do you know the Levitical laws of
But
nakedness?
yeah, it's in Leviticus chapter 18 and 20. But the point is, if it's wrong to be walking around naked, why would God make somebody do something wrong? Is He not capable of delivering His message without doing something shameful?
So as far as I understand it, the Levitical law is in relation to sexual relationships. Being naked in public, I don't know that that's in Isaiah 20. I don't know that that was sexualized in the same way that Leviticus 18 is discussing nakedness. Those are two not similar situations.
I actually think they kind of are, right? So, for example, when the son of Noah saw his father, Ham, naked, he was cursed. Well, his children were cursed. The whole line of Canaan were cursed. When Adam and Eve were in the garden, the Bible says that they were naked and not ashamed, implying that at some point it became shameful to be naked around people, even if they were your spouse, right? So it seems to be that there's no good reason to think that, like, all of a sudden it's just okay to walk around naked.
Yeah, for Genesis 9, Noah's nakedness when his son see him naked, that's familial dishonoring. In that culture, that was considered extremely inappropriate and dishonoring to the father. I think you have
Mhm.
to consider that in
I
that matter.
I did. Do you think that Isaiah didn't wasn't seen by any of his family members when he walked around naked for 3 years? He
I
had
don't
children
know
too.
Isaiah's familial background.
He already had like 3 children back in chapter 7.
Yeah, but again, the context is different. In this context, he wasn't drunk like Noah was, and he
No,
wasn't the way that Noah was.
no one said that he had to be drunk for it to be shameful.
Oh, yeah, but it's different. I feel like you're conflating these two stories because Noah in the book of Genesis, when Noah is naked, he is drunk and he is in a vulnerable state, and it's extremely dishonoring for the family, for the father to see him that way. It's inappropriate, and that's a cultural thing that happens in that time
Hmm.
frame. When you look at Isaiah 20, yeah, his kids might have seen him. I don't know. I don't know. But whether or not they did see him, this was a choice by a man who was following God's orders or God's command. He was being obedient to what he was being asked of. And he
Yeah, but
wasn't drunk. He was making a choice, a conscious choice.
yes, I'm aware. But my point is nothing to do with that. My point is this: it either is or isn't shameful to be seen by your family, friends, or relatives naked. And it's either yes or no. Either it is or it isn't.
I just don't think it's that simple because okay, like I'm really struggling to have this conversation because I don't come at it the same way that you do. When I look at Genesis 1, I see I or Genesis, I'm sorry, Genesis 3. When I look at Genesis 3, I think it was clearly like I in my head it's very clear that God said they were naked and unashamed, not to condemn them because I think it was just the status of the situation. There was no shame in that experience. Shame didn't enter the picture until after.
When
I'm
did it
sorry, I
become
can't hear you.
shameful? Hold on.
Like you're muted or something.
Yeah, 1 second.
I still can't hear you.
I know. I know.
Okay.
You can hear me now, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry about that. When did it become shameful to be naked? That's what we're trying to figure out.
I don't think it's that God made it shameful. It's that the vulnerability that people experience, the reality that we are broken and messed up in a lot of different ways because of the choices we've made, is what has been. It was what makes us shameful. How would you define shamefulness? Let me ask you that.
So, so being like, if it's shameful to be naked, it just means that you're doing something that is inappropriate. It would bring shame on you. It's a shameful act. It's a bad act that you're choosing to do typically. So the word
Yeah,
shame, the semantics of the word shame have nothing to do with my point. My point is very simple. At some point, it became wrong to allow people just to see you naked. I'm trying to figure out when you think that point was.
I don't. I mean, okay. I don't know when it was. I can sit here and concede to you. I know. I believe that it became shameful to be naked the moment that they ate from the fruit of the tree. Not because God made it shameful, not because it was something that he condemned, but because they ate from the fruit of the tree and they realized they were naked. They realized they were vulnerable. They realized that they had sin in their lives and that they had made a mistake. I think that's the moment. I don't think it has anything to do with God. Now you can go to Leviticus 18 and 20. Those are all about sexual immorality.
Right,
And
but my question is, was it ever wrong to go around naked?
I think it's shameful in terms of the culture, yes, but
No,
I
no,
don't think that
did God ever say that it was wrong to go around naked?
according to you in Leviticus,
I'm asking
the Leviticus,
you.
I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. I don't have that. I don't know. But I do believe that I don't think it was God's fault. Like I don't think that I think we'd still be naked if we were still in the garden and none of us had ever sinned.
But we're
I
not
do
we're
believe
not
that.
we're not in the garden. So in the
You're
same
right. We're
book,
here.
in Isaiah 43, or I'm sorry, 47:3, God himself says that it's naked, it's shameful, right? It says, "Your nakedness shall be uncovered, and your shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will spare no one." So God is telling the Israelites that it's specifically the Judeans that it's shameful to go around naked.
Hmm. Give me 1 second to pull that up.
Mhm.
Okay, I see what I see. I'm reading the scripture right now, and I think it's talking about Babylon. I think because in my head, it's very important to have context. Um, I don't know what your thoughts are. I think you
I
said earlier,
I'm pretty familiar with
huh?
context.
Huh?
I'm pretty familiar with context.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm reading through. I just like from a particular glance. Could you fill me in on the context, please?
Yeah, so in Isaiah 47, this is the period where the Israelites are both kind of, well, the Judeans, not the Israelites, the northern Israelites already got wiped out by the Assyrians. They're basically told that it's time to leave captivity, and God is doing two things. God's going to bless and restore Israel. Also, he chastises them a couple times in the section, but then he's also says he's gonna punish Babylon, right? Because he's done. Babylon has punished Israel. They've been gone for almost 70 years, and it's time for them to come back from Babylon. But also, when you come back from Babylon, I'm going to fuck up Babylon. Like, this is going to be a really bad situation. And so in chapter 47, he's talking about some of the things that he's going to do to the Babylonians because he's got to go, he's got to punish them, he's got to do something. And what he says, "Come down and sit in the dust, virgin daughter Babylon. Sit on the ground without a throne, daughter Chaldea." It's another Chaldeans are another name for the people group. "You shall no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstones and grind meal, remove your veil, strip off your robe, uncover your legs, pass through the rivers. Your nakedness shall be uncovered, and your shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will spare no one." Is that not weird that like God says that like his metaphor for what he's going to do to a people group is expose their nakedness? This could only work if nakedness was somehow kind of shameful.
Okay. Okay. I hear what you're saying. At least I think I do. So I I think that let me gather my thoughts for a second.
Justin,
So
she's
when I
breaking up.
read, huh?
Yeah, I know. Her connection is really crackly, and I don't know why. Um, it, it might be something on my end. I don't know.
It could help if she
I'm
turns off the camera.
I don't know. Your audio Ems is very good.
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know. We can try. I can
Fatima,
try it real quick. Give me a
try
second.
to turn off the camera. It could help.
We'll see if it's.
Is
I,
it
And by
I
okay
the way,
now?
I've got
eh,
power
do
over
you
the
mind if
camera,
I
so I,
just, because I'm dying of curiosity, Fatima, why is your name Fatima?
I grew up Muslim and converted to Christianity when I was 12.
Ah,
That's my
do
parents.
you mind?
Yeah, is that
Do you mind? Do you mind if I ask which country you're in? Because I have a suspicion.
I'm in the United States now.
You were like, which country in the Middle East were you from?
Oh, I was born in Syria.
Ah, okay, okay.
All your questions have been answered.
Yes, I was just curious because I don't see
Awesome.
many Christian Fatimas. It's fine though. Thank you.
I know it's the lore is crazy. Anyway, so you can hear me all right now, right?
I mean it's crackly. I can make it out.
I'm so sorry.
It's probably not on your end. Don't worry about it. So anyways, like I'm trying to get to a very clear point, right? Which is at some point God decided that it is shameful to go around naked, and then he both asked people to go around naked and then caused them to go around naked. And it seems to me like he's contradicting say his own values.
Hang on, can you hear me all right now?
Why did I lose her? Y'all, she's talking. I can't hear her for some reason.
Wait, you
Let
can
me check
hear
that.
me? Do I exist?
Oh, there we go.
I exist now?
You do exist, yeah.
I'm
So,
so glad.
yeah,
Can
you
you
exist
repeat
now. Don't
what you
worry.
said? I missed it.
You're good now. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm the whole time I'm just trying to get to a point where we agree or disagree that God did indeed decide that it's going to be shameful to be naked. Because if God thinks that it's shameful to be naked, and He certainly does, it's weird that He's causing situations where people are, going around naked.
Yeah, so here's what here is my definitive point. I don't think nakedness is sin. I think there is shame in the way that we pursue nakedness in our lives. So, and let me expound upon that. So, when you have so let's say you get married and like you're naked and unashamed with your partner. I don't think that that's shameful. Depending on the circumstances or situations, obviously. I think when you look at Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, the nakedness had a purpose. When you look in Genesis, before the fall, the nakedness has a purpose. I think the I think I think you want a very literal answer and you want to concrete yes or no. I don't think it's that simple for me. I can't cut it even in that way because nakedness for me is more than just the act of being unclothed. It goes far beyond that. Is that does that feel like an answer that
But
I don't know.
my my point has nothing to do with the word shame. I think you're getting hung up on the word shame. My point is very clear. It's either right or wrong to purposely allow people to see yourself naked. That's all I need to know.
It is okay to see people naked depending on the context.
When? What's the context?
If you're married and you have a healthy relationship with a spouse, you're going to see them naked. I mean, I don't think that that's a wrong thing. I
Okay,
don't
what
think
if you're not
nakedness is
married?
sinful. Huh?
What if it's what if you're not married?
Then I believe it's sinful if you're engaging in intercourse outside of marriage.
I didn't say intercourse. I said being naked.
Okay, if I'm naked and I'm hanging out with a girlfriend and we're trying on clothes, like neither of us are attracted to each other, I don't care. I mean, gym locker rooms, I've been naked in front of girls. Like
Okay,
it's not that deep.
what if it's a person of the opposite sex?
I don't
And what
feel
if it's somebody of
comfortable
the
with that.
opposite sex?
I have a friend who's in the army who's naked in front
Okay.
of girls all the time, and it's not that deep.
And is it wrong?
Given the context, I don't believe it is. I mean, he has to change somewhere. When you're looking for a shower in the military, you don't really care who sees you. When I'm
I
changing in the locker room in front of a girl, I don't care who sees me.
What if he was naked for 3 years?
You mean Isaiah?
No, your military friend that was naked looking for a shower. What if he was naked for 3 entire years? What then?
I'd be a little concerned about his mental health. I
Why
mean,
would you
I
be
don't
concerned about his mental health?
because if you're in the military and can't afford clothes, I think there's a deeper issue, but I don't think that's a parallel
But
situation to
would it be
this.
wrong?
I
But
mean,
would it be wrong?
societally it'd be embarrassing, but if he's not I
To
mean, and there's laws
God, would
against
it
it.
be wrong to God?
Depending on what he's asking for, possibly.
Would it be wrong to
If God
God
has
is what I'm
called this
asking.
if God has called this man to be naked for 3 years, all power to him. I don't think God would think it's wrong. It's a conviction at that point.
That you're not going to follow me into what God says in the Bible. God says that it's shameful to be naked. Obviously, you don't agree with God. That's fine. I'm going to flip to a verse that might be something that maybe you and I could more easily agree on. Nakedness, I guess, was just the wrong topic for this. Do you
Hmm.
think that sexual assault is always wrong?
Absolutely.
Is there any exception to it?
Depends what. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. You'd have to bring it up the verse that you're referring to.
But you don't think so? You think
No,
there's
I
like
mean, I
a
mean, yes, it's
context that makes
obvious.
sexual assault okay?
Bro, first of all, let me backtrack. I just like no, I obviously don't believe it's right, but I don't know where you're going with this is what I'm saying.
No, you don't have to know where I'm going. I just need to know if it's wrong.
Yes, I believe taking advantage of another person in the form of sexual impropriety or whatever or abuse is wrong. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know
Are
any
there like
situation where it'd be
exceptions?
right.
Okay. Would it be right if, like, I don't know, a president did it or a king?
No.
Would it be right if, like, God caused it to happen?
Well, God would not cause it to happen, but if he did,
Sure about
no, it would
that?
not be right. I am very sure, and I'd love to see your evidence.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, there's quite a few passages that talk about this. We've got Isaiah 13:16, and there's also Zechariah 14:2. I'll grab all of them, and then we're also probably going to want to look at Second Samuel chapter 12, which is a bit of a doozy. I'll put it on the screen though. So
Hmm.
in Isaiah, God's really mad at those Babylonians. He fucking hates the Babylonians. And part of what he's going to do to the Babylonians, he says their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. And this is what God says he's going to have done to them by power of the Medes. He says, see, I'm stirring up the Medes against them who have no regard for silver and do not delight in gold. So God is like, I'm going to bring the Medes to punish these motherfuckers, and they're going to rape your women. It seems like God's causing a situation where women are going to get raped.
Um, what verse are you on?
Isaiah 13:16 and 17.
Okay, let me get there.
Sure.
You just shared the context, right?
Yeah. It's to the Babylonians. God's pissed. Doesn't like the Babylonians.
Okay, give me 1 second. Do you know a whole lot about the Babylonians? The group
Yeah.
that could you share a bit about them?
Yeah, there are two different kingdoms. There's the original Babylonians. This kingdom is the Neo Babylonians. It's the last kingdom that ruled in Mesopotamia. It went this way. It was the Assyrians and the Babylonians, and then the Syrians, and then the Babylonians again. And then after that, the Babylonian Empire was basically done, and the Medes and the Persians took over. The Babylonians are the people who really loved like sacred prostitution. They loved Lord Marduk. They had like a whole pantheon of deities like Anu and Ki and Inanna and Ishtar, and they believed in ritual sacrifices just like the Hebrews did. They gave animals of all variety, sacrificed them to their gods, and they had similar rituals. They had like scapegoat rituals where they would, kill a sheep and place the sins on it and go cast it into the desert. They were pretty typical ancient Near Eastern people.
Okay. Yeah, I got to it. And could you remind me what your question is about it?
Yeah,
Or your
well, it seems
claim?
odd to me that God here is saying He's going to punish these people, and the way He's going to punish them is He's going to bring an army against them and have them plundered, killed, and raped.
Okay, I see. And you think God is allowing them to or allowing the people to get raped?
That well, yeah, He says that.
Okay, no, I'm just asking for clarity. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah, yeah.
refuting you.
Mhm,
Okay, so I mean, if I'm being honest with you, I don't have a good framework. I'd love to like listen to hear like, but I don't have a lot to like. I don't know a lot about this chapter, so I don't necessarily feel super confident in talking about this. Not because
mhm.
I don't, not because I disagree with it or feel like it's right. I don't. All I under from what I'm understanding of it, it just like it seems like God allows it. I don't know that he causes it though, and it's really
He
sad
says,
that it had to happen.
I'm stirring up the Medes against them, meaning I'm stirring up the army to come and fuck them up.
Okay. You are worn out.
Like if
Yeah,
God's stirring up the army to come and attack them, it seems like whatever the army does is, and God knows it's going to happen. That just seems like he's okay with what's going to happen.
yeah, I honestly I appreciate you bringing this up. I've never actually seen this one. Um
Yeah,
yeah,
want
it's
to do
kind
another
of
one?
sad. Huh?
Want to
I'm
try another?
sorry.
Want to try another
Sure,
one?
go ahead. Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
we talked about
never
this
like
one. Yeah, it happens. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that women or children or anyone that are war captives, do you think that they have the power of consent?
like what do you mean in general or just during war times?
No. Like if someone goes to war and kidnaps a bunch of women because they're like, I don't know, they're women, and then they take them back to camp, and the dudes are like, "Hey, I like that one." Do the women have consent in that situation or no?
I don't think so.
Because they're captives, right?
Like they just have to do what they say, like the person says to keep them alive, basically. I is how I'd imagine it
Yeah,
going.
yeah, you're 100% right. That's what it's like
Is
being a
that
captive, right?
what you would think?
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with you actually. Mhm. The problem is in Deuteronomy 21. See,
Hello?
God says, "Yeah,
Are you still there?
yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Bro,
But you
I
can't hear
cannot
me?
hear you if you're talking.
I'm what? Talking right at you. Oh no.
Do, do, do.
Okay. Well, let me do something real quick. Then maybe
Are you still there, bro?
I am 100% here. I'll just refresh my microphone real quick. 1 second. That's weird.
You have disappeared. I'll just stay here till you come back.
I've disappeared. Fuck, I'm running the session. Okay. Well, I'll just do what we always do. I guess I'll recycle the fucking browser. I might have to pop out my guest room in a separate window. I might be putting the browser through too much work. I need like 2 browser windows to handle all the data that I'm passing. We'll find out. I'm just gonna refresh it and find out though.
Everybody tapped alive until
Hello?
Justin is back from wherever he went.
All right, we had a refresh there. Hopefully that solved it. We'll see what happens. Let's see if Fatima can hear me now. Can you hear me, Fatima? Oh, sorry, she's muted. Try again, Fatima. Oh, now she's gone. Oh, we almost got to Deuteronomy 21. I was really hoping to get her opinion on Deuteronomy 21. It's a tough one, and I kind of got the impression that she might address it honestly, based on what she was saying about consent. But I don't know. I guess she had to drop. I did find out, by the way, Ems, why the audio is crackling.
Why?
It was the same reason back when. Remember when all of us started using Video Ninja? It's the same thing that we had in Video Ninja is a kind of a problem now, which is it's sending audio through the soundboard, and then when you put somebody into like a scene, so you can show them on screen, it duplicates the audio, and it like fights. The 2 audio streams are fighting each other to see who can capture the hardware and use it. So I'm gonna have to go in and disable audio from all the scenes. We don't need scene audio. That's why we have mixers. You know what I mean? We don't need.
Fair enough.
Fatima came back though.
Huh?
Welcome back, Fatima. Hopefully you can hear
Well,
me this
yeah.
time.
I don't know what it is, bro. It's like my Wi-Fi or one of our Wi-Fi's just stinks. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, something goofy is afoot. It's probably on my end. Don't worry about it. But we can hear you. I can hear you at least. I'm sure can hear you.
Yay!
I can, yes.
So I think we'll be okay. Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, I
we're
just
gonna work through it.
okay, we're just gonna suffer through it.
We're right. So I was gonna read you Deuteronomy 21. Deuteronomy 21 is a bit of a doozy, and this is instructions from God to Moses about going to war. So he says, there we go. When you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. So you bring her to your home, bring her home to your house. She shall shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house for a full month, mourning for her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband. She shall be your wife. But if you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free and certainly not sell her for money. So this is interesting. God gives permission to the Israelites to kidnap. This is not the only time it happens, but he gives them, permission to kidnap the women in war, and if they want to turn them into war brides, like he's all for it.
Yeah, I see that. Um,
But like
I don't have.
we would
Uh-huh.
understand in the modern times that like a woman who's captured in war can't really consent.
Yeah. Like I think it gives me a lot to work through and learn. I mean, I honestly don't have a good answer for you. I've never like researched this and I don't want to avoid like the conversation, but I honestly just know like I've never noticed this and I'm sorry that I'm not well equipped to respond, but I mean, I can't guarantee that like I don't love reading that if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either. In fact, the first time I read this law, I was a Christian, and I didn't like it either. I thought
Can
it was
I
horrific. I was like, why would God give this kind of a law?
Yeah, I am curious. I mean, do you mind sharing like your conversion? I don't know if you'd call it a conversion, but from Christianity to atheism. I'm just like I just recently ran upon your uh content and I haven't seen a video on that. You might have one, but I'm just very like curious.
Yeah. So I used to be Christian. I was Christian for about 2 decades. I was in ministry for probably about 10 years, and for me, the thing that drove me away from the religion is because I studied the Bible, and it turned out that the Bible wasn't true. So I was like, oh well, if the Bible's not true, then I guess the religion's not true either. I still believed in God for a while after that. I was like, well, just because Christianity is not true doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. And then I did some thinking on that, and I came to a different conclusion eventually. Eventually, I came to the conclusion actually there's not really good reason to believe in God. I was just kind of believing in God because it was like a remnant of my past self. So now I don't.
Yeah, I see. I mean, thank you for sharing that. Was
Mhm.
there like I mean, what kept you in it for so long?
Well, I mean, I was raised in a culture where everyone believed it, and to me, I thought if it was true, it would probably be like the most important thing ever. Like if God wrote a book and like sent his son to the earth, and like you could learn about it, you could study it, there's like knowledge and wisdom dedicated to humanity from God. I just thought, well, it seems like probably about the most important thing you could do. Your afterlife, if your afterlife is forever, and your
Mhm.
real life is temporary, it seems like you want to make sure that your afterlife is the good one. Like that's the thing you need to focus on. So that's why I took it seriously, because it was the only thing that made sense.
Mhm. But then it ended up not making sense, right?
Yeah, basically, the Bible unfortunately was not able to handle scrutiny.
Uh-huh. Was there a particular piece of scrutiny that really kind of, for lack of a better word, like dug the final nail in or something like that?
I think so. Yeah, for me, I think the final nail in the coffin, and still the topic I talk about the most, probably the final nail in the coffin for me was once I realized that because I studied the Old Testament a lot, became pretty obvious that Jesus wasn't the Messiah, like not even remotely close to what the Messiah was allegedly supposed to be according to the Hebrew Bible. And once you get to the point where Jesus is not the Messiah, like, well, Christianity is just kind of dead in the water. That's like the whole shtick. The whole shtick is that Jesus was predicted in the Hebrew Bible. He came, he did a bunch of stuff that was predicted that statistically is improbable or impossible, and then he rose from the dead and whatnot. So once I realized he actually didn't fulfill even one prophecy from the Hebrew Bible, I was like,
Mhm.
oh, he's just a fraud. Okay.
Yeah, I can understand how that makes sense. I mean, I have a hard time with conversations about the Old Testament. One, because I'm just not as studied on it, and two, because I don't know how to put this in a way that's like really kind, so I'm just gonna say it. But I'm like, I feel like my faith hinges on whether or not Jesus rose again from the grave, and if he did, then like my faith rests in that. And so it sounds like you
Why?
don't. I mean, obviously you don't believe in that. So but I feel like I'm like, everything else, I'm like, I really don't care. Like if Jesus truly rose again from the grave, then I'm going to like die on that hill because that's
Why?
everything to me.
Why though? Why is that everything? That's like a meaningless data point. There's so many people in history who have claimed to rise from the dead. Even in the Hebrew Bible, there are people who rise from the dead. It doesn't mean that they're gods. In fact, the Hebrew Bible in Deuteronomy 13 says that God's going to send false prophets that are going to lead them astray by worshiping another name and by not following the law, and that they're going to basically be doing signs and wonders. Seems to me like if
Yeah.
Jesus is anything, he's literally just a false prophet that God sent, and it really fucked up the Jews. Some of them fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, so I think that's a really good question to ask, like why. Um, Part of it, one is it's experiential, it's anecdotal. And two, I would say, I mean, I believe there's historical evidence, but ultimately, like that's
What?
not going to convince you, and I'm not here to convince you. And so I guess like for me, a lot of it has to do with I think Jesus is like one of the most controversial figures out there. And so whether he's a real prophet or not, whether he's God or not, like he's he's something. And so whether he was just a man, like that's still something. And so I feel like there comes a point where like you have to decide like Jesus is either something or nothing to me, and that's going to be how you dictate like how I've dictated my life. And so I share that because like I made a lot of sacrifices for the faith, for choosing Jesus because my family rejected me as a result. I grew up in a really negative environment, and so it the experiences escalated tremendously when I told them I was Christian, and they are Muslim, and so Islam and Christianity doesn't mesh well together, as I presume you
Oh,
know.
I know about that. I know about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and so they, for lack of a better word, disowned me, and I don't have relationship with them now, and so I like there's been a lot of hard moments, but I'm someone who like faith, like if I believe this, I am going to die on this hill, and I want you to prove me wrong because I really care about my beliefs. And it's like it's that, but it's also like it's part of who I am. It's part of my experiences. Um I experience like I feel like this might be hard to wrap your mind around because it doesn't sound like something like you see in the Bible, but like I experienced a love from God as father that really changed who I was and who I am today. Like it's part of who I am. And I can't I mean there's
Well,
nothing I can
I
do. Yeah.
I believe that you feel that. The question is whether or not Jesus is who he says he is, and he's just not. He claims that he's fulfilling prophecy. He didn't. He claims that he's the Son of Man from Daniel 7. He's not. Right? The fact that people think he rose from the dead to me is completely irrelevant. If the guy lies about the Hebrew Bible, I don't have a good reason to believe that God also rose him from the dead and said that he's going to be the Messiah after he did all that lying. That to me, that's putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah, but I disagree with you. I believe he was the son of man. He said in the book of John, I think, that before Abraham was, I am. I mean, I
So
believe he fulfilled prophecy and
like
um
what?
like what well, I'm curious to hear what he didn't fulfill while I look up what he
I
did fulfill.
told you all of them. Every prophecy that's listed in the New Testament, Jesus either didn't fulfill it, if you just go back and read it, or it's not really a prophecy. In fact, you'll find there are dozens of prophecies in Matthew and John that Jesus claimed to have fulfilled, but it wasn't actually even a prophecy. Right? So, like John 13:18 is a famous example. I bring out John 13:18 quite a bit. I'll show it to you. Jesus is himself giving you a prophecy, and he's clearly out of his mind. And the prophecy is about the betrayal by Judas. And he says, I'm not speaking of all of you in terms of who's going to betray him. I know whom I've chosen, but it is to fulfill the scripture. So he's saying, hey, this thing has to happen to fulfill the scripture. The one who ate of my bread has lifted his heel against me. Okay, cool. So there should be a prophecy, about somebody eating bread and then betraying somebody with them in regards to the Messiah, right? We should be able to find that in the Hebrew Bible where it says the Messiah is going to be betrayed by a guy who ate bread with him. Do you think we should be able to find that?
Uh-huh. So Judas, like
Yeah.
you're talking about Judas. So you're saying that sorry, let me think about this. So you're saying that Jesus when he talked about Judas that there should be a prophecy in the Old Testament about him? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what Jesus said. Jesus says that this thing has to happen in order to fulfill scripture. And then he quotes a scripture. And that scripture is the one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. Right. So obviously that is a quote from the Hebrew Bible. And I'm expecting, as a modern day reader, I would expect, okay, cool. I can go to the Hebrew Bible and I can find a quote where a prophet or somebody said that the Messiah was going to be, or the Son of Man, whatever title you want to give him, is going to be betrayed by someone who ate of his bread. Like that would be a reasonable expectation, right?
Would you say that Psalm 41:9 does that? It says, even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is Psalm 41 is not a prophecy. Psalm 41 is King David lamenting about his issues, right? So it's a Psalm of David. It's not even a prophecy, and in fact, he says earlier in the like verse 4 or 5, that he's a sinner. You know what I mean? It's certainly not a prophecy. So if you go, it says, as for me, I said, O Lord, be gracious to me and heal me, for I have sinned against you. My enemies wonder in malice, when will I die and my name perish? And when they come to see me, they utter empty words, so on and so forth. And then we get to the part, verse 9, even my close friend, whom I trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me. Well, listen, this is not a prophecy. This is King David just saying, hey, this is horrible. Listen to me, God. Listen to this horrible stuff that's happened to me. That's not what a prophecy
Mhm.
is. You can't. There's nothing here to be fulfilled.
Yeah, but there's also messianic scriptures in Psalms that I feel like just because
Well,
they're not
why would we
prophetic
think?
inherent, huh?
Why would we think that? Why would we think that they're some kind of quasi prophetic just because the New Testament said so?
Why? I guess I don't know how to answer that. I don't understand what you're asking.
Okay, so this is clearly, anyone who knows like literature and genre, this clearly just not a prophecy, right? It's obviously just a psalm of King David, of which theoretically he did like 70 of them. So I don't have a good reason to open up Psalm 41 and think that this is like a hidden prophecy. There's no good reason to do that. God gave you well over a dozen actual prophetic books that gave actual predictions for the future, including what the Messiah is going to do. That should be the place where you're looking, not these random psalms and just be like quoting them entirely out of context. This is the crazy thing. Is Christians will yell at me about context, and the minute I read one of these passages, all of a sudden the context doesn't mean anything. The fact that the context here is that it's just a psalm of David's lament means literally nothing to a Christian.
Yeah, I think the challenge with that is that the whole point of the Old Testament is to point to Jesus. And so for me,
No,
it
that
doesn't
why would I
feel
think
far
that?
fetched. Huh?
You're starting at the finish line, right? Your
Well, it's because we
conclusion
have
is
the
that the Old
finish
Testament points
line.
to Jesus. No, you don't have the finish line. You think you have the
Well,
finish line
if
because you
Jesus,
haven't read the Hebrew Bible yet.
just because I can't, what makes you think that? I mean, I do read scripture.
But if you read the whole Bible, including the Old Testament, you would know that there were really strict requirements for the Messiah. The Messiah was going to bring all the people back to Israel. He's going to restore the land, the cities. He's going to make them prosperous again. He's going to ward off any evil nation that wants to come in and attack them. He's going to be born from the line of David. He's going to be an actual king on a physical throne in a physical land, and he's going to defeat all of Israel's enemies. There will be a world peace, and literally every Jew on the planet will know the Lord. That's
Yeah,
like
I
word
think
for
that's his
word,
second
almost
coming,
what
is what you're
the
referring
prophecies
to.
say. Well, yeah, you would
Is
say that if he didn't do anything. Yeah, if I came and claimed to be Messiah, didn't do shit, I'd be like, yeah, I'll do it all when I come back. That's what I'd do, obviously.
yeah. I don't
So
know how
what
to
did he do
react
when
to
he was
that.
here? Like
What
what
did
did
he
he
do when he
actually
was here?
accomplish when he was here that would lead me to believe he's just going to do it when he comes back?
He took every wrong, bad thing I did and nailed it to a cross.
No, he didn't. He got killed. He didn't nail anything
Uh-huh.
to a cross.
Well,
God says that no man will die for the sins of another.
yeah, but the man God did.
There's no such thing. In Christianity, you can't have men gods. Those are called demigods, and that's a heresy.
Okay. I
God
mean,
is either a man or he's a god, but he's not a
well, that's
demigod according to Christian
Trinitarianism.
doctrine.
We could debate
Oh, are you not a
Trinitarianism, but I don't think
Trinitarian?
that's what. No, I am. The point is, we could debate it, but I'm not. That's not what I'm here for. I
Right.
believe that Jesus came and he died and he rose again, and yeah, maybe I
But
I don't know the evidence well enough to sit here and give you reasons why to believe it. I just know that everything I've been through would mean nothing if there wasn't a consequence for it.
well, I don't know what that means. What I can say is that yeah, like sometimes you go through stuff in life and there is no consolation prize. Like it's just a lot of bullshit because sometimes life sucks. That's all.
Yeah, and that sounds meaningless to me. I can't live a meaningless life,
No,
man. Like
my
I
life's
can't
not
do that.
meaningless. Listen, just because you can't
Well, I'm
derive
not
meaning from a
calling you
god doesn't mean you can't
meaningless.
derive. No, I'm not saying that you are. What I'm saying is you don't need God to have meaning in life. I have meaning in life. I don't follow a god.
Where do you I guess how what where does that come from for you?
My own brain. So like that's the fun stuff about meaning. Like typically, be honest, most human beings do kind of develop their own meanings, and then they just superimpose it on their God. Now, some people don't. Some people literally can't make decisions for themselves, and then they allow their religion to do it for them. But the reality is, most people already are making up their own meanings, and then once they lose the religion, they realize, oh, well, this is what I wanted to do anyways. I was just superimposing that desire on God. So like you would figure it out. You'd be like, listen, my meaning in life is to I don't know, help the orphans over here, or to have these beautiful children, or fuck, maybe I'll travel and help starving children overseas. I'll dedicate time as a doctor to needy people. There's so many things you could do um, that you don't need a God for. Like you can just figure that stuff out
Yeah, but I don't get what the point of that would be if it's all relative.
because it's true. Oh,
Huh?
you mean the point of like being a good person?
Yeah, I don't know what the point of that would be if it's relative.
I don't know what you mean by relative. The reason why you want to be a good person is because it helps society thrive, and you are part of society. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yeah, but then you die and go nowhere and life meant nothing because you're dead.
So
Why would it
I had
mean
a good time
nothing?
while I was here.
And
I'm
Yeah, what didn't
also,
mean
sorry.
why would it
nothing?
mean nothing? Why would you not
Because
going
it
anywhere at the
ceases
end
to
mean nothing?
exist.
What
It
would mean
ceases to
nothing is
exist.
okay, but what would mean nothing is spending 0. Infinite number of zeros, 1% of your existence in a place. That would make that place and that existence mean nothing. If Earth, your existence on Earth, in a few trillion years, you wouldn't even remember it, then what is the point of living on Earth? because you're going to live for trillions and quintillions and septillions of years. So the few years you're going to spend on Earth mean nothing.
And you're saying if I go to heaven, like this will mean nothing?
If you go to heaven or to hell, you're septillions, an infinite number of time. Your few years on Earth would mean nothing. That is like exactly if you take a snapshot in time of my life, that specific snapshot means nothing to the grand scheme of my life.
That's an interesting point that I haven't really considered. I mean, I guess that's like the point for me though, is like, I don't know. I guess I
Think about
derive
it this way:
meaning.
would you say that your life in heaven means more than your life on Earth?
I don't know. Like that's a good question. I would say, right, I mean, I work towards it. Like
Mhm.
I look forward to that experience.
Mhm.
I don't
Your
know that
entire
it's more
existence on
meaningful.
Earth, your entire existence on Earth is only for you to go to heaven.
I wouldn't say
Which
that.
would
I think
mean that why do you exist on Earth then?
I exist to like display the love of God. I exist because I have
And
purpose
doing so, and you do so because it's going to get you to heaven. Because you just said that if God didn't exist, then nothing you do means anything. So in your head, everything you do, displaying the love of God, is just so you make it to heaven.
No, I don't do it out of a workspace mindset. I do it because I'm loved and I want other people to know that they're loved.
So the same would apply regardless of God.
Yeah, but where do you get your basis of love from? If it's relative to you, then it's relative to everyone.
Love is just a physical process.
Yeah,
Some
I
people
disagree
lack the
with that
facilities to love.
tremendously.
Then you'd have to explain to me why some people lack the facilities to love.
Because love is it's more than just an action and a feel. It's more than just a feeling. It's a choice.
Then why do some
to
people
commit and
lack the ability to? If it's a choice, then why do some people lack the ability to choose so?
Well, I don't agree with that. I feel like everyone has a choice. You'd have to give me an
Yes,
example
but
of
some
someone that
people
doesn't
are
have a
incapable.
choice.
Some people are incapable of displaying love for anybody but
Like a
themselves.
psychopath? Is
Yeah,
that who you're referring to?
For example.
Okay. Let's talk about a psychopath. There's a guy named David Wood who's a Christian apologist who's a psychopath.
Oh
He has
no,
I agree.
we don't care. We don't care
Yeah,
about
but
David
if
Wood.
He
We all know
is
Okay,
he is
we
a
all know
pedophile
the
also.
story of the child rapist turned Christian. We're aware of it.
Okay. I have
We know he's a
5 more minutes
sociopath, and he
before.
still is.
All right,
So
I
a
have
person,
5 more minutes before. I'm sorry, I really have to get to
Go ahead.
work like in like
It's
5
okay.
minutes. So, I guess we can wrap up. I really appreciate you guys
Okay.
bringing stuff up for me
Yeah.
though. Like,
Well, well, we're here, like 3 nights a week. You're always welcome to pop in. And shit, maybe you'll find something in the Bible that I haven't seen, and you can show it to me.
yeah, I think it like offers me a lot of like, oh, I didn't know that. You know what I mean? Like it offers me like things that I can learn and research. So thank you so much for your time.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Fatima,
I
thanks for
appreciate
stopping
it.
by, and have a great one, and best of luck. Okay.
You too. Back at you. Bye.
Well, I missed when she said where she was from, but wherever she's
She said
from,
she's
I hope
from
she's safe.
Syria. But she's in the U.S. So
Converting to Christianity in Syria can be dangerous, right?
Oh yes. Mhm. But I guess she would have left early because she doesn't sound like she has like an Arabic accent. If she left Syria at 12, she would have at least a bit of an accent.
Right.
She doesn't seem to have one. So
Okay. Well, I feel like Ems, I could be wrong. I feel like she's a sincere young lady. It kind of actually, we were talking about a lot of different topics. It kind of actually breaks my heart that she got sucked into this religion. Obviously, I'm happy, more happy that she landed on this one rather than Islam. To be fair, but like, man, it'd be nice if she can get over her fear of not living forever and just hold on to the truth. Maybe she'll come back and we can have some further conversations about why Jesus is a
the whole
fraud.
like
But we'll have to.
The whole like your life is meaningless thing, I don't really get, because like your life on here means nothing if you're gonna live for infinity.
Right. Yeah. Well, the Bible says
If you
that.
have,
In fact, that
yeah,
actually
if you
is
have so many years, I can't even grasp like living for a septillion years and then still having more years to live.
right.
That feels
Yeah,
scary.
this life would be utterly meaningless. You would literally throw this life away just to make sure you went to heaven, which is what
I
Jesus
don't
says.
think you'd
Jesus says
remember
those
it.
who want to keep their life will lose it, and those who I mean, that's true. You wouldn't even remember. The Bible does kind of say that the things of the past won't be remembered once you're in heaven. So, um,
Huh.
anyways, let's grab some super chats, friends, and then we are going to get our next guest in here. We've got a couple of guests waiting to get in. Dame Jared, Bolo Crime, and the Lucky Snorfax. So, those are certainly some names. Okay, Bryce Aroni, my friend, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. I love how they say we made the choice to sin. We ate the fruit. Actually, that's unfortunately not true. We didn't do that. They did that. No, the fuck we didn't. Someone doing something 6,000 years ago has nothing to do with us. This is a Christian gaslighting. Blame the victim. True. But as we talk, when we do our topic, which is Christianity is Stockholm syndrome. Well, I mean, you can see why we say that, and the case is we say it because it's true. Because in order to believe in this religion, you have to defend like super deplorable behavior. It's a rough go out there. And from Sand Sensibility, good to see you, friend. Says if God is the same yesterday, today, and forever, and it's wrong to be naked, God made Adam and Eve run around naked. It doesn't matter if Adam and Eve knew it was wrong. God knew. God is a pervert. That's what I'm saying. Listen, it doesn't matter what they believe, right? What if what they believed was that it was not shameful? Hey, congrats, good for you, right? The problem is that God knew it was shameful, and God put them in that situation. And God shouldn't have put them in that situation. God could have made them in. But remember, God does kill the first animal in Genesis. He kills the very first animal and makes coverings for them. So he knew that it was shameful to be naked. What are you gonna do? I honestly didn't realize we were going to spend 20 minutes fighting on whether or not God thought it was shameful to be naked. I just assumed all Christians knew that. Susie, hey, good to see you, friend. Said, I don't think Wi-Fi Gospel can sit down after you spanked him so hard on Modern Day Debate. I got to be honest, Susie. He was the one who wanted to debate me. He's the one that challenged me to debate. I was like, oh, whatever, sure, we'll debate. And I was like, you can pick the topic, And so I let him pick the topic, and I thought he was going to do some nonsensical philosophy stuff. And then he's like, well, let's do, did Jesus fulfill prophecies? I'm like, oh, you want to come to my turf? It's like, okay. So we went to the debate on Modern Day Debates, and I'm not joking. He didn't address the Bible or prophecies the entire time he was up. He literally ran precept nonsense the entire time. Well, you can't have knowledge of anything. But I'm like, well, okay, well, and I could have got sucked into it. There was like one or two people in the comments that are like, well, you should have cooked him on that. Why? Why the fuck would I do that? The debate was about prophecy. I win by default just by actually addressing the fucking topic. Like, why would I follow him into tag? And bore the entire audience. No one wants to hear tag anymore. It's been dead for a long time. Thank you, Susie, for watching, though. And Hunter Girl, thank you for the super chat, friend. I know you got a lot of flack from the chat for a boring caller. Well, true. I get it. They come for the blood sport, but sometimes you get somebody up and you're like, hey, we might be able to make some progress with this individual. And I felt like she was one of them. So I spent some time talking to her. I know it was boring, but I think it was worthwhile. Anyways, but she was nice. That's what I'm saying. And willing to be honest when confronted with inconsistencies. I got a bail, but here's my tithes for our rock hard for Doug and for Sharon. Thank you, Hunter Girl. I really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the support. And yes, that's why I kept her up. I was like, oh, I think we could actually do something here. It's not always like that. Sometimes it's just a blood sport. Bryce Aroni says, Fatima, if you discover that Christianity is false today, it will never mean that Islam was true. That's true, actually. It won't mean that. Both can be false. Your family disowning you for realizing Islam is false is their failure as parents. You know what? This is a good point, Bryce Roney. I didn't consider. I should have said this to her. I think what she was trying to say was like her conversion to Christianity would have been useless, right? If it wasn't true. But that's false. Just leaving another false religion would make it worth it. So that's a point that I did not consider. I got 2 more super chats here, friends, and then we're going to get Bolo Crime. Bolo Crime's been in and out of the guest box here tonight, so he's actually waited for a while. From Martin Storm, I'm so sorry. Why the first letter got cut off. Sly Fox, bug and autocorrect. Oh, this must be a follow up to this super chat. Sorry, I read them out of order. Try this again. This guy came trolling the guest box. I thought he was a real Sky Fox. Just wanted our time. It was a real crime. As fun as getting the pox. Okay, this is a rhyme. Let me try this again. To rhyme it. This guy came trolling the guest box. Thought he was a real Sky Fox. Just wanted our time. It was a real crime. As funny as getting the pox. And then there we go. You didn't mean pox. You meant Sly Fox. Bug and autocorrect. We got you now. Hey, thanks for the rhyme, though, Martin. Super appreciate that. We do get some good rhymes. The Transmetal Alchemist, if she's here tonight, will probably throw up a really good ditty. She's pretty good at making those up. But nevertheless, let's get our next guest in here, and we'll keep the conversations rolling. We're going to get Bolo Crime in here, kind of an interesting name and fashion choice all in one. So, how you doing, Bolo?
Hey, good afternoon. I'm here. I was passing through and noticed that
glad
you
you're
were.
here.
Go ahead.
Cool. Hey, Bolo, are you at least 18 and do you believe in the Bible God?
Yes, I'm over 18 and I believe in our Lord and Savior from the Bible. Yes.
Great. So you'd be a Christian. Okay. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt on the screen?
The Bible guy is a pervert. No, I do not agree with either of the 2 statements provided.
You don't
Are you
agree
a
with either of
pervert
them?
or a degenerate by chance? Just asking.
No, I think your God is a pervert. That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Really, what would lead you to believe that, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, a couple reasons. One, because God gives permission to do horrible things to women. He's like really obsessed with women's virginity, and also like he thinks it's okay to punish women by having them raped, and also cutting them open with swords. Like pregnant women, just cut them open with swords.
Sounds more of an
Do you
evil
think
act
that's
than
degenerate
perverted.
behavior?
If that was what actually took place and
I'm sorry?
why, if that was actually what took place and why the occasions took place, then I could see, but it's not perversion. Those didn't even happen. That's evil and wickedness, what you're describing, and justice is a much more swifter and different thing. We can at least agree with that, correct?
So it's just when you cut a pregnant woman open.
Well, let's get when I'm reasoning, especially with a person who's going against the truth and living truth of the Bible, I like to have the chapters and verse, because many people repeat what they misunderstand, and that's where the misunderstanding usually lies in the reasoning. So if you don't mind, I'm not sure you're saying.
Yeah, that's obviously the case. It's Hosea 13. We can start there. What do you think? Chapter 16, and then or chapter 13, verse 16. Then you can tell me it's out of context, and then I'll show you earlier in the chapter where in the context God says He's doing it.
Well, I was going to ask if we could start from a little bit up more, because in my past recent reasonings with non-believers who are trying to prove a point of going against the truth, they normally tend to cherry pick.
Yeah, start in verse 9.
Thank you. Isaiah 13, verse 9 states, "Behold, the day of the Lord comes, cruel, with both wrath and fierce anger, to lay the land desolate. And he will destroy its sinners, and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be darkened in its going forth, and the moon will not cause its light to shine. I will punish the world for its evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. I will halt the arrogance of the proud, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. I'll make a mortal more rare than fine gold, and a man more than the golden wedge of Ophir. Therefore I will shake the heavens, and the earth will move
What
out
are
of
you
her
What are you
place
reading?
in the wrath of the Lord of hosts, in the
What
day
passage
of
did
his
you just
fierce
read?
anger. Yes, yes, we're hearing about
What
judgment
verse did you
being
just
placed
read?
here.
Oh, hold
Hope
on.
you're
You
not
can't hear me. Why can't you
found
hear
in the
me?
bunch of people who's been misleading God's children. It's not too late right now for you to repent. I know you were
Yeah, no
once
one's.
a good, upstanding brother of the faith. I heard you mention a few of the things that got you lost, and I want to implore you to understand that worst happened to more. Angels were fooled, my brother. So you being fooled by the deceiver was a possibility, but the Almighty knew that. Hence the reason I'm here to reassure you that you can really start checking again. Many of the information that's provided now wasn't available before you got lost. And excuse me,
Yeah, I'm
I'm
sure.
not supposed to call it lost. It's going to offend you if I say that. But
Mhm.
before you fell
Yeah,
off
yeah.
your path.
You kind
Yeah,
of
yeah. That's
sound
what.
like
Again, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Yes, we can hear you
Yeah, I
now.
don't know what happened.
Well,
Weird.
yeah,
I reset the microphone inside of TikTok, and TikTok should be good now. I mean, TikTok's been acting up. Like at least 2 times during a stream now. I have to like turn the microphone off and turn it back on again. It's so strange. Nevertheless, that's adorable. My question was, what passage were you reading? Because the word gold doesn't show up in this chapter at all. It sounds like you read the wrong verse.
I was reading from the Gideon versus the KJV. Is that what you're preferred using? Either one is fine.
I don't care what version you're using. I think you read the wrong passage.
Really? I heard Isaiah 13 verse 9. Was
Nope.
it a miss? Oh, sorry. My
Hosea 13:9.
Hosea. Oh, I was wondering why you brought this out. I was like, wait a minute, you're preparing a table before me in the presence of my enemies? But okay.
Well,
Hosea,
if you read all the way to verse 16 and 17 in Isaiah 13, it's just as bad. He says he's going to rape women. So if you read just a little bit further, you would have seen some horrible shit there too.
Well, I mean, I realize you have a lot of things that you're not seeing through the correct eyes, but it's not your fault, bro.
Yeah, that's what it is. I just need the correct eyes to know that cutting pregnant women open is dope.
Understanding eyes and letting you know. Remember when he got rid of them, they said that was bad. Then when he said, okay, I'll put you through hard punishment for you to learn, they said that was bad as well. I mean, you really can't please them.
Sure. Yeah. So what's the... Are you there? You want to read the passage or you want me to read it?
You can go ahead and take this one. I'll follow along. Hosea, what was it?
Hosea chapter 13.
Okay, verses. Okay, I'm there.
Sure. I will destroy you, O Israel. Who can help you? Where now is your king that he may save you? Where in all of your cities are your rulers, of whom you said, give me a king and rulers? I gave you a king in my anger, and I took him away in my wrath. Ephraim's iniquity is bound up. His sin is kept in store. The pangs of childbirth come for him, but he is an unwise son, for at the proper time he does not present himself at the mouth of the womb. Shall I ransom them from the power of Sheol? Shall I redeem them from death? O death, where are your plagues? O Sheol, where is your destruction? Compassion is hidden from my eyes. Although he may flourish among rushes, an east wind shall come, a blast from the Lord rising from the wilderness, and his fountain shall dry up. His spring shall be parched, and his strip shall be treasured of every precious thing. Samaria, that's the same as Ephraim here, shall bear her guilt, because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword, their little ones dashed to pieces, and their pregnant women ripped open. Very loving. Do you think ripping pregnant women open with like swords is degenerate behavior or no?
It sounds like he's giving out swift justice to his enemy. Yeah, it's never good when you give out swift punishment to the enemy.
So it is good to cut pregnant women open with swords?
No, we're not saying it's good, but some justice when they're being served. It doesn't look pretty. Have you ever familiar with Iraq and the country of the U.S. Going over there to fix anything?
Yeah, I'm quite familiar, but I'm going to need you to stay focused here. So are you suggesting that, like, say in the legal system, say somebody did a horrible crime, let's say they worshiped some pagan gods or something, you think that would like the punishment would be acceptable if you like cut their women open with swords? Bolo? I'm curious when the appropriate time to cut women open with swords are. He muted himself, I think, on accident, maybe. Bolo, do you know you're muted right now?
1 second, brother. 1 second. Sorry, brother. 1 second. Yes, we're talking about the discussion of people being destroyed for when God gives out His wrath. It's not. I hate to inform you, but you know, and more is coming. If we can't get our eyes together and see what's happening around us in the world today, revealed in front of our very eyes.
Sure, yeah. So my question is, when is the appropriate time? Like, when does it become acceptable to cut women open with swords?
That's what I'm saying. This is not something that he's saying to do in right this moment. This was a thing in the past
But
when they destroyed some
I
people.
didn't say any of that. I'm asking when. When is the appropriate time? Like, when does it become good to cut women open with swords?
And I was saying to you, just judgment is never looked at as good, but for the reason behind it is why usually.
So it's bad when God judges people. God does bad things.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not a good or bad thing. This judgment, it's not going to look bad, but it's for a good cause. It's for a good reason. Okay. It's to wipe
so
the
you're saying it's not wrong people. Then when God has women ripped open by the sword, that's not a wrong thing.
In judgment, brother, it's very hard to separate judgment and make it look pretty. You know what I mean? That's like I gave you the example about our interference.
I didn't say it needed to look pretty. Do you think God has a method of punishing people without cutting them, like pregnant women open with swords?
Yeah, there's different ways that it gets done. The potter will tell the pot how it needs to be made. I mean, the pot will tell the potter how to make it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Luckily, yeah, but my point is pretty clear, which is if God has a method of punishing that doesn't include raping women and cutting them open with swords, I would figure that would be, if you're a just God, that would be the appropriate punishment to use, the one that didn't cause pregnant women and innocent children to be killed. Do you think that murdering, do you think ripping babies out of the womb and smashing their heads on rocks is like that's ever an appropriate thing to do?
You know what? Since you're giving me that chapter, brother, I'll show you how relevant is it. Psalms 137.
I'm just gonna need you to answer the question. Like, do you think it's ever acceptable to rip babies out of the womb and smash their heads on rocks? Because that's what God said He's doing.
I hope I'm never placed in a situation where I feel like
I'm not asking you if you were going to be placed in. I'm just asking you when. Like, would it be appropriate? If God told you to do it, would it be wrong to disobey?
It depends on what had occurred and the times that we're living in. Let's pray it doesn't come down to that.
Well, it doesn't matter. God gives you a command, which means that command is always good. So if God tells you to do something, well, he can't tell you to do something wrong. It would be good to obey, wouldn't it?
It would be, yes. I mean, at that time. So let's hope it doesn't come down to that. He's not giving those instructions now.
Well, I think the point's very clear then, right? So if God told you,
if I could give you a scripture that would probably
to execute a baby, would it be wrong for you to disobey?
But let me give you a scripture that can help enlighten your mind.
Well, I'm just waiting for an answer. I don't know why you won't answer my question. If God told you to execute a baby, would it be wrong to disobey?
It would be. It depends on the situation. What's at hand? What's going on? Maybe I don't need God to tell.
What situation would it be wrong to disobey God? I mean, right to disobey God.
No, not disobey God.
Situation.
It wouldn't. it wouldn't
Well,
be
I
if you
said
went once
disobey.
you
I
look
said,
into it.
would it be wrong to disobey God if God told you to execute a child?
The God that we serve would always have a reasonable, just
I
cause that we can look
didn't.
into.
I didn't say he wouldn't have a reasonable just cause. What I'm asking is, would it be wrong for you to disobey God if he told you to execute a child? That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying he would.
Yes, it would be
I'm not
wrong.
saying
Yes,
that
it
he's
would be
likely
wrong.
to. There we
Yes,
go.
it
That's
would be
all we need.
wrong.
Okay, so
It would be wrong.
it would be wrong to disobey. That's right. So what that means is
Right.
when God tells you to execute a baby, it's always good to follow through, which means the command to kill babies, literally rip them out of the womb with swords, kill babies, and then rape their women.
Luckily, we got past
Those
that, but I
were
wanted to
all
read you this.
those were all
verse.
good. Those were all good events because those are what God wanted to happen.
Let me show you
And
why.
fuck, look at this.
Here's this verse.
This
If
is
you'd
fucking
allow me.
crazy.
Psalms
Shit.
137.
Oh, well,
I've heard people. I've reasoned.
no one gives a fuck about Psalm 137. 137:9 is what you want. Happy are those who dash the babies' heads against the stones and whatnot. It's talk about the punishment of Babylon. We're pretty familiar with it. Also, fucking Mike B over here. Shit. I didn't know. Listen, people ask me if there's a threshold for dropping guests. I don't know if there is one, but fucking Mike B just sent $100 to drop this motherfucker. So he's gone, I guess. He was like one more question away from baby pace. Good job, buddy. This guy sucks. Drop him now. I'm sorry, Mike. If I'd seen your super chat earlier, I would have dropped him sooner. Appreciate you supporting the stream, and sorry I couldn't drop him sooner. Maybe I would have if I'd seen your super chat. But you're right. This guy sucks. He's a kind of a tool, and I think he demonstrated that pretty well during the the course of our conversation. Fucking A. But the problem is, I'm not looking with the right eyes. My eyes are wrong. So, what are you gonna do? Let's see. Okay. I'm not even sure what to write down for this guy. I just wrote down, it is good to cut pregnant women open with swords. I don't know what to say about that. You know what I mean? Like, what? Oh, look, Bolo's crying in the comments. You coward. It is. I'm a coward because I can read the Bible and I actually know the context of it, and these guys don't. But nevertheless, I wanted to test something out tonight. By the way, I'm going to see real quick if it's working right now before I forget. I've got a shit. The text is in the wrong place. Let me see if I can move this text over to. It's not on the vertical screen yet, but give me a second. Text position, right side. I don't know. Let me put it. Just change it to above real quick to see if it follows suit. Good enough. That's not great, but it's not terrible actually. So here's what we're gonna do. 1 second. See, I'm gonna refresh the browser cache. That's a horrible CSS file on this layout. I gotta go in and manually adjust this the CSS on this file. It's so ugly. The ugliest CSS file I've ever seen. Okay, all right, hold on. Sorry about that. We're gonna get through this. This is, hey guys, I designed a pretzel meter. I should have brought it out with that last guess. And here's how it works. All right, we're gonna use it here tonight. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna set a number. I'm not gonna tell you what that number is though. I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna set a number. I'm gonna tell you what the number is, and I'm gonna set this pretzel to automated mode. And while we are talking to guests, what you're going to see is that this cool little pretzel is going to it's going to go through some stages of cooking, some cooking stages, and it should be some fun. I think we're gonna have a good time with it. We'll start it out at oh fuck, is it still not updating? You know what? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? The fucking browser cache is not updating. It should say raw. There we go. It should auto update too. It's not auto updating, but whatever. What are you gonna do? I'll update it myself as the numbers roll in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a timer, and I've got a piece of software that's literally looking at y'all's chats over in YouTube. I haven't been able to integrate the chats in TikTok yet in my software. So I got software running now that's literally reading the comments, and the more people comment certain phrases, some you are going to be familiar with, like the word cooked, the higher, oh, it is moving, the higher this fucking thing is going to go. And so you guys now have a method for telling me, hey, when a guest is done. There's some other words that I included in the list that that can take care of it, but it should be a lot of fun. It should be a lot of fun. That being said, I'll reset it here at the when we get another guest up in here. All right, let me grab the next guest. It looks like it's going to be it's probably Jared. And after Jared is Solaris. If I'm oh, and fuck, we're already there. Okay, that didn't take very long. I've got to set the number higher now. Now that you know one of the words, I'm gonna have to set the number the chat number to a much higher number so that we don't like immediately hit it. Hold on one second. All right. I'm going to set the number. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to set the number to, but I'm going to set it pretty high. All right, I'm going to reset this guy, save it, and then we'll see here in some time. It's not started yet. I'm going to wait till we get to the next caller to start it. Let me bring in Jared, and we'll get the next one rolling here. Welcome in, Jared. Can you hear me? Oh, I saw your audio meter moving, but I don't think anyone heard you. Let me make sure your audio is set, like you actually got your audio output set to go somewhere. You have a microphone on your AirPods. The output, it doesn't really say if it's going anywhere, so I'm just going to send it over to the soundboard manually. Give me a second. Let's see, where the fuck is it? Yeah, there we go. All right, try something now there, Jared. Jared, I'm not sure your microphone works, buddy. Oh, try it again.
All right, can you hear me now?
There we go. We got you now.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Okay. First, could I just ask what kind of the criteria is for the pretzel meter?
Well, if you're up here and you're like debating and whatnot, I can't tell you what the criteria is. The audience is deciding that.
But you would admit that they're probably going to be heavily biased against someone that's arguing for something that disagrees with your prompt,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. It's just it's not like a winner or loser type of thing. It's just for fun.
Sure. I just I don't want to get into a discussion if I'm going to get voted off because people are mad that I made a good point against the belief.
You're not going to get voted off. You don't get voted off because the pretzel meter goes up.
Okay, sure. I'm good with that then.
That's not what this is for. We don't have like a vote system to remove people.
All right, just clarifying that because it sounded like that's what it was, but I guess I was wrong, which I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you'd be right. Also, I don't know why, but your connection is a little bit laggy. I can tell because when callers call in and their connection's kind of laggy, it'll like sounds like there's a frog in the connection. Do you have Wi-Fi available?
I can connect real fast. I thought I was on my best connection, but I'll try to update that real quick.
Yeah, we've heard worse. I'm just saying if you have Wi-Fi, it probably would be helpful to connect to it.
Is that a little better?
We've definitely heard worse. We'll see. It doesn't show up until you start talking, so it's kind of one of those things. We'll have to let you talk and find out. But nevertheless, my prompt is pretty clear. I think the God of the Bible is a pervert and a degenerate. I assume that you're over the age of 18 and that you're a Christian and that you disagree. Is that accurate?
Yes, all those are correct.
Okay. So, would you like to hear, say, like my reasons why I think God is a degenerate and a pervert?
If you don't mind, if we could move back to the topic you were discussing with Fatima about nakedness, because I can clear up why you guys were talking past each other, and I think that would help us move forward in our discussion.
Do you agree or disagree with me on the topic?
I disagree because I think you're interpreting the text of Genesis outside of what that means.
Outside of what means?
So, for example, when you look at um, what nakedness means in Genesis, that's not literal. It's not referring to um, physical nakedness, and we know this because the Hebrew word used to describe God transforming them into the material reality when they leave the life of grace is a rabbinical play on words that was common to Iron Age writings from the era that Genesis comes from.
Did you bother to actually read the passage? Because it says, then the eyes of both of them were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made loincloths. So loincloths are designed to cover your physical nakedness.
Yeah. Uh, so again, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are in shame because they are physically naked, right? If
But
you look
that's
later,
what the loincloth is for.
yeah, yeah, but we're interpreting it in an Iron Age rabbinical text, so we have to take the literary tropes and commonly used figures of speech from the time it was written into our consideration instead of interpreting in post Enlightenment rationalist thought from our
I'm
current
not.
21st century.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Cool. So the Bible says that it's shameful to be naked on like at least a dozen different occasions. It implies in Genesis that they were naked, yet they were unashamed because they hadn't eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. God says when he comes down that they know good and evil now. And he says that they have to wear cloths now. They were wearing fig leaves, and God kills an animal and made clothes for them out of the animal because God agrees that you should cover your nakedness. This is about actual nakedness.
Uh, when you say that God kills the animal and clothes them in skins, that's a figure of speech. The word in Hebrew is ohar for skin and light. The rabbinical writers were making a play on words, basically figuratively describing the departure from the state of grace into the material world. So they're contrasting being clothed in light with being clothed in a physical body. That's according to
Sure. That
both
that's a really
Talmudic
cool, like,
and
Kabbalistic
concurrent.
view, but it sounds to me like you haven't read many of the rabbis. Most of the rabbis would take this story to be literal. I've read the rabbinic text too. That's adorable that there are word plays. There's word plays all throughout Genesis. They're fantastic if you know Hebrew. The problem is that doesn't mean that these passages are now just no longer like actual stories of things that actually happened. Okay? So either this story happened or it didn't. If the story happened, and they were actually naked and it was shameful to be naked, then it means that God created them in a shameful state. Yes, can some of the Hebrew words have double meanings because sometimes they sound just like other Hebrew words that show up in the passage? Sure, that certainly happens. It happens all over the place. But having like some wordplay in a passage doesn't mean that the original context and meaning of the text is now gone. You still get that. You just add the additional fun stuff in on top of it.
Yeah, I would disagree with that because the the idea, right, is fundamentally describing transformation of the result of choosing to depart from the life of grace, right? That's what the underlying meaning is. It's not that the underlying meaning is that they're physically naked. It's that there are multiple different figures of speech and illustrations there. One of them being that they're physically naked, but you're aware that a great deal of Christians and like Karaite Jews don't necessarily take what's written in Genesis as literal, right?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that, which is why I said this story actually happened or it actually didn't happen. If it actually happened, then it would be true that God created human beings in a state of shamelessness. If you don't believe this story happened, well, no one cares. I agree.
Well,
This story
let's
didn't
say
happen. We agree there. I'm an atheist. This story is complete fiction. You got me. Yeah, cool.
yeah. Well, if we could still assume that it did happen, and um, I don't think that. But again, what I've been trying to illustrate is that there is a conformational change um, when Adam and Eve again transform from beings that are clothed in light, or rather existing immediately proximal to God's grace, and then in order to be able to enact their will sinfully in total free choice of whatever they want, they must leave God's graceful presence
But
because you.
I
So there's
I don't
a
know which rabbis you're
fundamental
reading,
change.
but in Bitter Coat, it says that these were like literal cloths that were made. In fact, it says here they must have taken leaves from the tree closest at hand, the tree of knowledge. Rabbi Yehuda says it was wheat. So in Bitter Coat, they think that they were wearing physical, like actual cloths.
Yeah. What I'm trying to point out is that regardless of whether it's taken literally or not, the underlying meaning is that there's a transformation or a state of being mm, change that occurs before, the fall and after. So God didn't create them in a state of shame because the rules for living in the material world wouldn't apply to Adam and Eve before the fall.
Except it did. That's part of the contradiction. In fact, here in the Sanhedrin text, Sanhedrin 70b, says Rabbi Nehemiah says the tree of knowledge was a fig tree because it was with I'm sorry, it was with the matter with which they sinned that they were rehabilitated, as it is stated, and they sewed together fig leaves and made for themselves loincloths. So it seems like here in even in like the second century CE, they're under the impression that it was a real tree and a real cloth.
Okay, so again, if we take it literally, like you say, like I'm conceding to that so that we can get to the meat of the argument, there's still a categorical change being described there. So why would they suddenly come to the realization of error if there's no change happening there? The point is
I
that
I don't think
the
that
point
none of that has anything to do with what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is if it's in fact true that it was sinful to be naked and God created them naked, then God created them in a sinful state. That's all I'm saying.
okay, uh I I think this is you're giving a very, very reductionist explanation here. Um
It's just a logical conclusion. I can do a syllogism if you want.
I think though that your logic is excluding necessary premises.
Like what?
So
You haven't even heard my
the
premises yet.
the literal argument is that sin is a dependent state. So it's not like an action is wrong in all contexts. The Bible does not assert that. So it would not have been wrong or sinful for them to be naked in the Garden of Eden because their ability to perceive sin was different. And once your ability to perceive sin changes, then actions take on new contexts. and the
So
definition
a
for what
child
is
could
sinful.
rape somebody, and it wouldn't be a sin.
That's an extreme example that wouldn't apply. No.
It's not an extreme example. It's just a taking it to like a logical extent that would make you uncomfortable. If listen, if it's true that like well you're not like it's not a sin if you're like I don't know you're less morally culpable like you don't know that it's a sin. Does it stop being a sin?
So again, I'm going to throw out that question and go back to what you just said. Rape is not teleologically the same thing as being naked, right? Rape is by definition an act taken out of the proper context, whereas nakedness is not the same thing. So
I I
rape
don't think you're
is
actually paying
forcing
attention.
someone. I am paying attention. You are
Nope.
making
The argument that you
the
laid down was that it was okay for them to be naked because they didn't know that it was wrong to be naked.
uh no, that's not the argument that I'm making.
That's the literal
I'm
words that left your mouth.
That's not the literal words that left my mouth. Again,
We
we're gonna
we
have to
everyone
take
heard you
these
say it.
passages.
You said the reason
I
why
did.
it was okay for them to be naked but wasn't okay for others to be naked later is because they didn't know any better. They didn't have knowledge of good and evil yet.
No, I didn't say that. I said it because of a change in their perceptions, which means a different thing.
Perception of
If
what?
you okay, let's go into a little bit of what the Bible is trying to
Perception of what?
communicate here.
What perception did changed?
Okay, if you have no awareness of evil, so crimes that could be perpetrated related to someone else's nakedness do not occur to you. But then later, those crimes as a possibility do occur to you because of an awareness of sin or corruption in your moral faculties. Wouldn't you have to have different rules for either of those situations if you were dealing with people of a situation like that, right? Like
You just keep
the
reinforcing
Levitical
my
the
argument,
Levitical
responding
the,
to what you said. If people have different capacities for understanding sin, you're saying that it's okay. Like there are occasions when people have a low capacity for understanding sin that it would be acceptable for them to do the sin, or it wouldn't be a sin for them, perhaps. Which is why I asked you if a child, if you know, did something horrible, like killed somebody, sexually assaulted somebody, and they don't really understand the ramifications of what they're doing. Is their action is it still a sin?
yeah, it's still a sin, but again, that example is a false equivalence to what's going on in the Bible. This is
I
not
have no
a
idea
21st
why it would be a
century
false
judicial
equivalence.
case.
Did when Cain killed his brother Abel, was that a sin?
Yes, that was a sin
Sure. And why was it a sin?
because he knowingly committed murder and killed someone.
So did God tell him that murder was wrong?
Did God tell him that murder was wrong?
Yeah.
My guy, the entire narrative that we're basing this off of is directly stating that because Adam and Eve ate the fruit, which is symbolic, but they obtained knowledge of good and evil. The Hebrew words for obtained knowledge doesn't mean to hold a belief in your mind in the same way that you hold that 2 plus 2 equals 4. Knowledge of good and evil means an experiential encounter with it. That's what this means in Hebrew. It's like an
That's
experiential
not true.
encounter. It,
Listen,
yeah,
that's 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 great that you have like a weird interpretation of the verb yada. We love it.
that's that's
The problem
that's not a
is that
weird
it's clearly
interpretation.
knowledge. It's the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So it's It's not the tree of experience of good and evil. It's the tree of knowledge
Okay,
of good
but
and evil. So
okay,
the
but
question that we need to figure out is, why is one person culpable of sin when one person isn't culpable of sin? What's the difference?
what does the criminal code that describes carnal knowledge mean?
He's never going to answer the
What does
question.
because you're creating false premises and you're saying things that are not true. So
I just asked you a
the
question.
in
What's
U.S.
the
criminal
difference?
code,
What's
what
the
does
dividing
carnal
line between
knowledge
somebody
mean?
being responsible for a crime? What's the difference? Why would one be held responsible and one not be held to the same account? We do this in America. In America, we have different
Because
levels of
it's
punishment for different people, and that level of punishment would be because
because yeah,
age
okay,
typically,
again, my guy, this
and
is
age is
irony
important
shaking.
because why is
This
age
is not
important in judging people? It's because children have less of a capacity for understanding good and evil. Are we clear?
yeah, but that's not, you're making a false analogy. The idea
I
you're
did not.
equating children to Adam and Eve in the garden and adults to
But
humanity post the fall. That's a
I'm not
false analogy.
equating
The
them to
Bible isn't
children.
communicating that.
I didn't do any of that. You're incapable of following the conversation. The only question I'm trying to get you to answer is, when and why does somebody doing something become sinful? What's the thing that makes it a sin for one person, but not for Adam and Eve? What's the thing?
Okay, so you made an assertion that the God of the Bible is perverse and a degenerate. Therefore, the burden of proof
He's
is on
never going to
you.
answer the question. He's never
I'm
going
not
to do it.
answering I'm not answering bad questions
So
that
to
are
be clear, we're
presupposing
talking about the
illogical
topic that
premises.
you wanted to talk about. You wanted to talk about this specific topic when you came in because you thought I was being unfair to the topic with the previous guest. And now you're like, well, you have to prove your topic. Listen, I was more than happy to give you a different Bible passage to prove my topic. You demanded to talk about this, and now you're mad that I'm talking about it. This is ridiculous.
I'm not mad that you're talking about it. Let's stop going around in circles here. If you'll let me talk for like a minute straight here, I'll explain why we're talking past each other.
we're
So
we're talking past each other because you won't
in
answer my question. You're
in
forcing
in
me to assume your viewpoint on things because you
you're
refuse to
bottlenecking the
answer my
entire
questions. If you would answer
you
my question, then I would understand your viewpoint and I wouldn't have to create what I think is your viewpoint. You can just tell me. You can literally just tell me the answer to my question and we wouldn't have to do any of this. So my question was easy. Why is it a sin for some people to do something and not a sin for other people to do something? What makes the difference? What's the thing?
it's not a sin in both cases. It's
I know. I'm asking you
it's
why. What's the difference?
okay. Here's the difference. I'll lay this out for you. In the Garden of Eden, when Adam and Eve, according to the narrative, are clothed directly in God's grace, they are incapable of committing a harmful act related to nakedness. This is what the Bible is stating. Later, after the fall,
What's a harmful act?
they are capable of committing a harmful act
What is a
related
harmful
to
act?
nakedness. A
What is a
harmful act
harmful act of
related,
nakedness?
let's go with sexual assault because that will be pertinent to what we discuss going forward.
Sexual assault is harm. Yeah, we agree sexual assault's harmful. That's not the same as being naked.
Okay, yes. But Adam and
Are you
Eve,
telling me that Genesis actually meant to say Adam and Eve
okay,
were sexually assaulting each other, but they were not ashamed? Do you think that's what it was saying?
all right,
What a ridiculous thing.
that is a complete straw man of my argument. What
So they were
I
incapable of
said,
doing it then.
yes, they were incapable of committing sexual assault, ergo,
So then it
things like
should read Adam
nakedness.
and Eve were incapable of committing sexual assault and they were not ashamed.
No,
That's a wild reinterpretation of
that's
the passage.
that's not. Look, man, you're like a hair breadth away from fully arguing in bad faith.
I'm
I
not.
think on like the last 3 points that I've not asserted what you reframed my claim to be, right? So what I'm saying,
I
and
don't
I'll
know
spell this
that.
out in even simpler
If
terms
you were a
now, if
clear
you'll just let
communicator,
me
we might actually know what you're referring to.
okay, let me spell this out in extremely simple terms.
Yeah, make it really easy. I'm not very
Before
smart.
before before the fall, nakedness cannot cause harm to people. After the fall, nakedness can cause harm to
But
people.
and do you
That's what
remember
the
my question
assertion,
about nakedness? And do you remember my question about nakedness?
your question about nakedness.
Yeah, I'm clarifying for you that your statement, harm stemming from nakedness, is a stupid thing. That's where we're at right now, right? So you're saying, no, the nakedness isn't really about being naked. It's about doing something harmful while you're naked. Well, I don't know if you know this, but women are routinely raped even when they're not naked. So uh, being naked doesn't equate sexual assault. So where are you getting sexual assault from this?
I'm not equating it to sexual assault. Nakedness can
Okay,
also
so
kill you
what?
from exposure to the elements, which wouldn't have happened in the
Okay,
perfect
so
paradise of Eden.
uh-huh.
What are you not understanding
So
about the fact
is
that
nakedness
in
is
a
nakedness a
material
sin or
world where you
not?
can die,
Is nakedness a sin or not?
nakedness is not a sin in the Garden of Eden, but it is a
I didn't
sin,
ask in the
or
Garden of
it
Eden.
could be
Is it a sin
sinful.
at all?
But nakedness is
I'm
not
gonna have to draw a map for him.
axiomatically a
Is
sin.
it
It's
a
not axiomatic.
sin? Yes or no?
See, that's a bad faith question. That's just a plain you
It's
you
not.
you can't.
Is it a
You're
sin
trying to pin me
right
down
now
where
in this moment? If you get naked right now on stream, are you committing a sin?
yes.
Oh, okay, fantastic. And how do you know it's a sin?
Well, because according well, I mean, there's all different kinds of ways, right? Like one that would be
Well, tell me
illegal.
one of them at least.
That's a sex crime. I'm violating the consent of other people. I'm violating the rules of my religion.
I'm not
I'm
asking about sex crimes. I'm asking about the act of being naked.
You said it naked on stream. You are
Okay, well,
completely
fucking pretend that
ducking
we
and
all want you to
weaving
be
because you're
naked and
reading
we
off of a
signed fucking
script.
consent forms. Pretend we all want you and we paid you to be naked. Is it wrong to be naked?
Yeah, it would still be naked
Okay, and why is that wrong?
because you're exposing something that is not intended to be exposed to multiple people.
There we fucking go. We finally got it. And why should that not be exposed to other people?
Because nakedness, according to my religion, is a sacred thing that's not meant to be publicly exposed. Um,
You got
out
it.
of the
Okay,
context.
so what that means is that there is a sin that is literally just associated with being naked. That's all we're trying to establish. Now, the problem that we have here is that in the garden, they were naked, which is a sinful state to be in. And you're just saying that, well, it wasn't a sinful state to be in because they weren't like committing sexual assault or some bullshit. But now you're telling me that it actually is a sin to just be viewing somebody else naked. Now, your next response, if you were smart, would be yes, but they were husband and wife. So it was okay for them to see each other naked. That'd be the right thing to say. The problem is that God saw them.
Um, okay. First of all, no, no, and no. You haven't followed
God didn't see
what you've
them.
said
Right? Did
logically
God see them?
whatsoever.
So God didn't see
Okay,
them.
okay. What's wrong about God observing the physical dimensions of a being that He created, considering that God doesn't perceive the same way that you or I do? What?
But
Why are
God
you
can't
saying
perceive
that it's
visuals.
Oh my. Um. All right. I don't think
Does he
you
not have
have
visual perception?
uh no God. Okay.
So
God is
God
not
can't
a
see anything.
No, yes, okay, let's say God can see. Why
So
is it
when
wrong?
God says that he has to come down and look at something, he didn't actually see it.
I'm conceding to your point.
Okay. So God can see things.
Yes, God can see things.
Okay. And God saw them naked.
Sure, yeah. God can see me naked right now.
Sure. But it's not shameful for him, it's shameful for everybody else.
Yeah, that's okay. So again, we're running into the same problem that
Just
you're
just
you're
yes or
you're not
no.
understanding that the literal
So morals are
assertion.
relative now.
No, they're not relative. There are different rules that apply to God and people
Different
because
people.
God and people
Yeah, it's
have
called
different
relative. It's
existences.
relative. You got
That's
it.
not
That's the
relative.
definition. That's the definition of relative morals. Yeah.
No, it's not the definition of relative morals.
Yeah, I'll show you.
You,
Hold
you,
on. The definition
you're,
of relative morals is a philosophical belief that right and wrong are not absolute. Instead, ethical principles are subjective and vary depending on an individual's perspective, cultural background, or specific circumstances, or different culture. Like if you're a different person, different rules apply to you because you're in this culture. It's relative to the person.
yeah, but here's the thing: God is not a person or a being. God
He's three
is
persons.
being.
He's three persons
Right,
in one.
right, right,
So that
right.
means
But
if he's a person and he's got pronouns, it seems to me that like he would be beholden to objective morals.
okay, no. This is
So
this is where
God doesn't have to
you're
follow
missing
objective morals. Wait, are
this.
morals objective or
Okay,
not?
all right. So this is how debates with atheists typically go.
He
You
never
frame
he
your
never
you
answers
frame your
questions.
entire argument
I'm just
based
trying to get
off
you to
of
answer
complete.
questions.
No,
Are morals
you're
objective or
bottlenecking
not?
the entire
If they're not
discussion.
objective, we can go on to a completely something different. Are they subjective, relative, or objective? Or yeah, objective. Which one? Like if they're subjective, then
I'm
they're
not.
obviously
Guy,
relative.
guy, guy, guy,
If they're
guy. Just
if they're
save your breath.
objective,
If this
that
is
would
the whole,
mean
if
that
this is
they're
gonna
not
be the whole
relative,
conversation.
but we would need to know if they're objective, then God would have to follow them. You understand that, right?
No, that's an extremely reductive and simplistic argument that makes no
So
sense. And again,
so
like
if
the other
morals
things we've.
are objective,
Are you
they
gonna let
don't
me
apply
talk
to
or
everybody.
respond, dude, at all? Like every single
So the
time I
problem
open
is
my mouth, you
I'm
just
asking you
run.
like yes or no questions and you keep wanting to go on these
You don't
diatribes like we've
debate
never heard these arguments and preaching points.
debates do not work through
So
yes or no
I'm asking you
questions. You
questions
can't
because we're
boil down.
trying to work through like actual talking points. And rather
Yeah,
than just answering the question so we
you're
can work
reading
through
off
some of the
of
talking points,
extremely
you just
stale
keep going
and
back to like
contrived.
this weird like theological preaching nonsense. Listen, no one cares about the theological preaching. We want to hear answers to questions so we can move conversations. It doesn't matter which direction we move the conversation. The reality is we can't move the conversation unless we both answer questions about each other's positions. So in order for any of this to go anywhere, I need you to tell me if you think morals are objective or not.
Yeah, at this point, man, you're arguing in complete bad faith, and you know it. You're
So you can't
using
tell me
very
if you think morals are objective. That's beyond you. You're not capable of telling me.
you're boiling down the topic beyond a sensical point. So you're reducing it to yes or no
I'm
answers
asking you
that
your
don't accurately
opinion.
describe the situation.
Do you
No,
think
you're
morals are
not.
objective? That's not an argument.
you're,
I'm asking you a question. Do you think they're objective or not?
do I think morality is objective or not?
Yeah.
Uh, yes, according to there's a there's a degree of objectivity that's required in interpreting the divine commands in the Bible.
Gotcha. So you don't know what it means to be objective then, do you?
No, I do know that, but you're again, that's an extremely reductionist question,
Bro
right?
used the word teleological and he doesn't know what objective morals are. Do you want me to give you the
I do
definition
know I'm
of
refusing to
objective
answer
morals?
disingenuous questions,
Okay.
guy.
I will give you the definition of objective morals. So typically, when something's objective, like we're talking about the existence of something, it means that they exist independent of a mind, right? It doesn't depend on a mind. They have independent ontology. They just exist one way or another. Like God has an objective existence in your worldview. There's no mind that needs God to exist. God just exists on his own. He has an objective existence. Things that are dependent on a mind, say like a dream, are obviously subjective, or opinions, favorite colors. They're all subjective. They're dependent on our minds, right? When something's not dependent on our mind, we can consider that thing objective. Now, if we're talking about how something exists, like the nature of its being, and we say this thing exists objectively, that means that it exists without dependence on a mind, right? So what that means is if morals exist objectively, they existed independent of any mind ever at all, which would even include God's mind. This goes all the way back to the Euthyphro dilemma from Plato's one of his early works, like the Republic. Or actually, that wasn't even in the Republic. Maybe it was. Fuck, I forget. Anyways, the reality is, if morals are objective, that means God follows objective morals. If they're like coming from God, if morals come from God, that means they're not objective. That means they're subjective. They're subject to God's mind. And that means you have divine command theory. You don't have objective morals. So this is all I'm trying to get to, because whether or not your morals are objective or subjective is going to determine where we move in this conversation. So, do you believe that morals come from God's mind, or do you think they exist independent of God's mind?
They come from God's mind.
Okay, great. So we both have subjective morals. Yours just comes from a God and mine comes from humans. Fantastic. Glad we can finally get a hold of that. Now, what that means is that God decided what was right and wrong. We agree on that, right?
No, that's not what that means. Because deciding would imply a temporal constraint and not a state of being.
God has no thoughts.
No, that's not what I said.
Can God think?
Okay. Let me try to illustrate this again. According to the Bible, which is what we're critiquing here, so we're taking the presuppositions of the Bible and then we are deciding whether or not they are um, giving grounds to call the God described in the Bible perverse or degenerate. So, according to the narrative of the Bible, God is outside of time. Therefore,
That's
God's
not in the Bible.
being is yes, it is.
Show me that
Before,
verse, because in Exodus 33:5, God says he has a decision to make.
okay,
Maybe
that
his in
doesn't.
time.
That's not. If you would let me demonstrate what the Bible is saying about God giving laws to people, different laws are given in different times according to the context, so that the underlying objective, or rather, let's say subjective, God breathed morality can be fulfilled. But since you're dealing
So
with human
they're
beings
God
who
breathed,
live
which
in
means God
different
decided them.
contexts, yes, let me finish without making
Oh,
random
well, that's the
references to
point. Is
something you
just a
already
minute
said.
ago you
Okay,
said that God didn't decide what they are. All I'm trying to get you to say is whether or not God decided morality or not. That's all I need to know. Did he decide what morals are going to be?
they are subject to God's mind, but to describe
That
it
means
as a
he
decision
decided.
would be
He chose them.
inaccurate.
Yeah, it
No,
would be
because a
accurate. If
decision
they're dependent on
implies,
God's mind, that means God decided it was his idea of what was going to be right and what was going to be wrong.
okay, yes, it's his idea. But again,
That's all we
Across the
needed. There we go. All right.
across the biblical corpus, God gives different formulations of laws to different groups of people living in different times, places, and cultural contexts to affect the same outcome, or at least a synonymous outcome. So saying one thing to one person in a given context can create a similar situation in their behavior as it would to saying an entirely different thing to someone else in a different context.
Great. Do you remember why we talked
So
why
if,
we brought this up?
yeah, because you are presupposing that a sin is a sin because of the letter of what the law says about a behavior. But that's not
No, because
correct.
God said
That's
so.
not basic
No,
biblical
a sin
exegesis done correctly.
it is
The
biblical
letter,
exegesis. A sin is what God tells you to sin, which is why Paul says sin is transgression of the law.
yeah, but but God doesn't say in the law that being physically naked is axiomatically sinful,
Actually,
regard
John said that transgression of the law
divorce.
is sin. Sorry.
Yeah, but in the law, there are contexts added to
Wait,
nakedness
didn't
to
you
describe
but
when it
didn't
is
you tell me
sinful.
earlier that being naked was a sin in its own because people that aren't your spouse are looking at your body? Are you taking that back?
I'm saying that's what the Bible says.
Do you agree
So
with
we're
it?
judging the Bible based on what the Bible says, right?
But
It doesn't
I agree.
matter.
Do you agree
What
with it?
matters is your ability to prove
No, it
that
does.
something is
I'm asking
perverse because
I'm asking you to to tell me if you agree with the Bible that being naked is a sin.
the Bible, okay, the yes, I think to get naked in front of everyone on stream right now would be a sin.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. Is
Okay.
that God decided at one point it would be a sin, and another point it would not be a sin. That's all I said. It took a long time to get here. That's crazy. It took so long to get to this point.
Yeah, again,
Cool.
I
So
don't
let's
agree
talk
with
about
your
what.
framing of the issue, but
But you just said it. You said that at one
I
time
think
it
you
was a
have
sin, at
I
another
think you
time
have
it wasn't, and you said that
presupposed.
God decided what sins would be, which means God decided at one time it would be a sin, and He decided at another time it would be a sin. It's really not all that difficult. But let me give you a passage that I think is more clear. Maybe the problem is with the words on the page. I picked a page with difficult words. So we're going to go to 2 Samuel, and you can do. Listen, sounds like you might have learned a little bit of Hebrew in like Bible college. You're probably what, first or second year Bible college student, aren't you?
No, I'm not in Bible college.
That's a shame. You learned some good Hebrew there. Listen, in this passage, God is going to be punishing
What
David
verse?
for what he did with Bathsheba. We're in 2 Samuel 12. And it's going to get
Okay, what
spicy.
translation are you using?
NRSV, updated edition.
Okay.
We're going to start in
Okay,
verse 11 when you're
let's
ready.
go.
Sure. This is a punishment that David is going to be receiving. Well, kind of David. And it says, Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. What do you think that means?
That definitely doesn't mean that God is going to mind virus possess these people and act out these actions himself.
But I'm just
Again,
asking, what do you think it
we
means?
need fundamentally what it means is that God is withdrawing his protection from David for his sin, and he's telling him how that is going to play out.
Did he say he's withdrawing his protection? Because the verse seems to say something different.
Yeah, if you interpret what the English language says instead of
Oh, sure,
actually
yeah.
reading the context in from right,
Yeah,
you
well,
understand
show me in the
that
Hebrew
when
where
you
it says something different. I'd love to see that. Yeah, don't worry. I'll open the Hebrew text if you think it's better. I'll open it up in Hebrew just for you, and you can tell me which words are wrong. Here, we'll do 2 Samuel 12. I'll even put interlinear edition up here so the audience can see all of chapter 12 in context, and you can tell me which word in English the translator got wrong, and then maybe shoot, maybe I just need a better translation. That's all we need. So let's see, where's there's 6, there's 7. We're gonna go all the way down to 11. And let's see, almost there, almost there, almost there. Oh, we went too far. My bad. There's 12. So that must be 11. There we go. We are at almost at the beginning of 11. There we go. Okay, fantastic. We're at the beginning of 11, and God starts out with the same thing that we would find in English, right? Ko Adam Yahweh, all right? Hane. Actually, Hanani was the newer version of Behold. So, behold, God says, we agree there. I will raise up. Now, this is interesting because mechim here is in the causative stem, isn't it? Which means, what's it mean when a Hebrew verb is in the hafil stem or the hofal stem?
you're right, it's causative.
Yeah, it's causative. So God says, I'm going to cause trouble to be raised up. What? Alicha against who?
David.
You got it. So God says, I'm going to cause trouble to be raised up against you. Is that trouble being caused? Is God causing that?
Yeah, that's the point.
You got it. Okay, so God's causing it because it's a punishment, right?
I don't really I think that imposes a dualism that's not being communicated
I
here.
Is God punishing David or not?
You could interpret that that is part of the equation, but oftentimes
Okay.
when we're looking at similar situations to these in the Bible, like say God inciting different armies against Israel or other ethnic groups that are the enemies of Israel, you can read it as punishment, and that's again part of the equation, but it's removing a covenant. So the fundamental
It doesn't say that.
assertion is
It's not removing
yeah,
covenant.
but
Psalm
given the
89
broader
disagrees. Psalm
context,
89 says God will never
God had a
abandon his
covenant
covenant
with
with
David.
David. So you never read Psalm 89. I'll get it for you. Don't worry. Psalm 89. God says he'll never abandon his covenant with David. That's crazy. All right. Let me find this one. Okay. See. Verse 3, you have said, I've made a covenant with my chosen one. I've sworn to my servant David, I will establish your descendants forever and build your throne forever. And then he goes on and talks about the covenant made with David in Psalm 89. In fact, that's literally like 7 times in the passage, the word covenant. Forever, verse 20, forever I will keep my steadfast love for him, and my covenant with him shall stand. Seems like God's not going to abandon his covenant with David. It's crazy.
Yeah, not wholesale, but um
Okay, so God said that
look,
he's going to punish David because David sinned. We agree, don't we? We got a double pretzel here.
yeah, okay, partially.
Okay, so it's pretty easy. Premise 1, God is punishing David. We agree. Premise 2, God is causing the trouble. This is obvious because if God's punishing him and he says he's causing it, they're obviously connected. You can't punish somebody without causing it to happen, or else you're not actually punishing them. It's entailed. We agree there. So the conclusion is simple. God caused the punishment to happen. So we can agree with that conclusion, can't we?
Yeah, we can agree with that conclusion.
Cool. Now, the next question, which is the difficult question, and you can tap dance all you want, we've heard it all before, is what do you think's happening with these poor women?
Um, people are committing evil acts against them.
You got it. Yeah. 10 of David, you probably read chapter 16. 10 of David's wives are left behind in the palace when Absalom comes and chases David out. That's the trouble from within the house that God's causing. And when he storms the palace, he takes 10 of David's wives and he sexually assaults them on top of the palace in broad daylight as a display of force over his father. And this is what God said he's causing.
No, that's a false
That sounds
equivalency
like
there.
some
That's where you're
perverted,
wrong.
degenerate bullshit to me.
Okay, that's where you're wrong.
So it is not perverted, degenerate bullshit to sexually assault women in a display of force. Oh, fuck, he's gone. Okay. Well, all right then. Well, I guess I'll write down some notes. It's unfortunate. All right. I gotta be honest. You know, when I started streaming, I knew that I would be bringing some fun talking points to the table that you don't hear too often. And this was one of my favorites. I brought this talking point to so many debates. I've lost count of how many Christians have been absolutely annihilated with 2 Samuel 12. It's really embarrassing. Pretty wild. Although there are Christians in here crying that I'm never honest. Listen, I'm just reading the passage. I don't know what to tell you. Although, listen, that last pretzel cooking, I had to up the numbers, by the way. Again, I'm not going to tell everybody all the magic words to make the pretzel meter go. Other than I told you the word cooked is going to be in there. I already gave that one away. Nevertheless, that last one, I needed 150 instances to show up for that meter to hit the top, and we are at 159 right now. So I'd say if I had to say anything about that conversation, I guess he is extra cooked. So what are you gonna do? I do need to add one more thing though. Give me 1 second. I got to add one more phrase to the thing before I forget. There we go, and it's added. I'm going to save it. Boom, saved. Reset. We'll use it again on the next cast. Now, with that, friends, I'm going to read a couple of super chats, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. Martin has a correction on this last one. Was a limerick, Justin, a limerick? You know what? You're right. And as the words were leaving my tongue, I thought to myself, you know what? I should have said limerick. And I didn't. That's on me. My deepest apologies. Rock hard for Doug. Hey, thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. He says, I stepped away for 2 minutes thinking the last caller was going to run for daylight on baby paste. Listen, I thought we were going to get some baby paste too, but learned they ran away. I prayed to Doug these Christians get a backbone. Well, here we go. Rock hard for Doug. Unfortunately, we got to some difficult passages and there was no backbone to be found. Backbone missing. Jared is sans backbone. Now, we've got Astronova. Thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Please enlarge the center. I'm sorry. Please enlarge and center the vulva pretzel. Okay, so here's the thing. I will. I promise. I kind of threw this thing together, and let's just say it needs some tweaking, but it did work at least. But the CSS file needs edited. It's not good. Yeah. I'm working on it. You know, one thing at a time, right? One thing at a time. I threw like a lot of. We'll talk about later. I'm working on some really cool software, but I'm working way too fast and like breaking shit. Diabolos, good to see you. You've fallen victim to one of the classic blunders. Never go in against a Christian when words are on the line. Jared, you nailed it, right? Gotta remember, if there's something that we know about the Christian community, and I think there's a couple things that we do know, the thing that we know best, like for sure that we know best, that words don't mean words. Okay. 1 second. Right now. See if it works. Good?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I had forced an update real quick to I have a spreadsheet worked into the software, and the spreadsheet was not I couldn't scroll down far enough. There was some sort of glitch in the spreadsheet window. I was trying to write down all the notes for that last caller, and I ran out of room to write. So I pushed an update in real quick, and it fucking killed my soundboard. About that. Anyways, Kelly, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says join us for the Ark Encounter protest next Sunday. I am sorry I won't be there. I've got other things that I need to do. It sounds fun. You know, a good protest can be a good time. But unfortunately, I won't be able to do it. It's not that far. It's about 4 hours, I think, from where I live. But anyways, on the 12th in Williamstown, Kentucky, speakers will be Seth Andrews, Noah Lugians, Godless Engineer, Mandisa Thomas, Godless Granny, and Kelly Laughlin, the man, the myth, the legend right here. Kelly, so here's the thing. I can't make it, but hopefully a lot of people here will be able to make it. And that sounds like a really fun lineup. Now, listen, I learned recently because I was like, what is the deal with this Ark Encounter? Why are people boycotting, and like protesting and whatnot, this thing? And then I realized, oh, fuck. The town that put it up spent like millions and millions of taxpayer dollars on this thing, and they will never get their investment back. They literally just robbed the taxpayer for religious purposes. Fucking wild. There's some videos on it now, some documentaries. Y'all got to check it out. It's pretty crazy. Wild. Mr. Cherbro, thank you for the $10 super chat. Golden Arm 2118 is whining in chat about Genesis, as they do. Says he won't call in unless the topic is about Genesis. You should do a stream about Genesis. Let's see if this man of God can gird his loins. I don't think this man of God will be girding any loins if I had to make a wager. Nevertheless, they are welcome, and I don't mind talking about Genesis. If y'all want to talk about the book of Genesis, we can make it happen. Not the end of the world. I don't talk about it nearly as much, only because typically that's like Blitz will get into Genesis, Ian will get into Genesis, because they want to talk about creation, and Blitz, being a scientist, loves that topic. So I don't do it nearly as much. Blitz is so good at it, But anyways, next in line was Solaris, and then after that Dame, and then Gregory Ellis. It seems to be that's going to be the order of events here. Let's get Solaris. Damn, it's already 10 o'clock, y'all. Time's going fast. It's crazy. Maybe Solaris is going to connect. Solaris was waiting in the guest box for a long time. I kind of feel bad, but looks like they connected. Cool. Solaris, can you hear me? Solaris. Solaris. They connected, but did they fall asleep? It will auto connect. Like if you're in the queue and you get brought up after like I think 5 seconds, I think it auto connects you. I think Solaris probably fell asleep in the queue. It happens. What are you gonna do? All right, well, we'll drop Solaris, and then we'll get Dame in, and then after that, we'll do Gregory. We'll have a good time here. So fantastic. All right. There we go. Dame should be coming in here in just a second. There you go. Dame, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in the Bible God? Dame? Can Dame hear me? Is Dame connected still? Dame, anything? Hola. There's there's audio going into your room, bro. You can't hear it? Well, Dame's been in the box for a long time too. Okay. Sorry, Dame. We'll have to move on. Deepest apologies. You've been in the box for a while, but it looks like you're not in the box anymore. Looks like Gregory is next, and then Matek. Grab Gregory Ellis. I thought I talked to Greg Ellis once before. Now we'll find out. Oh, Dame came back. Oh, maybe Dame is having some trouble with the audio, or I don't know. Who knows? Maybe his earphones weren't turned on. I need to add. You know what? That reminds me. I need to add indicators on here so I can see if they've got their hardware muted, just like Video Ninja does. That's what I got to do. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, Gregory doesn't seem like they're connecting either. Anything? Okay, guess not. All right then. Well, bye, Greg. We're gonna move. Oh, and Dame left. Okay, looks like Matek is left. We'll get Matek in here. Although I'm listen. I've been wrong about a few things, but I'm fairly sure that I've talked to Matek before. It's just hard to. Sometimes it can be hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure of it. Fairly sure. Oh, Dame came back again. Dame keeps dropping and coming back. I have no idea why. Hopefully it's not a connection issue again. But welcome in. Is it Matek?
Yeah, man. Anything to be fair. How we doing, bro?
And have we talked before, or have I just seen you on some other live stream?
You know what? I don't even know. Don't even ask me. I can't even lie to you. But yeah,
It's hard to tell. I know I've seen your name before, but
there's a bunch of these in it.
What do you want to know?
You know, tell me. Are you the person,
yeah, I'm
the
sure.
being that you're supposed to be?
I have no idea what that means. But listen, are you at least 18, and do you believe in the Bible God?
Yeah, man. To both of them.
Cool. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt on the screen?
I'll have to agree.
Oh, you agree? Oh.
Indeed. Okay. May I ask you why?
Well, that was easy. Wait, you said you were a Christian, right?
Indeed. May I ask you why do you think I am this?
Wait, so you are a Christian and you do agree that God is a pervert and a degenerate, but you're still a Christian?
Yes, indeed. Yes, the reason I do think this is because of this. Would you like to hear this by chance?
Nah. I'm only here to talk to people who disagree with me. Okay, let's see. Agrees that God. I don't even know that. Okay, that God is a pervert. Okay, cool. Oh, and a degen. Okay, and a degen. Yeah, obviously. Okay, cool. I mean, that was easy. That might be the quickest Christian takedown. Well, not even a takedown, a forfeit that I've ever had on the channel. Under a minute, y'all. Under a minute. Didn't take long at all. Okay, cool. Well, Dame did come back. Let's see if Dame's connection is gonna work out here. We're gonna throw Dame onto the screen. Make sure that they are unmuted. It looks like they're unmuted. So, Dame, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep.
I can hear a little bit of
me?
you. Okay, there we go.
Can you
Looks
hear
like
me?
your connection's working. You're a little quiet, but I can hear you.
Cool. Sorry, man. Yeah, one of my I've been waiting a while. One of my buds went the battery ran out, so I've only got one, and hopefully it'll work. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Can you get? Oh, you got one butt in. That's why it's so quiet right now. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
the
Maybe
other
I can turn
one's
your audio up. Hold
charging.
on.
Maybe it's gonna maybe um, get a battery in a couple of minutes, and then I'll pop it in and see if we last that long.
Yeah. Okay. So, are you at least 18?
Difficult to hear
And
you.
are you a believer in the Bible God?
I
It's
am
difficult to hear
18,
me.
and yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Let me try the other bud. Give me 1 second. Let's see if it helps, if it works.
Sure.
Is that better?
I can hear you okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool.
So
So
yeah,
anyways, are you a
I'm
Christian? I think did you say yes?
no, I'm just looking for truth. I wouldn't classify myself as a Christian. I would call myself more of a cultural Christian, to borrow the term. Um, but I I have an argument that I disagree with what you're saying there, and I'll tell you why I disagree. Is
So
what?
so you're
Yep.
so you're not a Christian, but you do disagree with the prompt.
Yes, that's correct. Is that good enough to have a chat?
Uh, cool. Sure.
Yeah. So the degenerate and pervert both mean a digression from a set of standards. Yes, like a set of moral standards. It's
Yeah, yeah,
the yeah.
you're going to get into the moral argument for objective morals, and then I'm going to
Yes.
demonstrate to you that you don't have objective morals. That's usually how this one goes. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, so I don't think that there are necessarily objective morals, and if there were objective morals, they would have to come from God, right? And God would have to.
Nope, they wouldn't be objective if they came from
I
God.
think are the, yeah, fair enough. They'd be subjective, but I mean, because God's the creator, they would be as objective as one can get in such a thing, right?
But that's not
Like
what
like
objective
a
means.
law. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's
That's
true
not
for
what objective
everyone. It's true
means.
for everything. Okay, so it's
That's
they
not what
would still be
objective means.
subjective. So what
Objective means they
if
exist independent of a mind.
independent of a mind, right? Mm, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, fair enough. So they're always subjective. They're always subjective, and just like
Yeah, if you think
in
that God invented the moral codes, then they would be subjective, and that's
yeah
fine. If you think that they came
yeah
from God, you just have to use the right words for it.
yeah. I mean, if they in, certainly in the Bible they claim to come from God, right? So therefore, they're subjective according to God's mind, and his subjective nature changes. And who are we to assess what his subjective mind is plotting and scheming
I,
in terms of what is right and wrong at any time? So he might. I mean, obviously, if you ask me the question, is it ever right to rip open pregnant women and pull their babies out and smash them against a wall, I would say no. I can't think of a situation where that would be applicable. But I'm not God, and I don't know God's mind.
cool. So the reality is, if morals are not objective, we have a conversation,
Hmm.
right? So the next
Yeah.
question would be, okay, your morals come from God, my morals come from my brain. Why would I think that God's morals are better than mine?
Well, my morals don't necessarily come from God. My morals they're subjective, just like all morals are subjective. But in the higher order of things, God's morals, if he is in fact God, if he is the creator, if he is the arbiter of what is good and bad, then his morals are of a higher order. for example,
But
mode in
do we know what those are?
in well, they do wax and wane, which is bizarre, but I don't pretend to understand why they would
Right.
wax and wane.
So my
It's
my,
it's a little bit like kind of yep, so
sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt. So I just want to point out, like,
no worry.
my previous question was, why would I think that God's morals are better than mine? And your answer so far, and I want you to finish, but your answer so far
Yeah.
rests on the fact that God's morals are a higher order. But that's the thing I need you to
Yes.
demonstrate, that God's morals are a higher order. Why would I think that?
Well, you'd have to grant. I'm not for an instant assuming that you would, that I'm somehow going to convert you or something with this argument. However, if you grant for the sake of argument that God does exist and that
Sure,
the Bible is the Word of God, purely for
sure,
the sake of argument,
yeah.
then God would be allowed to wax and wane. And another example
Why?
I was thinking of, well,
But no, but
well, because
why would
he's
I be compelled to think that his morals are good, though?
well, good good is a only he can define what is good and what is bad. Can I
Well,
just give a
well,
slightly different example that
I
perhaps
might
might
agree
help
with
us?
you that God, being the most powerful entity, might be in the
Mm,
position, because he's the most powerful. What are you gonna do, right? He'll be in the
yeah.
position to decide what good and bad is. That might be the case. But again, when it comes
Yes.
to God's commands, what he tells us to do, his morals and whatnot, how can we determine that those commands are even good?
Well, I think when he commands you or he commands a person, and again, this is just for the sake of argument, when he commands a person, like thou shalt not kill, thou shalt whatever, do this and that, or not do this and that, that means you mustn't do it. Doesn't mean that he can't do it. So he's a hypocrite. Um,
No, but what I'm asking my friend Dame is,
yeah,
if
sure, sure.
God gives us moral codes and commands, how can I, as a
Yes.
human being, know that they are in fact good rather than bad?
Because they're commanded by God. That's the only way that you could
So what?
assess it. And maybe that's circular or messed up or something, but it's
But
that would be how you determine it. Can I
but if
just can I pose another question just as a
I
slight
mean,
sidebar, let's say,
you're
to try and
you're what
understand this?
you're welcome to, but I think this is actually kind of the crux of my position here, which is namely, whether or not God gets to decide what is good and bad. The reality is we have no way of
Mm,
determining that what He tells us is good or bad. We're still left with our own mental faculties, and even in the Bible, God
mm.
does say that He gave the Israelites some bad commands. In fact, He says in Ezekiel chapter 20 that He gave the Israelites bad commands. So I don't know
Made a
what to
mistake.
do. How could we know that the commands that God gave are all good? It sounds like we're still stuck with our subjective faculties to figure all that out.
Yeah, I think there is a searching that would need to happen. And again, like for the sake of argument, one would have to have this sort of, as Christians claim, a sort of personal relationship with God that would you somehow plug in to the Holy Spirit. I'm not quite sure precisely how you do that, but you plug into the Holy Spirit and you get the guidance and it helps you to try and make the correct decision given whatever moral quandary you might be in. When it comes to like higher order things like whether or not, let's say, the death penalty is wrong or right, and for a legislature to decide, I don't know you can't really ascertain that from the Bible. The one hand says an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and the other one says thou shalt not kill. So how do you know which one to do? Is that kind of what is that an accurate representation of the quandary you're describing?
I mean, maybe my point is this: like, okay, so when I say that God is a pervert or a degen, I'm
Mm,
saying that one, it's a subjective value. When we call someone a pervert, everyone's idea of what is perverted is going to be different. Some people think that doing foot stuff is perverted. Some people don't. Everyone's got a different level. It's inherently a subjective term. Degenerate,
yes.
also a subjective term. Now, When
Yes.
people want to challenge me on the semantics of my wording, they'll usually say some stuff like what you're doing, which is like, well, what measure, what objective measurement do you have to use these words? And
Mm,
I didn't claim that they were objective. And the reality is, God doesn't have an objective measure either. It's just decided by Him. And God's decisions, as
mm,
far as I can tell, we have no way of knowing if they're good or bad. So when I use these terms, I think, or over here, if you're on the horizontal, when I use these terms, I think I'm well within my right to use these terms colloquially as we would in the English language, because the only thing we really have that we can use is our own thinking faculties. We can't actually depend on God to tell us where the boundaries of these words are, because God will tell you things sometimes that are untrue and bad.
mm. Yeah,
So
I, so what you're saying, and Emma, tell me if I'm representing this correctly. According to your subjective moral code, what some of the things that God does is are morally are perverted and degenerate from your
yeah,
moral code,
yeah,
but it's purely subjective. So there is no
mhm,
objective thing. So it's like
no,
it's up to the sort of. I'm sure you have robust arguments for
hmm
why you believe it's wrong to do the most heinous things that you know that would lead you to such a statement. Um, yeah, but it still sort of baffles me to some extent. Like I've had some debates with Muslim guys, you know, and they often this idea of objective morality comes up, and they love to throw in the incest thing. They'll say, "So
hmm
you're telling me incest is wrong?" And I mean, it's fine. And I heard you once on a debate saying that, like, according to you, it's not necessarily wrong. If it was two brothers, for example, what's the wrong in that? If they're consenting, like, what
hmm
makes that wrong, right?
hmm
Um, so it makes moral code so wishy-washy um, to a certain extent, you know. However, look, that's actually neither here nor there. I think the main point is that if God, he's a pervert according and a degenerate according to your moral standard, but if he is in fact God, then there might be a higher order understanding. If you indulge me just slightly before I get pretzeled out here by the crowd, um, if you like, you would agree that killing large amounts of people, innocent people, is subjectively wrong, I assume, right?
hmm
And however, when a government does it from time to time, like they did in the Second World War, they bombed Hiroshima. There's an argument to be made that that was morally acceptable, but only something a government can do. That's something an individual, not even a company, can do that. Only government can do that. The president, Congress, that type of thing. You know? And I think that's a little bit like what I'm trying to say here with God, that if God does something that we perceive to be morally reprehensible, there might be good reasons for it that we just don't understand.
right. But it also could be evil for the same purpose. Like we don't know if God is telling us to do something evil for reasons that are beyond our understanding. There's no reason to assume that what he's telling us is inherently good.
But if he's God, then, and again, you know, for the sake of argument, if he is in fact God, the creator of everything, then he must be what he says is good, whether
Why?
you agree with it or not,
Why?
because he's God, he's the creator.
Is
It's
God
like
capable of
saying,
giving bad commands?
um, apparently he is. He seems to be somewhat
Well, he
fallible, does he not?
obviously is. He
According to
said
the
he
Bible,
does
yeah.
it.
According to the
Yeah.
Bible,
So
yeah.
if God's capable of giving bad commands, how do we determine if God is giving us the good ones or the bad ones?
I guess, I mean, you'd have to you'd have to say, well, I have to follow him no matter what. Like I have to
Why?
jump into the fire no matter what because he's God. And then in his infinite justice, God, I already found like a sort of preacher here, but in his infinite justice and wisdom, the scales would be balanced in the fullness of time.
But how do
And
you know
you have
that?
to trust that.
Well,
Well, you don't know it. You have
what
to
if God's
trust it.
actually evil and he designed this world as like a plaything to inflict the most amount of harm on human beings? And he's actually
Well,
just
then
an
you're
evil
probably fucked
asshole.
no matter what you do. Then you're fucked no matter what
Right.
you do because he's
Exactly.
created it like that. So there's nothing you can do then. Then you have
Yeah.
to you have to, I mean, forgive the pun, you have to pray that your following him will somehow lessen the pain that you endure or the suffering that you endure or your family endures.
Yeah. So I
Um
mean, I think and I could be wrong. I think my point's pretty easy here, which is just assuming like that what God tells you must be good. That doesn't seem
mm,
to be the case. We have no reason to assume that what he's telling us is good. And to be clear, the way I typically, Dame, it sounds like you've watched the show a couple of times. The way I typically run the
yeah.
argument is not saying that my opinion is better than your opinion. The way I usually run these
Mm,
arguments is I will ask the Christian if they think something is good or bad, and whether or not they think it's always good or bad.
mm,
And typically, when I talk
mm,
about subjects like kidnapping women and raping them in war, they'll say, obviously, that's always bad. And then I'll show them, oh, good, your God does something bad. So, most of the time, when
yeah,
I'm judging this God, I'm literally judging this God by the moral standard that the Christian is supplying for me. I'm not forcing them to accept
yes.
my moral standard.
I'm not doing that though. I'm not saying that moral standard is if you say to me, is it wrong for me? Absolutely it's wrong for me.
Hmm.
But is it is it is it wrong in all circumstances? And specifically, is it wrong in circumstances where the creator has decided that it's the right thing to do? I can't say that that's wrong. If you know, presuming it is in fact the God, which I'm not saying it is, just again for the sake of argument. And it's I was thinking of another example here. So I've lost my train of thought again. So yeah, what are your thoughts at this juncture?
Well, I mean, it sounds like we don't really have much like
Go on.
room moving forward at this point, right? Because at this, I think you
Mm,
kind of understand my argument. My argument is not
I
that
do.
God is a degenerate and a pervert because I said so. That's actually not my goal. It's never. I've done a lot of these live streams. Usually, I'll say something like God isn't good, or I change the topic a little
Mm,
bit for this one. But my goal is never to say your God is bad because I said so. My goal is to show Christians that, hey, your own internal moral compass tells you that these things are wrong and bad. And so you have to wrestle with
mm.
the fact that your God does stuff that you personally consider to be wrong and bad in all cases. That's the point of these live streams. I would never force my own moral code onto somebody else. That's not, that's what Christians do. I don't do that.
You wouldn't force your moral code onto other people?
I think there's a gray area. There's some moral codes that you probably want to enforce, like not letting people enact violence against you, not letting people steal your goods, hurt your children. There are some things that you do have to kind of defend by force. But typically, when it comes to other stuff,
Mm,
like, hey, is it wrong? Say if your children are starving to death and you steal bread from Walmart, I don't give a fuck. To me, the
yeah,
life of
of
those
course.
children will always be more valuable than the 10 cents that Walmart was going to make on that bread. You see what I'm saying? But that's a gray area. That's something that I personally would not force on somebody because it lands in some kind of a gray area, right? But when it comes to the stuff kind of most people agree on, like, hey, we shouldn't stab each other, we shouldn't shoot each other, we shouldn't SA each other, those are the types of things that I think maybe we should be able to enforce sometimes with some some
With the
physical
sort of
force if
agreement
necessary.
an
Yeah.
agreement of the majority. The
Yeah.
average person's gonna say like this is fine, this is wrong, or it's not wrong to steal bread, or whatever the example might be. Yeah, it makes there's I don't know who it was. I think was it Christopher Hitchens that said that um God is the most evil, like most despicable character in all of fiction.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
That would
That's
be
Hitch.
quite a good little tagline for you, you know? Just saying,
Yeah, I
God
mean,
is the most thing. It's the same type of thing, right?
yeah, I don't disagree actually, and I do like Hitch. Yeah, but listen, Dame, I've
Yeah.
hopefully I think I got a Christian in the box who will debate me on this. But I appreciate you coming here and challenging me on the semantics of my wording. And it is interesting. I'm actually shocked that a Christian hasn't done it yet, because typically that's something a Christian would do. But you've been around long enough to know that I choose my words careful enough that I'm not gonna uh, trip on a shovel and smack myself.
Thanks, man. I appreciate your time. It's always good to listen to you, and have a good one.
Right. Cheers, buddy.
Later.
It's interesting. You don't hear a lot of non-believers that want to come up and debate the prompt. I did kind of expect that particular argument as a common one, but what are you gonna do? Listen, we do. Here's what I think we're gonna do. I think we got one more guest, and then we're probably gonna run out of time to do super chats. So I'm gonna take the guest and then do super chats. If I take another guest after this, it's probably gonna be one guest too many, and I'm gonna be up till 2 in the fucking morning again. So let me take this guest, and then we're gonna read what's left of our super chats, friends. And maybe we'll get a chance to do some baby paste. Maybe we'll. Oh, they dropped. Okay, I guess not. Oh no, they're coming in. Sorry, they didn't drop. Welcome in. Is that Checkmate? Checkmate 004?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Checkmate, are you at least 18, and do you believe in the Bible God?
I've been 18 for over 2 decades.
Fair enough. All right. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt on the screen?
I mean, obviously, you've proven many times tonight that the prompt on the screen really doesn't mean anything. You spend a lot of time talking about subjective morality, so obviously that point of view that you're taking kind of makes the point you're trying to make pointless to a certain
Apparently, you
degree.
didn't listen to the last conversation. Pretty wild.
I've been
It
listening
wasn't
since you had
even
the young kid
a
on there.
long conversation. It's pretty wild. So my point here is, again, is not that I have objective morals. My point is typically you're gonna judge God by your own morals and contradict yourself. That's really the whole point of this live, is to watch Christians contradict themselves on the moral topic. So, for example, I asked a young woman earlier that she seemed to answer the question honestly. Is it always wrong to kidnap a woman in war and turn her into a war bride, considering the fact that they don't really have consent? Is that always wrong?
Yeah, I've listened to the way you've constructed your arguments, and it's very interesting because you construct them that way, and then you keep saying Christians, 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 and then the more I listened to you, the more I realized I didn't think you know what a Christian was. The more I heard you talk, do you know
Yeah, I
what a
think you're.
Christian is?
I certainly do, and I also don't care. That's not relevant to the topic. Do you want to stay on topic, or do you
Wait,
want to
you,
play stupid games about who's a real Christian and who's a fake
you don't
Christian?
you don't like you don't like when I approach the argument from my point of
It's
view. You want to only use your point of view to make
it's
your
not
points that you really
it's
can't talk
not an
outside of.
argument. It's not an argument.
I tried
So
to warn the chat. I warned the
okay,
chat
so
this would happen.
e-
I've been
every
in here for a
Christian,
while.
every Christian we talk to is the only
Every
Christian doing
Christian,
it
there you keep
right.
saying
We
Christian.
always hear it. Every single one is the only one that's doing it right.
I don't. All my works are filthy, like filthy rags.
I
You
know,
know the
and
Bible. You
you're the only
quoted
one that understands Christianity properly. I know. The other Christians that were
right.
up
All
here
my
weren't
works are
real
like
Christians. You're
filthy
the real
rags.
Christian.
So
Yeah,
I'm not doing anything right. I'm a
you're the
Christian
real
because
spirit-filled Christian. You're the one that got it all figured out.
no, I'm a Christian because I know how wrong I am. I know that I'm a sinner. I know that. That's why I'm a Christian, not because I'm perfect, because I'm
Mm-hmm.
imperfect.
I didn't say you're
You
perfect.
understand these things.
I didn't
No,
say you
I
were
know, but I'm
perfect.
saying
It's
you
weird
understand
that
this about
you keep
Christianity, right?
saying straw men. I didn't say anything about you being perfect. So
No,
it should
you
be
said I
pretty
got it
easy
right. You
then.
said I have
Should
it
be
right.
pretty easy then. You
Yeah,
should be,
it's pretty easy. Do you know what a
since
Christian is?
you're
Because you keep
a
saying
real
Christians come
Christian,
in here, Christians.
since
Well,
you're
do
a
you
real
know what a Christian
Christian,
is, though?
since you're a real Christian, maybe you could answer the question about whether or not it's wrong to kidnap
I
a
have no
woman.
problem. I'll answer all of your questions. You keep referring to
So he's
Christians.
not
My
gonna.
friend, do you know what
He's
a
not
Christian
gonna.
is?
Yeah, everyone knows what a Christian is. A Christian is someone who does Romans 10, 9, and 10. Confess with the mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord and God raised him from the dead and he died for your sins. And you got to be born according to John of the water and the spirit. You got to worship him in spirit and truth. The Holy Spirit's going to come and live inside you. You're going to become a new fucking creature in Christ. We all know. We all heard it. We were Christians long before you were a Christian. Congratulations. You want to be
Oh,
on topic
I
now?
I think I'm older than you, but okay. But anyways, nonetheless, so you say you do know what a Christian is. So you understand that a
Everyone
Christian
knows what a
is
Christian
someone
is.
that
What we need is
follows
an answer to
Christ?
the question.
Well, I'll answer your question, but you're saying a Christian is someone that follows Christ's teachings. Would that be fair?
There's a lot of people who would consider themselves Christians that don't agree with that particular definition. They
Oh,
would turn to
MAGA's a
particular
perfect
Bible
example. Yeah, I agree
verses
with
that
you.
would say,
MAGA's
no,
not
not
Christian.
everybody
Yeah.
actually perfectly follows Christ. So they're going to say something like, well, it depends on what you mean by follow Christ. Are some people going to be perfect? How closely do you have to follow Christ? Can you be as stupid as Peter was when Peter was a disciple? There's lots of questions on what it means to follow Christ. So again, typically a Christian is somebody who at least endeavors to follow Christ. And Paul tells you what it takes to be
Correct.
saved. 1 Corinthians
Correct.
6:9, he lists a bunch of stuff that you can't do if you want to be saved. Revelation 21:7 and 8 says there are things you can't do if you want to be saved. So great. Do you want to be on topic or not?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we had our groundwork established because, again, you keep saying Christians this and Christians that. And the
Are
more
you
I
a
listened to you, the
Christian?
more it sounded like you didn't know what a Christian
Are
was.
you a Christian? Because that's
Oh,
who I want to
absolutely.
talk to.
Absolutely. Follower of
Cool.
Christ.
We found
Absolutely.
one. We found a real Christian. Cool. So do you think that God is actually I already asked you. Do you think that it's always wrong to kidnap women in war and turn them into war brides? That's all I need to know.
Kidnap women. I think Jesus said if you even look at a woman with lust,
Oof.
you've committed adultery.
Ugh.
He said that one man and one woman should be leave their parents and be joined together. He mentioned that, what was it, Moses that said, he allowed them to divorce, but it was because their hardness of hearts, and that lest it be for sexual immorality, that no man and woman, once they're united, should be torn apart. So I think that Jesus was pretty clear on lust. Jesus was pretty clear on marriage, one man and one woman. I think that's what Jesus taught, and I'm a Christian, so that's what I follow.
Okay, so you would say then
Yeah.
it's always wrong, and has always been wrong to kidnap women and turn them into war brides.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
the act of doing that. Yeah,
that
sure.
was easy. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Check out this verse. This is Deuteronomy 21. God says, "When you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman, probably because he's lusting after her, whom you desire and want to marry. So you bring her to your home, to your house. She shall shave her head and pare her nails and discard her captive's garb and remain in your house a full month, mourning her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife." So that's a war bride. It's when you capture a woman in war and you turn her into a bride. You just said that that was always wrong. So maybe it's not always
Making
wrong.
someone a bride or a wife. So wait. So then your premise is that all marriages are based on two people. They like fall in love and they're
I didn't
like,
say that.
let's get married because we're so in love. Is that your
I
the
didn't say
angle
any of
that you're
that.
taking? Is that,
I didn't say any of
well,
that.
it has to be because you're
No.
saying you're saying a war bride is considered a bad thing. Is that something
So
that you know to be a fact
I
culturally?
didn't.
Do people
I
marry
didn't.
every
I didn't say
single?
any of that. It's
Mhm.
weird that you keep saying things that I didn't say. You said that taking war brides was bad always. I didn't say it.
You said taking, yeah.
Yeah, and you think it's bad, but God doesn't.
Yeah, taking a war. Yeah, you're saying taking a war bride, but then you said someone made somebody their wife.
That's what it means. Yeah, a war bride.
Well, whoa, 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 whoa! Taking a war bride and then saying someone made someone their wife is two totally different things.
No, that's literally the same thing. War bride.
No,
What do you think the word bride is doing?
you're making someone your wife.
You got it. Yeah, a war bride, you said was always wrong.
No, you said taking someone from war, taking a woman from war was wrong.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's
no.
wrong.
I specifically said kidnapping a woman in war and making her your war bride. That's exact words. Now you got forgetful all of a sudden. The Holy Spirit's
I'm
not
not.
helping
No,
you.
no, I'm not forgetful.
John
Do you want
said
to
that
read
the
the
Holy
passage
Spirit would
again?
lead
Do you want
you
to? Do you
in
want
all
to? Do
truth,
you want to read
and
the
it
passage
turns
again?
out it can't even lead you in remembering what
No.
you
Do you want to
said.
read the passage again for clarity?
Oh, sure, I'd love to read the passage again. Yeah,
Go ahead, read it. Read
read
it.
it a whole bunch.
Okay.
It says, "Hey, when you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see
Mm-hmm.
among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry.
Yep,
So you
yep,
bring her
yep,
to your
yep.
home, to your house. She shall shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's garb. and remain in your house a full month, mourning for her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be your husband, and she shall be your wife. It's pretty simple.
Perfect. Yes, thank you. So, I don't want to get too personal. Are you a soldier? Have you ever been in the military or anything like that?
No.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's not really relevant. Do you know what would happen? I don't know how good you are at history. You seem to know quite a bit about the Bible, even though you have your kind of handpicked verses. But I assume you know a lot about the Bible. What would happen in old times when people would go to war with a group of people? They would war with them. They would win the war, and then they would go away for, let's say, 10 years, 20 years. What would happen after that 10 or 20 years? After defeating a group of people and they leave them alone, what would happen?
They would become vassals and they would recover.
Okay, and when they would recover, the sons and the children, and what would happen when they recovered 20 years later?
Typically, the kings would send daughters and they would have an alliance so they don't go to war again in the future.
No. I'm not talking about like the Middle Ages. I'm talking about.
I'm not talking about Middle Ages either.
Testament.
I'm talking about the Bronze Age.
Okay, so you know that a lot in many cases, generations, sons, would raise up and then they would go to war after they had been defeated with the next generation. You're not aware of these things?
Show me one example in the Bronze Age when that happened.
When a group of people, after being defeated, rose up again, another generation, and attacked the group that attacked them?
Yeah, show me where a conquered nation, when their children grew up, the children decided that they were going to go to war just because of what happened prior.
So I mean, because I'm sure this is another one of your talking points.
So typically, what would happen is, so we can use, for example, the Egyptian ownership of the Levant. When the Egyptians conquered the Levant, they started putting petty kings in place, and they would even take, like, we would call them mayors, they called them kings. They would even take the kings of the little towns in Canaan. They would bring them to Egypt. They would educate them in the Egyptian way, the Egyptian language, and then they would exchange daughters back and forth with the Pharaoh and create alliances with them. These were conquered fucking people, and you rest assured that the people that were living in the Levant didn't just raise up and go to war with Egypt because Egypt conquered them. That's preposterous.
So you're making a comparison based on one of the greatest civilizations to ever exist compared to the Jewish people or the Israelites? Is that you're comparing the two? Like they're even? Like they're somehow equals?
Actually, according to history and according to your Bible, there was as many Israelites that left Egypt as Egyptians that were there, actually. And according to the Bible, there's 2.5 million people that left Egypt. So it seems like a pretty sizable people group.
So you're using the Israelites at the height of their population in Egypt, which, according to most atheists, they don't even believe ever even happened?
I'm talking about your book.
That's your talking point?
I'm talking about your book. Is it true?
Yeah.
Is it true that there was 2.5 million? Yeah. Okay, so then the comparison between the Israelites and the Egyptians are pretty good, because in the Bronze Age they had about 2 million residents.
So you're saying they were equal, but yet they were enslaved by them?
They were corvée labor. I wouldn't say they were enslaved.
Okay. So
that's what it means to be a vassal. Like when the Assyrians came in, they had a different playbook. They would make vassals of people that were willing to be vassals, and the ones that wouldn't be vassals, the one that kept rebelling, a lot of times they would just scatter the people and destroy them. Babylonians, they didn't do that as much as the Assyrians, but no, there typically isn't like this idea that if you go and destroy a village, like you have to murder every single person in the village, or else their children are going to come up and destroy you.
No.
Not usually how that works.
To murder everyone through genocide, which is a thing as well, obviously. That was one point of view that some people took in the olden times, is wipe out everybody so there's no one to come back and fight.
Well, God did the same thing.
It sounds like you're denying that, right? But it sounds like you're denying that even happened. Like, why would you have to wipe out an entire civilization? That's the whole point I'm making, and you just basically admitted it.
Because you want their land. That's why the Israelites wanted to genocide the Canaanites, because they wanted their land. They wanted to live there and steal their land. If you don't want to steal the land, they typically don't do the genocide.
Yeah, it still happens today. We want to do it right now with Greenland and the Panama Canal, and Russia's doing it in Ukraine. Yeah, it's a common human thing.
Because they want their land. Yeah, you nailed it. You got it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. It's what humans have been doing since the beginning of time. You're not denying that.
And these are obviously not Canaanites. These are not people in Deuteronomy 21 where the Israelites need their land.
Yeah, you're referring to when they're going to the promised land. Yeah.
Nope. In Deuteronomy 21 and Deuteronomy 20, it's obviously not talking about the Canaanites. The Canaanites, you're not allowed to marry. You're not Moabites either. You're not allowed to marry. You have to murder every single one of them. It explicitly states it in chapter 20. It says, this is what you do with the towns that are very far from you. The towns that are in this land that I'm giving to you, you must kill everything that breathes. So this passage has nothing to do with wiping out the Canaanites. This passage is just about if you go to war with somebody, even someone very far away from you, hey, you can kidnap women in war and make them into your brides. That's all.
So again, going back to the point that you were trying to make about taking people captive, once again, is your premise that it's improper to make someone your wife because that person might not love you or want to be with you? Is that the premise?
I've never made a claim about the morality of this. You did. That's the whole point. You said that this was wrong, and I'm just showing you that God says it's actually not wrong. That's all.
Well, you're saying that God allowed these things to happen in the Bible, correct?
No, I didn't. You will never, ever hear me say God allowed anything. I would never say that word. It's dumb. God, in this case, said that they are allowed to do it, and in other cases, like he literally commands it. So the problem is, this isn't about God commanding it or allowing it. I mean, it kind of is. But the reality is, what I'm trying to help you to understand is that your God does something that you previously just said is always wrong.
Yes, but you haven't proven to me that in your instance of the story, that someone has done something wrong to someone.
I didn't say that they did something wrong. You did.
War happens.
I'm sure it does.
Are you saying that war is inherently wrong?
I didn't say anything was wrong. You did. That's the whole point of this.
Well, you can't.
I think you're confused.
You don't stand on moral ground. You don't. No.
I mean, I certainly do stand on moral ground. I just don't stand on your moral ground because I don't think that ripping pregnant women open is ever a moral thing to do. That's my own opinion, though. My personal subjective morals tells me that ripping pregnant women open and smashing babies' heads against stones is not a good thing. And I would hope that you agree.
Now,
do you think that?
Now, you said you knew the Bible well. You should very much know the context of that verse. Are you referring
I don't even think you know where it exists.
In the Psalms?
Nope.
Where are you referring to it?
Hosea 13. It's in Isaiah 13.
And what is that instant?
God's punishing.
What is the instant?
God's punishing the northern Israelites.
Okay. You're saying he did it? What's the context?
The context is he's mad at them. He's bringing in the Neo-Assyrian army to go and fuck them up. In fact, he brags about it in the same chapter. In fact, I'll read it for you. Verse 7. He literally says, I will become like a lion to them. Like a leopard, I will lurk beside the way. I will fall upon them like a bear robbed of her cubs. I will tear open the covering of their heart. There I will devour them like a lion, as a wild animal would mangle them. I will destroy you, O Israel. Oh, cool. How's he going to do that? Well, he kind of tells you in verse 16. He says, Samaria shall bear her guilt because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword, their little ones dashed to pieces, and their pregnant women ripped open. And this is something that God did. He explicitly said that he's the one bringing this army to do this destruction, which means God is purposely, intentionally causing babies to be ripped out of their pregnant mother's wombs and have their head smashed.
I can see how, from your perspective, if you're looking at it like that, possibly. So let's back up, because you were all over the place tonight. You were talking about stuff you don't want to touch the New Testament too much, which makes sense, because when we start talking about Jesus Christ,
why are you crying about this passage? You show them something in the Bible, and they're like, "Oh, but you didn't read the passage I wanted you to read." Oh no! Oh no! Oh goodness!
No. Because I was trying to explain your perspective here. I think you see everything linear. I think you maybe see God in one point, or like working his way through history. And I'm always amazed at how people perceive God. It's always incredible to me. Because tonight, very early on, one of the earlier guests, you were
very
talking
profound,
about Adam and Eve.
very profound stuff.
Yeah, I know. You were talking about Adam and Eve, right? Earlier.
Yeah. Do you want to stay on topic or do you want to pivot?
I'm not gonna. Can I come back around to it or not?
Well, I'm just asking. I want to know: are you pivoting, or are you actually going to stay on topic?
You can't beat me because you admit that you don't stand on moral ground. You have this subjective morality.
I just asked you a question.
You have no position to stand, so you don't have to worry about me trying to beat around
I didn't
the bush
make any moral claims.
you,
I literally asked you a question. It's crazy that you can't answer a simple question.
I can answer it. So
cool. What's the answer?
Oh, good. Adam and Eve were created in this perfect harmony, right?
Say it. Okay.
And then there's the fall of man. Do you admit the Bible says there was a fall?
It doesn't say it like that, but yeah, the idea of the fall of man is obviously in Genesis. We see it in chapter 3.
The fruit, and then the introduction. You guys spent like 30 minutes on
kind of irrelevant to our topic, but you said you'd at least come back around to it. So go ahead and say what you need to say, and then we'll get back around to the actual topic, perhaps.
I'm getting there, sir. I think you want to stop me because you don't like this. You see where it's going. You're pretty sharp. You see where it's going.
I have no desire to stop you. You keep talking over me.
Okay. So there was a fall of man in the garden, correct?
Yeah, we already went over this.
So once there was a fall, do you deny that earth became a sinful place?
Yeah, we all know it. Everyone's read the Bible.
According to the Bible.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Getting there. So you guys love talking about genocide and bringing it up. What are the two most common sins that God talks about before you see a mass genocide?
I didn't bring up genocide.
When God destroys a people?
What do you mean, you guys? What are you talking about? I didn't bring up genocide. Please argue against me, not other people you've talked to. Well, if you want to complain about those atheists, go talk to them. I didn't bring up genocide.
We're using the same talking points. When God brings on, when he brought on the flood, when they attacked.
I didn't mention the flood. I didn't say any of that stuff. I didn't say any of those things.
Well, no, because most atheists only have a couple talking points. You're probably very much the same. So I know you don't want to branch off.
You obviously haven't been here very long then. You have no idea who I am. Okay, cool. Not a single fucking clue who I am.
What? You don't have to swear. We don't have to swear.
I can swear all I want. I'm not a Christian. Don't fucking tell me how to talk on my live stream.
I didn't tell you can't swear. I said you don't have to swear. We don't. You can stay civil.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I told the chat they didn't want me up here. They kept egging me on to come on here.
No, we do want your crying ass up here. Keep going.
Yes, that's me. They called me a crier, and I won't come on the chat. Whatever. But again, what are the two most common sins before God did these genocides, these killings of all the people? Two most common sins that were mentioned.
That's a great thing. God doesn't enumerate the sins. Now, he talks about in Leviticus 18 quite a few of the sins that he's upset with. Well, the land has to vomit them out. And most of them are sexual in nature. He's very upset with the sexual sins of the people, just like the line of Canaan was cursed because of the sexual immorality of Ham. The Ammonites and the Moabites were cursed people because of the sexual sins of Lot with his two daughters. And so those lines were cursed. The subsequent lines were cursed, possibly from what we might consider a sexual sin between the watchers / angels / sons of God who came down in Genesis 6 and slept with the women and created a whole race of giants. So it seems like there's a lot of fucking sexual sin all over the place. God doesn't seem to like it all that much. But the sin that's mentioned the most out of any sin at all ever, no, it's not perfect because you are going to miss the real answer.
You said he's a pervert.
The real answer, the most common sin that God refers to, if you read all of the Bible, is just worshiping other gods, abandoning the covenant.
And why does that matter? What are they doing in a lot of this worship?
You asked me the question. You asked me what was the most common sin. I just told you.
Correctly. You got one of them.
Okay.
Sexual immorality.
Congratulations. Yeah. Tell me.
Your whole premise tonight is based on sexual.
I love it when noobs tell me I got it right. Yeah, appreciate that.
No, yeah. But again, you called him perverted, yet one of the things he talks about most is sexual immorality. And then what are these people that are worshiping these other gods? It happened all over history. If you know anything about history, it happened over and over and over. We can come to the Americas, the Aztec, the Inca, the Maya. You can go to Egypt. You can go to any of those groups around the Israelites in the Middle East. What was something else they were doing for their gods?
I think you're about to mischaracterize history, so I'll give you the right answer. So all of these cultures were different in the way that they worship their gods. In fact, in ancient Babylon, they had temple prostitutes. In Greece, they had temple prostitutes. Guess what they didn't fucking have in other places? Temple prostitutes. So you're about to mischaracterize all these nations as somehow being the same in their worship of their gods, but they weren't.
Just
They're all
because they
very
share one
nuanced,
characteristic doesn't
and
make
they're
them
all
same.
they don't all share that characteristic. That's what I'm
There are
trying to tell you.
pyramids
You're about
all
to
over the
accuse
world.
you're about to accuse
There are
all of
pyramids
these
all over the
religions and
world. Does
all
that
of
mean
these
they're all the same?
cultures of worshiping their god using sexual perversions, and that's not true of all these cultures.
We're already past sexual perversion. We're already past sexual immorality. I'm asking you, do you know the other sin that these nations were guilty of that is not just
and again, you're
in
going
the
to
Middle East?
mischaracterize these other nations. You're going to say that they were sacrificing their children. That's not true of all of them. So sorry.
So you're saying child sacrifice wasn't mentioned in the Bible?
I didn't say that. I said you're characterizing all these nations as nations that are doing this, and that's just not the case. In fact, we know from
It's
history
not all these
that
nations.
certainly
We're talking
isn't. That
about
well, you
what,
said that. Those were your words. You were talking
No,
about this
I
whole
mentioned
conglomerate of
specific
nations, and you didn't. You didn't.
I
You mentioned specific
ones. I
nations,
didn't
and
say
they,
everyone.
as an element of the whole. You're explicitly. You explicitly were talking
named the
about
ones I
all
was
of these
explicitly talking
nations, and you
about.
named a couple of them.
Yes, I named a couple that were doing it.
Out of the
And
whole.
they were doing
Yeah.
it for their gods.
And I explicitly told you that you're about to mischaracterize all of the nations back then as doing a thing that all of them weren't doing, and now you're backpedaling because you're realizing that they actually are all kind of unique, and they weren't all doing the same thing. So the problem that you're going to have is you came here and you wanted to talk about genocide. So right now you want to get on child sacrifice so you can say they needed to commit genocide. I don't fucking care. I'm not talking about genocide. None of these talking points have anything to do about genocide. I love that you ran into some atheist space and they were talking about genocide, and then you went and read a book that said they had to do the genocide because of X, Y, and Z.
No.
That's fantastic. I'm not talking about genocide. Do you want to talk about the topic I'm talking about?
Sure, absolutely.
Great, fantastic. We're finally there. Deuteronomy 21. You said that it was always wrong to kidnap women in war and turn them into war brides. Now we have an instance where God specifically allows it. How are you going to square the round peg?
Oh, because you never mentioned kidnapping.
That's what a captive is. That's definitionally in there. You don't think the word captive implies that they were kidnapped?
No, I think the word captive means that they were taken, yes. And kidnapped would be
against their will?
Continue to keep someone against their will. Making someone your bride doesn't make them continue to be kept against your will.
So as long as you force them into marriage, then it's not kidnapping.
So you're saying that arranged marriages aren't a regular
these aren't arranged marriages. These are kidnappings.
Well, of course they're arranged marriages. So what do you want the people
to do? They're not arranged marriages. They're kidnapping. In arranged marriages, usually the parents will arrange the marriage for the children. This is not that. These are people that are literally just being kidnapped from their homeland and being forced into marriages.
What do you want the women to do once the men have been killed, once their nation has been conquered? What do you want the women to do? Die? Die as widows and be lonely?
You can fuck off. Leave them alone. They wouldn't die. Why do you think they're going to die? Listen, that's the least of the concerns about this passage, and I can tell that you've read Paul Copan's book, or you fucking heard of it at least, and you're giving all the same bullshit bad answers. This is embarrassing for you because if you bother to read verse 14, you would hear that the concern for the women doesn't have any fucking thing to do with this. It says, if you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free. Oh, all of a sudden, the marrying of the women isn't for their own fucking benefit, is it? That's why it says, if you see a beautiful woman who you want to marry and make her your wife, you can do it. This is not about helping the women. This is about, hey, if you get a little hard when you see one of those captives, you can marry her. It's okay.
Right. So now the kidnapped people can go free. I'm sorry. Now you've really lost me.
You mean yeah.
Now the kidnapped people can go free.
They're not going to go free. Only if you decide to set them free.
Okay. So which one is it? Are they kidnapped or are they free to go if you don't like them?
They're both. They're kidnapped, and if you want to set one free because she's your wife now, she's your property, you're allowed to divorce her and set her free. just like a slave. You're allowed to set a slave free within your ability.
Did the Jews ever want to be slaves?
I don't even care. It's not completely
You
relevant at
don't
all.
care. Did the Jews ask if
Obviously,
they were allowed
nobody
to
wants to be
become
slaves. This is a dumb
Oh,
question.
really?
Nobody
The
ever wants to be
Jews
a
didn't.
slave.
The Jews didn't want to be able to become slaves so they could work off debt. They didn't ask for
No,
that
that's
specifically.
completely different. That's not what slavery is. It's
Oh,
called indentured servitude. And that's what all the
oh,
nations were already doing. In fact, the law of Hammurabi
all the nations were
already
already doing it.
hundreds of
Wait,
years
the
before the
Israelites
Israelite
grew up
code
with
was
slavery?
given already established such a service. They would serve for 3 years rather than 6 years. They would go free after the third year. In Exodus
I
21,
thought
they
the
go
God of the
free
Bible
in the
invented
7th
slavery.
year.
I'm sorry. I thought it was the God of the Bible that invented slavery. I'm sorry. So wait, the
It
other nations were already
had
doing it.
nothing to do with the God of the Bible when slavery was invented. The God of the Bible just said that you can do it.
Oh, they asked. The Jewish people asked, and they were allowed to allow themselves to go into slavery. It's
What
almost
the
like
fuck
they
are
didn't
you
have a
talking
social
about? I have
safety
no
net.
idea where you're like. You
I
can't
know you
focus
don't.
at all. So
I'm very focused. I'm locked
so
in, buddy.
you're
I'm here for it.
anything but locked in.
I'm
So
here
the
for
reality
it.
is the God of the Bible allowed the Israelites to take slaves. He didn't want his people to be slaves of other nations because he says in Leviticus 25 that they're my slaves that I brought out of Egypt. So you will not be sold. You won't sell your own brethren as though they're slaves. But the nations
And
around
Jesus
you,
said a slave can't serve two masters.
you can
Correct.
enslave them. So God said you can do slaves.
Yeah, and Jesus said a slave
Okay.
can't serve two masters.
So is slavery wrong or not?
I think based on what you just said earlier, slavery has multiple definitions. I think
I'm asking
the way
you.
Well, capitalism is slavery, is it not?
No.
No.
Do you want me to
it's
give you
not.
the definition of slavery? Are words too elusive?
No, words are never elusive to me.
Oh, do you think that paying taxes in the modern age and having to work is equivalent to what the African Americans went through during the slave trade?
In the modern, no, American slavery is some
So
of the worst
slavery is
we ever
different
seen.
than just living in a modern age, isn't it? Cool. We're talking about slavery.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what about that?
Yeah. No,
Cool.
no.
So is
America
was slavery always
built on
always
pure
bad or no?
Satanism. America was
Cool.
built in pure
Okay, so is
Satanism.
slavery good or bad?
The institution of slavery is bad. The Bible is clear on that.
Oh, sure. Well, the problem is I don't think the Bible's actually clear on that. Do you want me to show you?
It's very clear.
Oh, actually, I'll just show you where it's actually
very clear.
Not true at all. So it says, as for the male and female slaves you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. That sounds like a slave to me.
Yeah.
Okay, but you just said slavery was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was right or
Nobody
wrong?
wants to be a slave. The Bible's clear about slavery being wrong because obviously.
Oh, where does it say that?
Obviously, if God doesn't want to have his people enslaved, then obviously it's wrong, right?
But no, that's not what he says. He didn't say it's wrong because his people were wrong across the board. I already told you what it said. It's right here in the same chapter.
Yeah.
It literally says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they have to sell themselves to you, you shall make them not serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as
You read over that other part very fast.
If you keep fucking oohing, you're gonna cook yourself. You haven't read this passage and you're about to say something stupid.
You said it. You said it.
If you had read the passage, you know how dumb you're about to look.
Yep. I know.
If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but you shall fear your God. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you. So again, what I was telling you, he doesn't want the Israelites to be enslaved by foreigners because they're his slaves, but they can take foreigners as permanent slaves.
Yes.
And there's actually, you've come full circle. I've explained to you already before we got to this passage what was going to be in this passage, namely that God told Israel that they could take foreign slaves.
But not who?
Not the men, not the Israelite men.
Right. Yes.
That wasn't the question.
Why?
I didn't say shit about the Israelite men. I explicitly told you that that's called indentured servitude. I'm talking about actual slavery, not indentured servitude. Can you follow? Are you capable of following? Okay. So I don't care about indentured servitude. I care about slavery.
Right. We're on slavery.
Cool. So where in this passage does it say that slavery is wrong?
Why can't they do it to the Israelites?
Because they are God's slaves.
Yes. Okay, so
they're still slaves.
Yes,
they're still slaves. Yes. Fantastic. Okay, so why are they allowed to take foreigners as slaves?
We're going to get there. So, fast forward back to what I said earlier when Jesus said, a slave can't serve two masters, right? Jesus gave a great parable, the parable of the Good Samaritan. Are you familiar with it?
I am. It's unrelated to serving two masters.
Oh, it's 100%
you want to actually go to the passage about two masters or no?
Oh, it's 100%.
So you're not gonna.
Who are the Samaritans? Are you familiar with the Samaritans? You seem like you have.
I'm very fucking familiar with the Samaritans. Samaritans were people that were mixed race because the Assyrians in about 680 or so came in and destroyed the Israelites, the northern 10 tribes. Took them to the land close to the Persians and redistributed them there, then brought in people from their territory and put them into the northern 10 tribal lands, and they've been mixed blood ever since, and they never came back to their land. And the Jews, the ones that didn't get destroyed by the Assyrians, always considered them to be not really pure Hebrews anymore because they were mixed, and they also couldn't agree on which temple was the right temple to serve at and which mountain was the right mountain of God. They believed Gerizim was the appropriate mountain in the north, and they believed that Jerusalem was the appropriate mountain in the south. And if you stop asking dumb questions, you'll realize that I know way more about this than you ever will. So just get on with the nonsense that you're going to get to, and we can move this conversation along much faster.
Nonsense. You're actually the one that is on nonsense. You obsess over these individual stories, not really understanding why the stories are even there.
I know exactly why they're there.
No, you don't, because you don't understand the fall. You don't understand that all of this chaos in the Old Testament, everything in the chaos in the Old Testament is all about the fall of man, and you just don't grasp that at all. Every single part of it, but that's okay.
It's wrong.
But when the story of the Good Samaritan, they hated them.
Yeah, we know.
The Samaritans.
We're aware.
So
I just explained
what's the point of the story? So what's the point of the story of the Good Samaritan?
The point of the story is that, hey, even these people that you don't like, they're technically your neighbors.
Not don't like.
We know they don't like them. Listen, you can use whatever word you want to use. The meaning is the same. You don't like these fucking people, but guess what? You got to treat them with respect because they're still your neighbor. Got it. Check. What's the problem? Where are you going with this nonsense?
Because, again, back to what we first started from the very beginning, you claim you're talking to Christians that follow the teachings of Christ, but you want to obsess about these stories.
He has no fucking idea where this is going. He's just wandering. Bro, we're on slavery. No. Can you track?
No. Yeah, 100%.
Cool. Is this related to slavery?
100% it's related to slavery.
Cool. Then get to the slavery bit. I don't care that you think other Christians aren't real Christians. Get to the slavery bit.
Did you bring up slavery bit? Or did I bring up neighboring nations?
I brought up neighboring nations. I did. That's what I'm talking about. And as it turns out, the Good Samaritan doesn't actually fix the problem because Jesus,
it 100%.
Because Jesus says, love your neighbor as yourself. That's the greatest commandment other than Deuteronomy 6:5, where he says to love the Lord with all your mind, heart, and soul. That's going to be in Matthew 22. And the problem with that is if you actually read the Old Testament, you would recognize that the greatest commandment comes from Leviticus 19:18. And in Leviticus 19:18, it says exactly that, to love your neighbor as yourself. And guess what? 6 chapters later, he literally says that you can take slaves. So what that doesn't mean is that slavery is wrong. What it does mean is that slavery is not morally evil because you can enslave even your kin, including the women in Exodus 21.
I beg your finest pardon. Jesus told us what the 2 most important commandments were.
Yeah, I'm aware.
And that all others All others fell under those 2 commandments.
He didn't. Yeah. We agree, but they came from the Hebrew Bible. They weren't new. And
Yeah, no,
in
they
the
weren't
Hebrew
new.
Bible, the command
but
to love your neighbor as yourself also allowed you to enslave them.
Yeah, and who's the Hebrew Bible for?
You got it. Yeah, so you can still love your neighbor, and you can
Who's
also
the
make
Hebrew Bible
slaves,
for?
which means
Who's the
loving your neighbor
who's the
and making slaves are not incompatible.
who's the Hebrew Bible for?
Well,
Who's the Torah for?
unfortunately, the Hebrew Bible is actually for everybody. If you had read it, you didn't read it.
Oh, it's for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. The Hebrew Bible is for everybody to follow today. So if if Christians go off of what Jesus taught when he says, love God, all your heart, all your mind, so love your neighbor as yourself, they could still do all these things you're talking about.
Yeah, because God in the Old Testament gave the same exact command and then also said, hey, you can enslave them too.
And what did Jesus say about when Moses? Because your also assumption, and I think this goes on based on what you believe or what.
Yeah, you're about to bring up Matthew 19 when Jesus says that it wasn't God's original intention to allow you to have divorce. Moses said that you can divorce, but I say to you that you can't get a divorce unless in the case of infidelity, and then you get a divorce. And the problem that you have is that Jesus is not only are you wrong, but Jesus is an idiot. You don't even understand what Jesus was doing. The reason why Jesus can say that about divorce, but he can't say about any other law, is because there's a contradiction in the Old Testament that you don't know about because you haven't read it. In Malachi, God says that I hate divorce. Jesus knew about this. Other rabbis knew about this contradiction. Jesus squared the contradiction by saying, hey, originally God didn't like divorce. He allowed you, actually he said Moses, but he meant God. He allowed you to get a divorce because of the hardness of your hearts, knowing that later in Malachi, God said, I hate divorce. So I actually disagree with Jesus' interpretation of these passages. I don't believe that that was God's original intention to wean them off of divorce, because elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible, he says the exact fucking opposite. He says you're going to follow this law code forever. Deuteronomy chapter 30. You want to read it?
What do you want to read? Something from
Deuteronomy 30, which disagrees with Jesus. Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Now, when is this magical period where God circumcises the hearts of all the people? You've probably heard of it. It might be, I don't know, you might consider it part of Jeremiah 31.
I don't know where you're trying to go. You didn't like
when is the period where God circumcises the hearts of all the people in order for them to love the Lord with all their heart and all their soul? When is that going to happen?
Wait, are you saying that are you comparing the commandment to the idea that God's going to allow it?
Nope. I'm asking you about verse 6. God said, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul. According to the Hebrew Bible, and even in the New Testament, when is this period supposed to happen? I can give you the answer if you don't know it.
No, I'm not even. I don't even know what point you're trying to make.
You don't have to know my point. I'm asking you a question about verse 6. It's an easy answer. When is this supposed to happen?
The period when people's hearts, when they'll just love God?
Yeah, because God has circumcised their hearts. When is that going to happen?
Your heart can't be completely circumcised until you're free from the flesh. I don't understand the point you're making.
And when is God going to do all of this?
After judgment. It would have to happen after judgment.
There you go. A long time from now. Got it. You got it. You finally you did it. You got there.
I
Okay.
don't understand the point.
So
I didn't.
you don't know
You
my
made it sound
point.
like it was an
Maybe if you
actual
stop
time
trying to
in
guess
biblical
my
history.
point and just read the passage, you'd figure it out. Verse 8.
There's nothing.
Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So what it says in Deuteronomy 30 is in the end, even in the very end, when God circumcises the hearts, Jeremiah 31, Ezekiel 36, when God does this and changes the hearts of the people, then you will again obey all of these commandments that I'm commanding you today. That includes Deuteronomy 24, the law of divorce, which means Jesus was just fucking wrong. He's a goof that didn't read the Hebrew Bible.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, you can attack Jesus and you can say he's wrong, but by doing that, when you say that, your argument then becomes you're not talking to Christians anymore because Christians follow what Jesus taught.
There we go. He can't stop himself. He can't address the actual topic. It's crazy. My point's very clear. I made a point about the Hebrew Bible, namely that Jesus is fucking wrong. The Hebrew Bible, the God of the Hebrew Bible, says that you're going to follow these laws forever. That means the God of the Hebrew Bible thinks that these laws are okay forever and don't need to be changed, which means the law that allows you to do slavery is a good law and it's good forever. That's all it means. That means the New Testament authors are idiots that couldn't read their own Hebrew Bible. That's what it means.
Right. So what you're basically the argument you're making now is you're better at interpreting the Hebrew Bible than the Israelites themselves, the Jewish people themselves that lived in the
you
first
did
century.
It. No, you did it for me. That's what you missed. That was the beautiful thing is you interpreted it. See, this is
better
the thing.
Than first century.
This is actually no. I agree with the first century Jews. They killed Jesus. That's what they would have fucking done if they had read the Old Testament. The Old Testament, Deuteronomy 13 and Deuteronomy 18 says you must kill the false prophets, which means the first century Jews did the right fucking thing when they killed Jesus. He was a false prophet, bruh. He couldn't even read this book. This book clearly states that in the end, your interpretation, not mine, you said that this event is happening at the end. And it says in verse 8, when this happens, you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. Every commandment in Deuteronomy was given in one day by Moses shortly before he died and shortly before Joshua took over and led them into the promised land. So what that means is in the end, according to your fucking interpretation, they're going to be following these laws forever. Congrats. You've read one verse in the Hebrew Bible. We can do more. You want more?
I don't think you can escape the point, though.
What point?
The point that, number one, the prompt that you have on the screen that is supposed to entice people to come in is based on your own claims, has no moral grounds.
I didn't make any claims. Did I ever say, did I make a moral claim at all? What moral claim have I made?
It's on the screen.
What moral claim? What moral claim have I made?
Moral claim. Saying God is a pervert is a moral claim.
What's the moral claim?
Calling someone a pervert is a moral claim. Oh, you're good with words and definitions, but then when you use them, you don't know what they mean anymore?
So calling somebody a pervert, you're right. You could say that's a moral claim because you're judging somebody's character. You're judging, say, their behavior. But when we talk about moral claims are usually very specific, like, sexual assault is wrong. Stabbing somebody is wrong. Those are typically moral claims. These are blanket statements. Now, these blanket statements are easy because you get to supply the moral claims, and then I show you where your Bible contradicts your own moral claims. That's what I've been doing. I've never once said that this whole live stream, I've never said that slavery was wrong. I never said that sexual assault wrong. I never even said that war brides were wrong. I didn't say any of these things were wrong. You said it. That's the fun of this live stream. I never do I have to make a definitive statement about why any particular action is wrong, because I can have you do it for me. And that's why I have so much fun with this. It's fantastic. So I'm going to give you, I agree. Trust me, between the two of us, I'm the only one that's read the context. That's for sure. So checkmate, I'm going to give you the opportunity, because I'm charitable, because you have a cool chess name, to let you checkmate me by having the last 2 minutes. What do you think? I won't interrupt you. You can do whatever weird pivot you wanted to do earlier, and I'll let you have it. Okay.
Okay. Perfect. Perfect.
Okay. I don't know why I thought I was going to let him do that. All right. Friends, thanks for hanging out with me. I'm going to read some super chats, and we're going to we might be done by midnight. We'll find out. Hey, we got a bunch of them left to read. So and by the way, thanks for getting the pretzel meter up. We had a good time with the pretzel meter. I apologize that the text is goofy. It's on me. I got to work on the code for my pretzel meter, so it'll be what's the word I'm looking for? Square, even, not look like crap. But we're gonna get there. It's functional at least. It does function, right? We got somewhere. Nevertheless, and y'all did it. By the way, for those who weren't here earlier, the way this pretzel meter works is I've got a couple words that I put into some text boxes on my software, and my software is literally reading the fucking chat to figure out if the chat thinks that the guest is cooked. And when the chat submits enough of the magic words, the pretzel meter goes up. It's fucking amazing. And we've got at least 2 burnt offerings for Doug tonight, at least 2 of them. So I think the pretzel meter had a pretty successful run tonight. That's just my opinion. Nevertheless, listen, I really appreciate y'all being here. Y'all saw me. I am working through some changes and some whatnot in my software. So, we had some audio glitches here and there. I appreciate y'all being patient with me. I firmly believe that once I get all the kinks worked out in this new software, it's going to be a real game changer, and we can get rid of a whole bunch of other software packages and just run it all with one package. For those in the streaming community, this will be kind of a big deal. But I've got, in order to debug it, I have to use it. You know what I mean? Like this. You have to figure out where stuff breaks. My apologies. That's how engineering goes. You gotta use some shit. Yeah, you're right. The soundboard, you're right, was having some problems. I got to go back to the drawing board on the soundboard. I think I think I've got a couple. There's going to be a couple functions in the soundboard soundboard code on my mixer that's I think it's creating a couple accidental loops that don't need to be there. And I think there's some, I have to double check. I think there's some code in that soundboard that is probably dead at this point, is old. Need to remove it and just remove it altogether so it doesn't accidentally run, get triggered. But nevertheless, we're going to get through it. It's mostly working. The guest room is working. The audio is mostly working, but I think the thing that I need to do, I got a couple of things. I did some work today. I tried to put the guest room and the audio panel on the shell layer of the website so that it's always active. Every time you refresh the page, it won't do anything to your audio or to your guest room. It's not quite working. When I click on other stuff on the site, it's still kind of fucking up some stuff on my my master shell. So I got to work on that and get it completely isolated so that when I do stuff on the rest of the website, it doesn't fuck up my audio. But we're gonna get there. It's one thing at a time. Worst case scenario, maybe I'll go a different route. Maybe I'll create like another. I'll create a second layer and just do like a fucking iframe and pull it in. It's neither here nor there. Listen, we're gonna read some super chats, y'all, and I really appreciate being here. We got a whole bunch to get through. Let me see how many we got here. Got a whole bunch. Actually, we have less super chats than we had on Unapologetic, so we should be able to get through it. Actually, friends, give me 1 second. I'm going to scroll back to the super chats from the beginning of the stream that we didn't have a chance to finish, and I'm going to get those first. But I am also going to remove all the ones that I've already read. There we go. That way I don't have so much stuff going on in my face. Hey, Two Hand Dan, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says premise 1, my life is a banana split. I don't blame you. With whipped cream and hot fudge. I love it. Premise 2, religion is the pieces of pecans and pistachios sprinkled on top. Conclusion, I fucking hate religious nuts. Oh, P.S. I ripped this off from Mr. Peabody, Rock Hard for Doug, and Horse Rule, First Rule. Well, thank you to Dan and Mr. Peabody. In fact, Mr. Peabody, tomorrow, is my trip to the PO box, I guess we'll call it. So I'll be mailing out your tortoise mug tomorrow. You should have it. Usually it's about 2 to 3 days delivery with like UPS. So you should have it pretty soon, friend. And Arcloid says, "Yep, it's a crime to get involuntary rock hard." True. Enough of a crime that I should gouge out my eye when it happens. Fuck my life. It's a sin to worship deck. True. This is actually an interesting point. And Paul does talk about not causing others to stumble. But you're right. If Jesus says it is better to gouge out your eyeball than to look at a woman in lust, seems to me that walking around naked is going to be a problem. It's wild that we spent so much time arguing about that. And based to Shara, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. I'm running out of ways to call checkmate 004 a fucking idiot. Well, there are some ways, to be fair. I can't say that I have all of them, but I can definitely say, that maybe I can come up with some new ones. I think maybe even during that discussion, we might have come up with a couple of phrases that are trotting down a lesser trotted path. Maybe Steve Wright. Thank you for the super chat. Song. There we go. Song, The Streak, 1974, comedy song by Ray. Oh, I love The Streak. Ray Stevens are great. The pirate song was good. My favorite might still be the haircut song. Mississippi Squirrel, classic. But yeah, Ray Stevens was a classic. Hit and rallied a long run of folks streaking ball games in public. Epic. True. I think Ray Stevens came from the old school of comedy from the South, where it was still kind of vaguely religious. I wonder what kind of stuff he'd make today if he was still making stuff. T-Man says, if you're watching a great movie, would you just turn it off early because you know it's going to end? Of course not. From Ricky Gervais, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I've used it myself. Like, just because something's going to end doesn't mean you don't want to enjoy it in the meantime. Obviously, you want to enjoy it in the meantime. And Good Question says, M's song is awesome. I agree. I know that I get it. There are some people that they just really don't like they don't like when people use the AI music generators. I get it. I understand. But I have to say, of all the AI generated songs I've ever heard, that fucking song for M's hits hard. It hits fucking hard. I love it. And Game Master Flight, go to Async Network, by the way. If you want to hear it, go to the Async Network. It's pretty fucking rad. In fact, I've got a web browser here, but I didn't link this web browser in with my audio board yet. I'll have to do it later. Anyways, Game Master Flash says, since a sin is a violation of God's will, and it wasn't a sin in the garden, but it is now, sounds like the caller thinks God changes his mind. Cooked. Yeah, agreed. It's crazy that they'll say God doesn't change his mind, God doesn't think, God doesn't make decisions, and then all the while they'd be like, well, God said this then, and then said something else later. Okay. The Israelites and make a nation out of Moses. And then, then he didn't. I know the text says he changed his mind, but did he really change his mind? Obviously, it just means that he allowed it to happen or some bullshit, right? And from Two Hand Dan again, thank you, says, one of my favorite phrases, it's not even hard. Here, I'll read it for you. Rock hard for Doug. Horse rule, virtue. Listen, I do say that a lot. I'll read it for you is a good line. I also, you know what? The line I used to say a lot was, you want to read the Bible with me? I don't say it as much. It's a good line though. But you're right. It's not even hard. I'll read it for you. I do like that one. Maybe I could put that on a coffee mug. Evil Banana Wind says, God has not hardened Justin's heart against the trolls yet. I don't always recognize the trolls when they're here. I try to be as lenient as I can in case they're a real person, because we've heard some doozies. But yeah, I don't always catch them. And from Space Lord says old Catholics are kind of the fundies. They reject both Vatican councils. Mel Gibson is sort of one. That's true. My mother, who was a Catholic, was the opposite. She thought Vatican II was amazing. Big fan of Pope John Paul. I always agreed with her. I thought it was a good move. If the church wants to stay relevant, they needed to do that. Cedar and Sound, my friend, thank you for the super chat idea. Kenneth Copeland crash out counter timer. Just an image of his crazy eyes as he got interviewed by that reporter. Eyes bulge as clock ticks. This is not a bad idea, Cedar. I do love of it some of his facial expressions. I don't know how he's still alive though. Hold on. I know one thing: these fucking Christians are in Copeland. That's fucking for sure. But he's got to be like 1 foot in the grave at this point. Was he nearing like 100? He looked like the skin is falling off his goddamn face. He's 89 and still living. Shit. There was a pastor not too far from where I'm at who claimed that he was the prophet of the end times and that God was allowing to live so long because the rapture wasn't going to happen. He was told by God the rapture wasn't going to happen after you die. It's going to happen before you die. So when he got like 99, he's like, yeah, God's keeping me here because he said the rapture is not going to happen until it's going to happen before I die. And then he hit 100 and died. So I guess he was a false prophet. Shirley Temple says, Justin, nice legs. Also, great show. Well, Shirley, fucking thank you. I appreciate that. I haven't had a leg compliment in a long time. I'm not even wearing pantyhose today. So huge W. And Hunter Girl again says, you could literally just get bees. Bees knees, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of bees though. Sierra said, head in the gym, thoughts and prayers that Doug will harden my bod rather than my heart. Simply sweaty for Sharon. Oh, simply sweaty for Sharon's good. And Cedar, hey, I hope you have a good time at the gym. Fuck, we've been here so long. You went to the gym at 7:13 my time, which means you're probably out of the gym by now. So hope you did. I hope you had a great workout. And Flockmeister says, in the new Masters of the Universe movie, Trapjaw looked a lot like Kenneth Copeland. Oh, fuck, really? Kenneth Copeland. I never heard of Trapjaw is who? Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay. I can see that resemblance. Oh, Bethos is here. Arn, sorry, real name. Arn, it says, Bethos, does Justin ever sleep? The answer is no. I don't. I'm trying. I am working on it. I'm attempting to work on it at least. I'm not there yet. Soon I'll be there. But I don't sleep much. Actually, fucking Ems never sleeps. This guy.
I have 15 hours to go. So I was supposed to be asleep, but I was having insomnia, so I just spent the day with you.
Ems and I both have the insomnia, but Ems will sleep like 2 hours a week, and he sleeps standing up while he's doing surgery. So it's a little bit different. He trained himself like a horse just to sleep up while he was at work. Gargoyle. Oh, sorry. I think I was supposed to read that one. Coffee. If I followed all the rules in the Bible, I'd be in jail. Mods before gods, and I think the badass mods need a shout out. True. Thank you, mods. By the way, fucking mods out here are amazing. By the way, and to be fair, there are some occasions where there are some people in the chat that really need to be modded pretty hard. Gargoyle says Mary was 12. That should say it all, Creeper. Well, see, that's interesting. Okay, this is a fun topic. We don't know for sure she was 12. What we do know is in the very influential and well-read Proto-Evangelism of James, or Proto-Evangelion, or the Infancy Gospel of James, whatever you want to call it. Mary's age is given, and she's about 12 when they figured out she's got to get married off, and probably about 13 when she gets married off to Joseph. And the impetus was she was serving at the temple, and because she's like basically an orphan, serving at the temple, and she's at the age where like puberty's coming, and you can't have a flow of blood, in the temple. And so like, hey, we got to get her out of here. Got to go. And so they're like, she got to marry somebody, and ends up being Joseph by the will of the Lord. So that's kind of how we got to this idea that she was 12 or 13. But that's not in the Bible. So you got to be careful with that one a little bit when you tell Christians that Mary was 12 or 13. That's not a definitively true thing if you're a Christian. It's really only true for most of the Catholics. But if you're not Catholic and you don't believe in the proto-evangelism of James, and a lot of them would say, I don't believe that. Steve Harvey Oswald, good to see you, friend, says, Doug revealed to me that I am the one and only true prophet, and that I must shack up with everyone's girlfriends and wives. Actually, you'd be surprised how many cult leaders have decided that once they have control over the cult, that they get to sleep with everybody, right? That seems to be the typical benefit for the cult leader, is like money and sex and power. It's no different than government or business, I suppose. So let's see. Mm-hmm. There we go. From Gargoyle King again. If it comes up, there we go. Does God wear clothes? Is he ashamed of his body? So this is a fair question. God seems to have a body in the Bible. I'm very proud of it, actually. There's a couple passages you could interpret as being about the Lord's member. Depends on how you read the passage. Francesca Stavrakopoulos and others have pointed out that there's some instances where this could be the case. I'm undecided. I don't know. Jay Penitentiary, thank you for the super chat. If it's not shameful to be naked with your spouse, why was it shameful for Adam and Eve to be naked? There were no other humans in the garden but them. I mean, yeah. That's the whole thing. It's basically just shameful, right, to be naked, which is why they refer to being naked as like uncovering my shame. Right? We even have laws. Exodus 20. Hold on, let me find it. Exodus 20 has a crazy law. Let me get it. Okay. I always forget how crazy this one is. All right. But if you make for me an altar of stone, do not build it of hewn stones, for if you use a chisel upon it, you profane it. You shall not go up by steps to my altar, so that your nakedness may not be exposed on it. God is such a fucking prude. He makes the priest basically wear loincloths so that the altar, the fucking thing made of stones, is not exposed to the priest's genitals. But it's not shameful to be naked, guys. It's not shameful to be naked. Okay. Yeah, that's what they're telling me. They haven't read this book. I can always tell. I immediately know who I'm talking to if they have or have not read this book. I love people like the last guest who absolutely haven't read this book, but they're really confident that they have. Steve Wright says, "Final nail in the coffin, best song of the year by our band, Conscious Pilot and the Nail Driven Five." I've never heard them. But I'll have to check them out. Appreciate the suggestion. And also from Joey. Joey says, former worship leader here. Oh, fuck. Well, congrats on getting out. That feeling is manufactured. I know. I did it. Forgive me. Joey, thanks for being a member. Beautiful dog. And yeah, if you're in church ministry, you talk about this shit. What can we do to motivate people to accept the gospel? And then you devise plans, preaching, songs, activities to motivate people towards the gospel. And you do that because in your mind you think that getting people saved is the greatest good because it gets people into heaven, right? Going to hell's bad. That's why we can say abortion's good. Anyways, God forgot to make some indigenous populations ashamed of being naked, apparently, and doctors who can remove labor pain are going against God's punishment too. This is a fair point. Well, it's presumed that those other tribes like broke off from God's people, they should have at some point knew that they shouldn't be naked. But on the labor, you would think God would be very pissed off at the epidural, but no. Apparently, God's curse just defeated by a fucking long needle. That's all it took. God sounds like a weak ass punk at this point. An ordinary skeptic. Hey, thanks for being a member for 6 months. A haiku. Doug gives birth to whores. His solid path made for us. Verts are grafted in. Schism is real. Oh fuck! All the schisms back. Gretchen didn't even start it this time. I think, was it Dan? Fuck, who started this time? Oh no, we're in trouble. We're gonna have another like Vatican II schism. Hold on. I think it's supposed to say the ministry, but it says the ministry of Doug. Hey, good name. I kind of love how the Bible says the Son of Man. It just sounds blatantly man-made. True. Rocker for Doug, Simple Wet for Sharon, and PPFP, perfectly pegged for Peggy. That's a fantastic. I like the PPFP. It's a shame that we couldn't do PPPP. That'd be fun. But we had to come up with something for PPPP. Cedar and Sound coming again says there's this early 2000s punk pop band inspired by Doug called Psalm 41. Justin Explainer, Psalm 41. Yeah, that is the case. So here's the deal for the millennials among us who, who was into some rock, might have heard of this small band from Ontario, Canada called Psalm 41. You may or may not have heard of them. That being said, was incredibly popular in the late 90s, very early 2000s. Unfortunately, the lead singer had some alcohol issues, and they kind of got fucked for a little bit. He was married to Avril Lavigne for a little while too. You believe that shit? But he was too much of an alcoholic. Obviously, they got divorced. Nevertheless, their albums are fucking amazing. Even today, they're one of the few bands from that time period where like I own most of their albums, and I will fucking listen to them straight through. They released a really funny meme song like back in 2015 or 16. Hold on, let me see what it is. It was funny. It was a single, and they released it in 2016. And it took me by surprise. It was full of all kinds of memes. I'm like, I don't know how much money they had to pay these meme people to use memes in their music video, but I thought it was funny. Nevertheless, Betho says M's love. Oh my God, M's love. We all love M's. The voice, Bethos, I get it. The voice, M's the voice is magical. And says argument add David Wood. Really? It's funny that they want to bring up David Wood. And maybe I should have let them use the argument if people don't know the argument. They want to bring up David Wood because, hey, listen, you can be devoid of like empathy and love, but you can become a Christian and then still exhibit those characteristics, even though you don't actually have them, because the Bible teaches you how to do that. And that's one of David Wood's shticks. I used to be a sociopath. I am a sociopath. I used to do horrible things. I tried to kill my father with a hammer. I essayed like a 14-year-old or some shit like that. I forget all the details. And then but I became a Christian. I'm all better now, even though I have no feelings. I don't believe it, but that's his shtick. And so that's where that conversation was about to go. Betho says, would like to stay, but I have to work. Yes, I know I'm a jerk. You're not a jerk. Surely love that smirk. Rock hard for Doug, Simple F for Sharon, gay for Justin, and for Ems. Fuck yeah. Don't talk about Bethos. I made a prompt designer in Switcher last couple of days, and you can literally whatever prompt is on the screen and just lay templates over it. And I think I've got some pretty cool templates. I'm saddened though that there was one that I wasn't able to use in June. I made the software just a little bit too late, but there's a couple in here that I really like that would have been cool for June. Let's see, like this one. Hold on. Yeah. Although the letters need the color change. That's not a big deal. But so we could have had some cool Friday prompts, or at least designs. But nevertheless, we've got some opportunities now to design some fun prompts in real time, perhaps. Nevertheless, what prompt did I have up here just a second ago? I already forgot which one I fucking had loaded up. I need to actually save these. You can save to your like favorites list. Oh well, but I already forgot which one I was using. I should have recorded or wrote down which was one. Let's see. What about? We could just do the original, the very first one, which is it should be this guy. Is that the one? That's not the fucking original one that I had like a week ago. Oh well, it's neither here nor there. Nevertheless, I'll figure out which one we were using earlier today. I kind of liked it, and we'll get back on track here. Oh, this one's not bad. That's kind of cool. I don't mind that one. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I don't know if I love it yet. But I'll get to the design board and design a couple. That one's not bad actually. Design a couple templates that are a little more pleasing to the eye. Nevertheless, appreciate y'all being here. Async. Hey, speaking of the devil, good to see you, Gretchen. Huge L for denial of baby paste. For fuck's sake, Justin. I am sorry, Async. This is on me. This is absolutely on me. I did not mean to miss the baby paste. The opportunity came and I moved in that direction and then I lost the opportunity. It's totally on me. Miss Megs, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Weird how Christians want to know what the victim did to deserve being ripped open. Sick mofos. True. And that's usually is the shtick, right? When God does horrific shit in the Bible, Christian goes right into, oh, here's why it was okay for God to do that. They did this horrible thing. That's why I start out with, is it always wrong to do X, Y, and Z? And they always say, yes, it's always wrong to do that. Oh, well, tell me about this time. Binary Ghost says, which God are you referring to? Old Testament or New Testament? There are two different gods. Not if you're a real Christian. I'm just going to be honest. Listen, I don't think if you read and believe every word of the New Testament, I don't think you're going to come to the conclusion that Jesus wasn't somehow divine. That's how I feel about it. Nevertheless, even if you don't think Jesus is divine, the God of the New Testament and the God of the Old Testament would be the same fucking dude. It'd be Yahweh. Mabus, thank you for the super chat. What's the difference between a frog and a horny toad? The frog says ribbit, ribbit, and the horny toad says rub it, rub it. I knew that was fucking coming. I knew that was coming. Beautiful. It was beautiful. Output coupler. Amazing name. I've not seen that name around here yet. Pretzel software tip. Add a decay rate and or per chatter cooldown so it doesn't fill up just from the background noise without a super high threshold. This is actually a really good idea. In fact, I'm going to write a note on my notepad. I'm going to say add to pretzel meter. Let's say a timeout period. I'm going to call it a timeout period. Oh, there we go. Period that prevents. Oh, there we go. Prevents a single chatter from running it up. That's actually a good idea. I like that. That makes it more inclusive of the entire chat. So yeah, that's what we'll do. That's a great idea, by the way. A great idea. I'll get the design worked out. You know, get it in the right shape and size. Can and Rock says, I'm going to throw out your question and continue. Feels like grounds for the caller to be thrown out of the call, metaphorically, though. True. It is interesting when you know they heard the question. They paused, they heard the question, they're like, fuck it, I'm moving on. How are we going to have a conversation like this? 15 Blows says they were covered in a spiritual cloth that went away when they sinned. Duh, it's the same argument as always. It was spiritual. True. You can always count on the answer to the solution being it was spiritual or words don't mean words. I mean, come on, obviously, words can never mean words. if words mean words, then we're just gonna have a serious problem. So let's try to make sure that words absolutely don't mean words. And Zach Penetroff, oh sorry, T Towns. Imagine coming on this live and arguing with you about Hebrew. I know it was. I was curious how far he was going to get into it, like how many dumb things he was going to say before he said something really dumb. And I was like, I don't want to. I would like to prevent having a nonsensical Greek or Hebrew competition, because like the audience typically they don't know the languages, so it's like kind of boring to do that. Nevertheless, I was a little bit intrigued to see how many weird things he was going to say about the Hebrew language, assuming he didn't know anything about it. Zach Penetroff, thank you for the super chat. Nakedness is a sin because God can't see naked people. It's his one weakness. He made it a sin because he fears us. I kind of like it. Okay. Kahodo, hey, thank you for the $5 super chat, friend. I wonder if we have a word for somebody that says, do as I say, not as I do. And we do, and that is a hypocrite. So I guess most of these callers were hypocrites, and so is their God. From Gretchen, also the Async Network. How many times we got to cook this teen Timu Danny? Listen, I don't even know if he would qualify as a Timu, like a Timu Danny. I think that's generous. And I, maybe I'm wrong. I think Timu Danny is generous for that one. This individual is not even Timu level. Maybe not even Sheen. I don't know. It's more like pawn shop. I don't know. That's the cheapest thing I can think of. Simeon Urgent, actually, pawn shops aren't really that cheap, unfortunately. Simeon Urgent says, I wanted to get your opinion on a study Bible I recently bought. If you've seen or read this one, it's Thomas Nelson's KJV. I've been quite enjoying it. Yeah, so I'm actually familiar with the Nelson Study Bible. And to be fair, if I was going to get it, I'd probably get it in the KJV. And it's not bad. I wouldn't say it would ever be categorized as like an academic study Bible. It's not bad. It may be just a hair below the ESV Study Bible. The ESV Study Bible is trying to run the middle of the fence between being like a still helping you be a Christian, but also trying to give you some good academic notes. But Kurt says, Jared sounds like a material girl living in a material world. Is that old enough for you to get the reference? It fucking is. I appreciate the Madonna reference. So if you give me a reference, I don't know, from the fucking 80s, I might actually get it. Because remember, I'm like a million years old. So I stopped paying attention to pop culture around the time some of y'all was born. Sorry. It is what it is. Listen, everyone gets old. We're all going to get old. Booget says, funny content idea, Bible verse or chapter tier list. Oh, I could do that. Do like a ranking tier list with the people or with the crowd, the audience. We could rank them. I think it would be good. Well, I could put together a voting system. Not a robot, I swear, says, so tired of the removed his protection lie. True. The Bible just doesn't say that. It doesn't say that God removed his protection. It says he caused X, Y, and Z. So when they say he removed his protection, they say, where does it say that in the Bible? Show me the verse. I need to see it. I need to see the verse. Oh well. From Douglas Zwick, a guy named Doug. As a guy named Doug, I'd love an explanation of the whole Doug meme in this community. Gay for Justin, and also rock hard for myself. Okay, Douglas, what you need to do is go back to my main channel, Deconstruction Zone, and go to Pet Rock vs. Jesus. I've done 2 of them now. And what happened was, a long time ago, I wanted to do a funny live stream where I was like, listen, my fucking pet rock is as powerful as your Jesus. And I took a rock from the backyard. I fucking put some googly eyes on it. and the audience named it Doug, and we had a really fun live stream. It was fucking hilarious. My only regret is it was before I was doing horizontal streams. Now I'm doing both, and so you have to watch it in vertical. But it's on my main channel, and it's hilarious, and it's a lot of fun. So go check it out. That's the origin of Doug. So it just took off. I never knew it was going to be a thing. I had no idea. It just happened, and we ran with it, and it's been fun. So that's kind of the origin. Johannes Brahms, good to see you again. Is God really powerless to enlighten us with the reasoning behind its moral code? So that's the thing. He actually he could do it. Like if you're a Christian, you would think he has the power, but does he have the desire? I don't think so. I don't think he does. And Mike Beden with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Mike. I don't think any of these fuckers have ever watched your show. That's the crazy thing. They'll get in here and they'll make definitive statements about how I don't know the Bible. I'm not using proper exegesis. I don't know history. I was like, oh no, you haven't been around, buddy. They come on not knowing objective versus subjective. I know that's the painful part. That's basic shit. You got to know that shit. They don't even know that shit. They're all baby unalivers and condone rape. What's wrong with these fucking people? They're brainwashed into a religion, and there's not much they can do about it. They grew up in a cult, you know. Hogson Snakes says praise to the 15 pack of pens for being the center pillar of our faith between the two stones, Doug and Sharon. Listen, I don't know much about what pens you're referring to, but yes, Doug and Sharon are the Rock of Ages, the firm foundation, and the pillars of our faith for sure. No doubt about that. It's just tautological at this point. And Feral Star Stuff says, "Hey Jay, what was the purpose of paring the nails and shaving the head? Something cultural, disarming, hygiene, just humiliation? Is there any context?" Okay, it is tough. You'll find most study Bibles, they either don't have a note on it or they don't know for sure. And a lot of commentaries that disagree on the same thing. That being said, my understanding of the passage was always that the clipping of the nails was hygiene, the shaving of the head was hygiene, and the reason is these are foreign women; they're basically considered unclean, right? So the changing of the clothes, the shaving of the head, the clipping of those, these were all for ritual purity, right? Before you could marry an Israelite, even in just engaging in intercourse with a woman theoretically would make you unclean. So the line that they drew around ritual purity was pretty fucking a pretty strong line. But I'll give you a kind of a flavor of what a lot of the study Bibles will say. In Deuteronomy 21 in the New Oxford Annotated Bible, I don't even know if it's going to address it. Let's see. The procedure most likely originally applied to the Canaanite population. Female war captives routinely became concubines. This law accords such women dignity and protection against enslavement. The rituals provide both captive and captor means to effect a transition from one status to another. A full month is a full period of mourning. That's true. 30 days was a typical period of mourning. Even the Egyptians followed it. And as for Aaron and Moses, mourning, it is unclear whether the parents actually died in the war or lost her because of her captivity. The time to grieve implies legal respect for the female captive as a person. Go into her means approach her sexually. Consummation provides the legal means to become a husband. And that's it. Doesn't mention the ritual. That's why I say it doesn't mention the clip. So this is a tough one. And my opinion is that it's about ritual cleanliness. That's just my opinion. You will find others with other opinions. Golden Arms says, "Hey, Justin, Gretchen is going to try to advocate for the topic of Genesis this Friday. Would love to call in and talk to you about the purpose dollar theme of Genesis this Friday. Hope to talk to you then." I have no idea what you mean by the purpose dollar theme of Genesis. However, if you're a Christian and you want to talk about Genesis on Friday, hey, call in. Fuck, I don't care. I'll talk to you about the book of Genesis and I'll show you all the problems with it. And also from Mike B, thank you again. It says, "You pretentious incel." I'm sorry. Talking to me? You can learn a few things from Justin. Oh, you're talking to the guy. Thanks. Your God is immoral like you. And by the way, he's also imaginary. True. LOL. He is very much imaginary. And I think that while this live stream, this topic doesn't really prove that, I think it does push some people in the direction of like, would a real God, like if you're reading the text honestly, would a real God do that shit? It's hard to fathom. It does stretch the imagination. Arc Lloyd says, you heard it from you heard it first from Checkmate. Grape equals marriage. That is true, actually. Now here's the funny part. All right, follow me here. The funny part is according to Checkmate and according to the Bible, it's not wrong. That's roughly the equivalent. There's one passage that contradicts Exodus 21, Deuteronomy 21, about a woman having to marry her sexual assaulter. There's another passage, maybe it's Exodus, where I think it's Exodus, if you seduce or really assault a young woman, and it's found out, the father can decide whether or not the daughter is going to marry him or not. But yeah, traditionally in this time, that would you would assault a woman and she'd be yours quite often because now she's damaged. It's not always the case, but it happened. For example, Dinah and Shechem. In the story of Dinah and Shechem, was it Deuteronomy or Genesis 34? Let me double check. When Shechem sexually assaults Dinah, where do we find Dinah in like the next scene? Oh, she's with Shechem still. Oh, okay. Probably because they're gonna fucking get hitched. Yeah, Genesis 34. You read about Dinah and Shechem. Now it's possible that it was a consensual encounter, but the text doesn't really seem to read that way. Dan O'Connell says just came in, and of course it's a slavery apologist. Good grief, these theists are repugnant. Yep, you're going to see that, Dan. A lot of slavery and a lot of assault essay apologists. And they have to do it. They have to contort into these pretzels in order to keep their religion. Pretty Perfect says, this might be the most embarrassing dishonest caller today. Every time Justin shows him wrong, he gets brain damage. Dunning-Kruger personified. True. We do need, I apologize, I haven't done it yet. We're going to do another timer, or not, another counter for Christian brain rot syndrome. So we need Christian counter. I add it to my notes. We're going to get a Christian brain rot timer going here. Well, counter, fuck you, timer, counter going here. And Micro SideQuest says no one wants to sell themselves into debt. Slavery being marginally better than starving to death is not the same as wanting to do it. This is true. Fair point. Like no one like, no one's like, hey, I'd love to not have freedom for a couple years. That's not a thing. Misha, well, I mean, listen, there's something for everybody, but it's not likely to happen. Misha, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend, and for being a member. Late to the barbecue, but much enjoyment. Oh, much enjoying Checkmate 004 trying so hard to pivot to more comfortable ground, and Justin firmly and gently redirecting him to the actual topic like he's a lost cow. Rock hard for Doug. And keep clicking on him, Justin. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Actually, Checkmate's been waiting back in my TikTok guest box the whole time we've been reading super chats. It's pretty wild, actually. I have no idea why he's here. Can-Am Rock says Checkmate is the perfect... Checkmate, listen, all these super chats started coming in after you got up here. These are all for you. Is the perfect account name for a pigeon live chatting from atop a chessboard, shitting and squawking all over it.
Emotional damage.
Now you're not wrong. Async. Good to see you again, Gretchen. Jay, you're going to have to hike the tolerance on the pretzel meter for when Golden Arm calls in on Friday. Chat going to be coming for him. Lamau must see YouTube. I got you, Gretch. I'll put it up to like 300. And we'll see what happens. Maybe I could set like a running algorithm. I don't know. I'll find the sweet spot. I'll find the sweet spot. Maybe I need like an AI software to listen to the guest and determine if they're smart or dumb. And if they're dumb, we ump the ante a little bit. King Caesar, thank you for the super chat. Justin is so bored. He's arguing Checkmate's position for him. I know it's good. it makes things go faster when you help them with their argument. So you can just get to the end of it, so we can end this shit and move on to the good stuff. Like, why are we wasting all this time? I know the argument. I know it better than you do. Just get the shit going, you know? And Misha with another super chat. Oh my dog, Justin, you are roasting Checkmate 004 too hard. He's absolutely charred. Doug's Cookout, Chef Justin, he got charred for sure. There's an absolute charring going on. You saw the pretzel, it was flaming. And from I'm the Big Cheese, forbidding divorce is demonstrably pro-slavery. It is marital slavery. That's a fair point. That is a fair fucking point. Huh. I guess I didn't look at it that way, but this is fucking true. Holy shit. Okay. I'm going to put that one in my pocket and save that one for later. Thank you for that. As women were effectively chattel slaves to their husbands and fathers. Yeah, true. So telling a woman back then that you can't get divorced would have been tantamount to slavery. Makes sense. Perfect observation. And Binary Ghost says, this bullshit is still going on. Did he ever answer my first super chat? Binary, I think this is like at least a second super chat that I've answered for you. In fact, if I go, I've got a search function now. I can go in here and just look up binary. So I put in BINARY, and I got to do one more filter. 1 second. Let's see. We're going to show all chats, and that came in under binary, and save. And it looks like there's a couple of them that came in, but much later, 11:15, 11:19, 11:27, 11:40, 11:52. So like right at the end of the live stream. I caught your earlier ones, the one at 9:11. I caught that one a while ago, and then the other one at 11. So 15 minutes before this string. It says this bullshit is still going on. Did he ever answer my first super chat? Which I did. The first super chat was here. I answered it 2 hours ago. It says, which God are you referring to, Old Testament or New Testament? There are two different gods. And I gave you the answer to that. And the answer is, I don't think there are two different gods. I think that there's one God. And if you think that Jesus is a God, you might get the two gods, but they're still going to be the same problem, right? Is that the God of the Old Testament and God of the New Testament is still the same. We'll see. Binary Ghost says, this guy's voice does not fit his looks. Crazy what atheism does to you. Well, crazy that you couldn't get in the guest box and render an argument. Sorry. Binary Ghost giving me all his money says, your audience is very sensitive. Maybe good, might be bad. That's not what we were saying. I'm just joking, y'all. There's a reason this dude shows up in my algorithm. Yeah, because you like to watch atheist debaters cook Christians, apparently, if I had to wager a guess. Binary says, the rapture did already happen. You're insane. You're out of your fucking mind if you're a full preterist. Only 144,000 were to be saved by it. Do you really think out of 8 billion people that you would be noticed? No, because the rapture didn't happen. It will never happen because this God doesn't exist. And Binary Ghost is giving me all of his money tonight. If you were God, would you want to see a bunch of people's junk? Why? If you're God, like you don't have sexual urges, what the fuck do you care about? Why would God care? If you ever made anything, there are parts of what you made that you want covered up. Yeah, because we're humans. Like we have very limited powers. Like some things disgust us. Some things bring back bad memories. Some things can hurt us. Some things are just unpleasant visually. That's part of evolution. We evolve to like certain things. Pretty easy. But Binary Ghost, listen, you're welcome to send me all of your super chat money. Not if you're a real Christian, I'm not. I'm an occultist. There is a stark difference in the gods of the Testaments, and modern Protestantism is delusional, but they are lost otherwise. And so are you. Sorry, I don't have to tell you. If you believe in a God, you're lost. I don't care if you're in the occult. I don't care if you're in fucking some weird form of Satanism that really believes in Satan, or if you're a Christian. If you believe that any of these gods exist, you're out of your mind. Binary Go says, well, yeah, women have cooties. Everyone knows this. Checkmate atheist. Well, I can't argue with that. You know, women might have cooties. At least that's what I learned growing up. It may or may not be true. It is hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Nevertheless, hey, give me a second. I'm going to get back to the rest of the supers. Apologies. I just wanted. Binary Ghost was really upset that I didn't already message or respond to his messages. So here we are, responding to all the messages. Let's see. I need to do my filter and to say show all the messages, newest first, the ones that have not been displayed yet. Binary Ghost is still in here. I'll get rid of Binary. There we go. And we'll continue where we picked off, where we left off. There we go. Only LC. Hey, LC. There we go. There's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope your studies are good. Also, because I want to get ahead of it, since everyone has the super hots for M's, marry me. It's the voice and smarts. Rock hard for Doug, simple for sharing. Listen, I don't fucking blame you. When M's talks, I'm just saying that there's a lot of people that need to put some of their garments in the washing machine. All I'm saying, Gentleman Viking says, this the bong cloud opening of arguments. Yeah, we've had some of those. Just a big old rip. What if, right? Texas Panhandler, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. The pretzel factory is open and producing like crazy tonight. We had a pretzel factory tonight. It was a good one. This topic was actually Carnage's suggestion, and it worked out really well. Dan O'Connell says, keep cooking without mercy, Justin. Listen, you guys know my rule. If you get a cocky Christian up in here popping off at the mouth, fucking cook them. If they're being nice, I don't mind being nice to them. I only cook the people that need it. Some people need it. Some adult Christians can't sleep at night until you spank them and send them to bed. Not a robot. Thank you for the super chat. Love it when a Christian doesn't know the correct answer to a biblical knowledge question, but assumes there is an answer that'll get them cooked faster. Yeah. I do love it when I begin reading Leviticus 25, 39. It starts out saying, if somebody falls into debt with you, don't enslave them. Most people haven't read far enough to realize that this exact person is an Israelite and not a foreigner. They don't realize that in a couple verses, it's going to say that, and then it's going to say that you can absolutely make slaves of the foreigners. They don't know any of that. It's always fun when they get real huffy puffy at verse 39 without knowing the rest. King Caesar says, that call drop broke me. I'm converted. Rock hard for Doug. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Listen, of all the people who deserved 2 minutes to preach, I think Checkmate 004 deserved it. He got checkmated pretty fucking hard. Jeebus Fish, thank you for the super chat and for being a member for 6 months. How many words did you add for pretzel? In my pretzel counter, I have got, for that last stage, 150 instances counts before the meter finished, and I have 4 different words. One of them's a phrase that I was looking for. I can't tell you what they are, but because if I told everyone what they are, then they're going to use them on purpose. But I know the keywords of our community. I know when you're down there, like, this motherfucker's getting roasted. I get it. We've been doing this together for a long time, friends. So I don't want to tell people what the words are, because then they'll purposely do it and run up the meter, which is fine. Not terrible. But I think it's funner this way, where I'm surreptitiously kind of assuming what words are going to come out. Only because I get to see the chat all the time. Acts 24:23. I'm the Irish Scottish brethren guy who you deconstructed back in November. I recall. When is your next Q&A so I can give you an update? I don't know. I was supposed to be doing one in July. I think it's gonna be the last Sunday, because like the next 2 Sundays, I have to stream on other networks on Sunday. So I'm kind of, Sundays are tough. I think the last Sunday of the month I might have free. Chris says, Christians, is this honestly your representation? It is actually, Chris. This is the best they have, and that's the scary part. Miss Megs, good to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. Had a patient that literally cut off his hand because it wanted to do evil things. Fuck. He was not drunk or on drugs, just under the influence of religion. Religion will make you do dumb things, like pluck out your eye or cut off your hand. It's crazy. Religious authorities used to do that shit back in the day. If you couldn't control yourself, we'll control it for you. And Chris Hatch says some people feel you've started to take over Matt at the king of as the king of atheist media, a changing of the guard. Would you be open to professional debate? Oh, sure, Chris. I'll fucking debate anybody. If it's worthwhile. So a lot of people have wanted to debate me, like in like a standard format debate. I'm open to it, but I'm not just going to waste my time to debate anyone. If I'm going to get on a fucking plane and fly somewhere and debate somebody in person, it's going to be at a big stage or a university, and they're going to have some sort of name or reputation, and we're going to have a substantive conversation. If it's just some jack off from YouTube, fucking G-Man wants to debate me in person, I don't really give a fuck. It's got to be worth the time. And y'all know my rule. The reason why I run my own channel, the reason why I do all of this is not because I want to be the debate master. It's not my goal. Never wanted to be the top of the debate pile. Was never something I was looking for. I want people to fucking get out of these toxic ass religions. And as far as I can tell, the most effective method of doing that is running my channel. I think that's what I think. So I do it as much as possible, and it's for me, Chris. It's not about being the best debater. It's not about being recognized as being the best. For me, it's about getting the fucking people out of here, get them out of these toxic religions, and society gets better. Tim says, I was raised very fundamentalist, Reformed Baptist. Have you ever spoken to any? Sure, quite a few. What are your feelings on Reformed Baptists in particular? If you have any, Aroa from New Zealand. Okay, so there's more than one type of Reformed Baptist, but typically in the States, when we talk about Reformed Baptists, we're referring to typical Baptists that broke off from the Brethren and the Anabaptists, and they baptize adults. And there are some that are in the Reformed movement, which is, you might recognize them as, sometimes we might refer to them as Calvinists, but not all Reformed people are Calvinists. It just happens to be that all Calvinists are Reformed. But there's other Reformed denominations like the Wesleyans and even the Presbyterians. So the Reformed Baptist is basically it's a Baptist denomination that went the route of the Presbyterians, the Wesleyans, and so on and so forth. So what do I think about them? Unless they're fundamentalists, I don't mind. I'm not a huge fan of the Reformed movement. I don't know. I think the Reformed movement, it depends. The early Reformed movement, like under Wesley, they wanted to work the Christians towards perfection. Like this idea that like if you work hard enough, you can reach like a real state of holiness, not like a state of holiness where Jesus says forgive your sins, right? I don't mind that, but that's not really a thing anymore in the Reformed movement. So I don't know. But anyways, my understanding is that the Reformed Baptists, the independent ones, are not much different than the independent Baptists that you find in the southern U.S., where they are King James only, and they have all these weird rules. You got to wear skirts to the ground. It's goofy, as all fundamentalists are. So I'm getting old. It's not even. Oh, it is past midnight. It's fucking already past midnight. My gosh. I always say I'm gonna get to bed on time. I never get to bed on time. I should have quit before Checkmate kept me up so late, but I was having too much fun with Checkmate. We had to keep the conversation going. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Other than that, I'm not super familiar with the Reformed Baptists. So if there's something in particular about your New Zealand branch that you're referring to, I'm not sure I would know much about it. I can only tell you about the ones that I know about here. Kurt says property does not equal neighbors. True. That's why your neighbor could be treated like property. The woman just over there in that house or that tent you can turn into a slave and a concubine. That's your neighbor. He's your kin. You can do it. Growing skeptic, I'm glad that you're growing in your skepticism. If the snake in the garden was Satan, does that mean Christians believe Satan has to crawl on his belly also? So I ask this question a lot because it's obvious in Genesis 3 that it's just this fucking snake. It says that it's going to be cursed to crawl on his belly and eat the dust, meaning live in the ground. Satan doesn't do that shit. That's what snakes do. That's why it says, cursed are you among all animals. Is Satan a fucking animal? No. It's obviously about a fucking snake. And Kurt says, I would love to try to go to seminary and gain some of this knowledge, but I'm prior military and have some brain injuries, and I'm not very confident I would be successful in that environment. Well, Kurt, I don't know what your learning ability is. What I do know is that a lot of seminaries are flexible. If you really want to go, find an accredited one that ATS accreditates, and just fucking go. Listen, if you're not going to be if you're not going to do it for a career, it doesn't matter if you go and get bad grades. You can still go and learn all kinds of shit, right? It doesn't matter what your GPA is. Like if you want to go on to do a PhD, sure, your GPA fucking matters. If you want to go on to do this for a job, maybe your GPA matters. Who knows? If you just want to go learn stuff, buddy, oh, go have at it. Learn as much as you can. You don't have to be good at it. Just go learn, buddy. Only LC coming in again says, this is why I love Gretchen. She says what we're all thinking she does. And she's right. So what are you going to do? Right? Gretchen's got her finger on the pulse, y'all. And Two Hand Dan, thank you for the super chat, says, can we get separate channels on Discord? One for whores and one for the blasphemers. Whores rule, Verts rule, rock hard for Doug, and the schism is real. It's interesting. I would say this. The people promoting the schism seem to all be whores. I wonder why that is. Are they insecure in their streaming position? I don't know.
And that is a weird sentence. They all seem to be what?
Insecure in their position.
No, what you said before that.
Oh, I said the people keeping the schism alive are all whores. That's what they call themselves for the horizontal viewers. They're whores.
Uh-huh.
This is why I keep getting blocked
Weird
on TikTok,
name.
y'all. Yeah, I'll never. Every stream, I'm gonna get a violation. Chris says you unlocked a memory that I didn't want unlocked. I apologize for that. Mentioning Ray Stevens, my grandmother made me watch his VHS tapes when I was a kid. A lot of us did. You know what? The best song, though, if you guys want to know the best Ray Stevens songs, it's "I'm My Own Grandpa." That is hands down the best Ray Stevens song ever made. I am my own grandpa, and it's fucking funny. You gotta do it. You can even map it out. I promise it works. Good question says, question, criteria for super chat you'll read at the end. Oh, good question. So here's my system. I've explained it a few times, but here's typically what I do. And to me, it makes sense. So long time ago, I used to read every super chat that I got between guests. It just made sense because a lot of times the super chat was about that guest. The problem is a lot of times you get a guest that was really interesting and you get a ton of super chats. Well, you can't just sit there and read all of them between guests. It'd be like 30 minutes before you get the next guest in. And guess what happens when you read super chats for 30 minutes between guests? Oh, people just fucking leave. I didn't come to hear super chats. I came to hear debates. So I decided, well, we're going to have to read some of them at the end of the stream, like most of the other channels. And that seemed to be fine. And the system that I devised was like, listen, if somebody sends a super chat of a high dollar value, they're going to be mad if you read it at the end of the stream because they want to see you read and interact with their super chat really bad. That's usually why they sent you an expensive super chat, because they really, really want you to read it and interact with it, right? Now, sometimes they just want to give you money. That does happen. But nevertheless, so rule number one is, listen, if somebody like sent me a really valuable super chat, my guess is they want to be prioritized and I'll make sure and read it. So typically between guests, every super chat that is $9.99 or usually $6.66 and over, I usually read almost every single one of them between guests. If it's $6.66 and over, I will read it between guests, usually, almost always. If it's below that, Sometimes I'll read it if it's from someone who's a very common commenter. They're active in the community. They have something really funny to say about the conversation, or they've got a really good joke. That's usually how I'll do that. And honestly, if somebody just sends like a $2 super chat, it's not related to the conversation. It's not all that interesting. I'm not really motivated to read it between guests because because getting the guest in here is kind of like the lifeblood of the stream. That's the key, is getting viewers in here, keeping them, and then having the debates. And then I get to clip the debates, and a little over a third of the channel income is just from posting clips, right? So you got to have clips. So yeah, that's my super chat system. I realized everyone's got a different one. On the line on Sundays, they don't read any super chats. On other days, they'll read super chats that are $10 and over. I decided a long time ago that I would like to read, as long as I have time, all the super chats, but I prioritize them. I have a system for prioritizing them, so that's how I do it. Good question. I hope that answers your good question. That's how I do my system. If there's a better way to do it, I'm all ears. I don't know one yet. It might get to a point where I get so many super chats during a live stream that I have to put a limit. I have to say I'll read $5 and over. I don't know. We'll see. That might happen. Do I want to read super chats for 2 hours? I don't know. Not really. I mean, that's a long time to read super chats, and the audience leaves. A lot of them don't want to stick around for it. So I don't know if there's a benefit for the audience, but what I do know is that most people who send super chats, they're really tickled when you interact with it. They feel like you care about them, and I do. I care about the community, and so if somebody spends their hard-earned money on a super chat, even if it's $2, I want to read it. I want to be able to read it. I want to be able to interact with them. I care about the people in the community. Binary Ghost, I think you're a Christian. I don't know. In all seriousness, I do enjoy this sort of content. Debate is the lifeblood of Western civilization. Keep doing what you're doing. Good luck. Well, thank you, Binary Ghost. I do agree that debate's good and healthy. It's been around for a long time, and it's super helpful. Mr. Levick, thank you for being a member for a year now, and for $20 super chat, my friend. Says best to you, Justin. Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate it, and best to you. Hope you have a great night. Well, I don't know what time zone you're in, but if you're anywhere near my time zone, I hope you have a great night. And Joshua Everett, good to see you, says, who else has BMF as a Halloween costume this year? You know what? That might be a good idea for Halloween this coming year. I'll have to look into that. I think I could rig up an outfit to do that. And Sad Tech Geek says, prompt, Christians have no moral foundation. Okay, for Justin. So Ian does something similar to this. Let me make a prompt real quick. I'm going to say, let's see. Christians have no morals. I like that. We can turn that into a prompt. Let me save this. Let's see. And we're just going to say, add new topic. And then let me grab the new topic. Christians have no morals. And yeah, we can definitely do a topic for sure on this. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I try not to do topics that like Ian or Blitz are doing all the time because I don't want to be redundant. But this is one that I think we can do without crossing over too much and getting on someone's toes. Nevertheless, hey friends, who is live right now that we can go raid? I want to check YouTube real quick. We should have somebody live on TikTok. I'm sure that we can go send a raid to. Let's see. I don't think the Inquiry Couple is live tonight. I think a lot of times they're live on Wednesdays, though. All right, I'm on the account. Let me look at the live streams. Not many people live tonight on YouTube. Wow. Huh. Okay. And even the line is already shut down. Okay. Well, it looks like I can't send you anywhere except for over to Thinkers Live on TikTok. I didn't see Thinker live on YouTube, though. Did y'all? I don't see Arch Thinker. I don't see her live. No, she's not live on YouTube. But listen, if she's live on TikTok, go check her out. Thinker is amazing on YouTube. Her title is Arch Thinker or Think Beyond Dogma. She's brilliant. She's fantastic. And she's funny too. She's really fucking funny. Anyways, Love you all. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting. And we'll see you all on Wednesday.